probably some great steps came out of the last call to action. I'm not denying that. Probably some good things, maybe like Village Heartbeat and other things might have come from that work. But what will we do differently now to make this a change moment for our community? Yes, we have put meaningful dollars in this FY21 budget, but we really have to remain focused on changing our systems. And so I just want to say that I am so proud to be part of this board, and I really look forward to the work that we can all do together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my comments.
Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the 8 minutes and 46 seconds where we could reflect on the horror and the atrocity in Minneapolis and the loss of the life of Mr. George Floyd. And thank you, Commissioner Jarrell, for reading this proclamation. I would just say that I think the important thing for the community is not the proclamation, but it is the policies that we will create going forward. And I think that we need to focus on the policies to, as Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell talked about, the action. So that is my wish, the policies. That concludes my comments.
Commissioner Fuller.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leading us to pause for those 8 minutes and 46 seconds and the crushing impact of how long that is. And making real for us what became fatally real for George Floyd, who lost his life in those 8 minutes and 46 seconds at the hands of the law, the government. And so to follow that with this proclamation is so appropriate. And it's really not possible to overstate the importance of what this proclamation means. This is really a declaration of Mecklenburg County that we regard racism as so serious that we are declaring it a public health crisis. Because we know, all of us know, that racism goes so deep to the core of our nation's very existence. Racism is the original sin of America. And when you think about the pernicious effects of that, the violence that has come with it, the deprivation that persists, the legacy of slavery and of Jim Crow, all of those things still with us today. And we see these events like what happened to George Floyd as a reminder to us that it has not left us. And so what we're doing today is in our bailiwick. It's in our sphere of influence. And while we might not have direct control over the criminal justice process, we are responsible for addressing the conditions that lead to African Americans and others of color who come in contact with the criminal justice system. We can't forget that these social determinants are what lead people like George Floyd to even be in contact with the police officer. And so let's not forget also that this proclamation is for everybody. It's not just for African Americans. It's not just for people who are discriminated against. It's for everyone, because everyone benefits when racism is removed from our expenditure of funds, from our attention, from our focus. And by making this proclamation, this declaration, we now authorize resources to be marshaled to address this question. It's the threshold to us being able to, let's face it, spend money to remove this public health crisis. So I don't want anybody to think this is just words on a page. This is something really important that we're doing. And for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion right now that we send a copy of this proclamation to every single county in North Carolina, that we send a copy to every single legislator in the General Assembly, and that we send a copy to the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners for the purpose that everyone in this state will know what Mecklenburg County has done, that we can lead the charge for other counties in our state to adopt a similar proclamation, and indeed that our county and our state can be a model for the rest of the country. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Leak, District 2, second that motion, if I'm in order.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner Leak. Any discussion? Go in order. Commissioner Powell, discussion on the motion.
This is Commissioner Powell. No discussion.
Commissioner Leak,
No discussion, self-explanatory.
Commissioner Terrell,
No discussion, Mr. Chairman. I support it.
Commissioner Harden,
No discussion, I support.
Commissioner McDowell,
No discussion, I support.
Commissioner Cotham,
No discussion, and
Commissioner
I support.
Scarborough.
No discussion. It speaks for itself.
All right, Mr. Fuller, you get the last word. Is there another word?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll conduct the roll call vote. Commissioner Powell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Leak,
Yes,
Commissioner Jarrell,
Aye.
Commissioner Harden,
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk, the results?
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, thank you. So we'll go back to the order of the day, which was the discussion comments relative to the proclamation. Commissioner Scarborough.
You want more discussion? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you have the opportunity if you would like to.
No, I've been there, done that. I was in a whole lot of the stuff in the 60s and 70s, but I think for the sake of time and what we're doing, I have no more discussion.
All right, Commissioner Jarrell.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing that I'd like to say is it's, you know, when the public hears someone read a proclamation, it's really an honor to read it on behalf of everyone that sits on this board. And I just really want to reinforce and thank everyone that was a sponsor of this and that really helped craft it and helped us weave it through from staff to my colleagues. And when I reached out to folks that I reached out to, everyone unequivocally supported us doing this without hesitation. And I just want the public to understand that this is not a one-person deal, but this is a joint effort. It was 9-0. And I want my colleagues to know how much it is an honor that I was able to read this proclamation. So thank you to each and every one of you.
All right, and finally, I would say that it is not just a proclamation for this board. My sincere desire is that our corporate partners will embrace all that has been said in this proclamation and help us make those things be a reality for Mecklenburg County. All right, thank you. So this time we'll move on to agenda item 206224, which is the order of the Hornet induction. I am so proud tonight to be able to award this order to our chancellor of my university. And I will admit that what I'm about to share is kind of long, but I think it needs to be said because for a long time now, people in our community have heard the name Dr. Dubois, but didn't know much about him. So as he departs our community, I think it's important for us to be able to know as much as we can so that we can reflect on the work that he has provided at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte during his career here. So before we go to the background and justification, Dr. Dubois' career in higher education spans for more than 40 years. As a first-generation college student, he earned a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of California, Davis, and a master's and doctorate degree in political science from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Dr. Dubois returned to the University of California, Davis to start his career in academia as an assistant professor, rising through faculty and administrative ranks to hold various positions, including full professor and associate vice chancellor for academic programs. Dr. Dubois was recruited to UNC Charlotte in 1991, where he spent the next 5.5 years as provost and vice chancellor for academic affairs. On March 18, 2005, Dr. Dubois was named UNC Charlotte's fourth chancellor. After a 15-year tenure as chancellor, Dr. Dubois will retire June 30th, 2020, having led the university through a 43% growth in enrollment and expansion in academic programs, the implementation of diversity-related initiatives, growth in research funding, and the construction and renovation of campus facilities. It was under his leadership that football was added to the university's athletics offerings. Our entire city cheered on the 49ers in their first ever bowl appearance last December. As Chancellor Dubois helped the university build a strong partnership with the greater Charlotte area to ensure the vitality of our growing region, and his dedicated leadership placed UNC Charlotte on a remarkable growth trajectory, with enrollment reaching nearly 30,000 students as the leading urban research institution focused on the economic, educational, environmental, health, and social needs of our region. Chancellor Dubois led the largest facility construction and renovation programs in the university's history, exceeding $1.2 billion, including the Dubois Center at UNC Charlotte Center City, located adjacent to Mecklenburg County's beautiful First Ward Park, a new recreation facility, a comprehensive energy research building, as well as a new science building that will come online in the spring of 2021, are among the major buildings added over the last 15 years. Chancellor Dubois collaborated with elected officials and the Charlotte area transit system to make possible the construction of a light rail line from UNC Charlotte to the UNC Charlotte campus, from Center City, Charlotte to the UNC Charlotte campus, increasing the connection and opportunities for partnership between the university and the rest of the city. He partnered with Central Piedmont Community College to launch the 49ers Next program, which creates a clear path for community college students to enroll at UNC Charlotte, and he worked with Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools to create 2 early colleges at UNC Charlotte, one for students interested in STEM fields and another for those interested and teaching. Chancellor Dubois has been recognized regionally and nationally as a leader in higher education, achieving many awards and accolades throughout his distinguished 40-year career in higher education, including the City of Charlotte Mayor's Award, the Charlotte Magazine Charlatan of the Year, and the inclusion on the Charlotte Business Journal list of most admired CEOs. He has also received many community recognitions, including Charlotte World Affairs Council World Citizen Award in 2016, the Case District 3 Inclusion and Diversity Leadership Award in 2015, the Leo M. Lambert Engaged Leader Award in 2014, the Belk Innovation of Diversity Award in 2013, the Charlotte Energy Leadership Award in 2013, the Charlotte Cornerstone Award 2012 for Positive Economic Impact, the Creative Thinker Award 2012 for UNC Charlotte Center City, and the Charlotte Regional Partnership Jerry Award in 2009 for public sector contributions to economic development. Chancellor Dubois and his wife, Lisa Dubois, have 3 children, Logan, Taylor, and Ali, and are the grandparents of 2 boys, Brooks and Leo, who they are looking forward to spending time with in retirement. So, Dr. Dubois, now that you've been recognized from across the world, we thought it fitting that we also recognize you here at home. It has been said that the most difficult place to be recognized is to be recognized at home. And so we would not have you leave this community without recognizing you. So at this time, I will read the Order of the Hornet. The Order of the Hornet was established in 1972. It is bestowed by the Board of County Commissioners on persons who have displayed valor or high order of the service uniquely and specifically to the citizens of Mecklenburg County. This is the highest honor bestowed by the board. The Order of the Hornet was founded in the spirit of early Mecklenburg patriots who signed the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence on May 20th, 1775, and proclaimed the county's freedom from Britain more than a year after the United States Declaration of Independence was signed. Those early patriots valiantly fought for their independence during the Revolution and gave Lord Cornwallis such difficulty during his occupation of Charlotte that he termed the town a hornet's nest of rebellion. Because Chancellor Philip Dubois reflects the honor, strength, and fierce American patriotism that so stung Lord Cornwallis, he was recommended for the membership in the Order of the Hornet. The Order of the Hornet. Know all persons by those present that Chancellor Philip L. Dubois is hereby inducted into the Order of the Hornet of Mecklenburg County. All right. In testimony thereof, we hereby confer the rights and privileges pertaining thereto and affix the seal of Mecklenburg County on this 16th day of June in the year 2020, signed by our chair, George Dunlap. That is my motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to second that, Chairman. This is Susan Harden.
All right, moved by Commissioner Dunlap, seconded by Commissioner Harden. So before we'll take the vote, let's have discussion. And I know everybody wants to say their farewells because he's already gone. So Susan, since you were seconded, we'll let you start first.
Well, I appreciate being able to go first because, you know, as many, I mean, everybody knows I'm a professor at UNC Charlotte, and I can just I want to say to Phil, just what an incredible impact you have made, you know, on certainly on my life, in the life of our constituents, and the life of our students, and the lives of our faculty and staff. I mean, when I think of how many students you have personally facilitated to reach their dreams and to go on and serve, you know, have really incredible jobs in this community because of the foundations you put in place as chancellor, and, you know, just the jobs that you helped created in this community for faculty and staff is incredible. And what a beautiful campus you helped design and create. I mean, it's just, it really is remarkable. So many of my students, you should know that, for people who should know this, that 28% of our students are first generation students, and 76% receive financial aid. And when they come on campus, you can just see the pride that when you live and study in a place that beautiful, what that does to the spirit of a person. It really lifts them. And so you've just meant so much to this community. You meant a lot to me personally. And so thank you for everything you've done. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. And our other UNC connection, Susan Rodriguez McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am an alum, a proud alum of UNC Charlotte. And I would like to congratulate the chancellor and say thank you so much for what you've done for the university. And I look forward to hearing about how it goes in retirement. So best of luck to you. And thank you for all of your work. That concludes my comments.
Commissioner Fuller.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to say my congratulations to Dr. Dubois. And I served as chair. I have a lot of events, and the chair is called upon to speak, and several events with Phil as a speaker. I never wanted to follow Phil. The reason I never wanted to follow him is because he always had humor for people, that had people rolling in the aisles when he spoke. So it's like, how can you follow that? Even, you know, despite the majesty of the chairman of the county commission, who would care after Phil Dubois spoke? So, Phil, I just want to tell you how proud I am that you have been with us for these last decade and a half, and how important you have been to our entire community, and I would say to our entire state. You are, if not the senior chancellor in the UNC system, I believe you are. And what leadership that has meant to our state, the discipline that you brought to the job, the dignity that you brought to the job, really can't be overstated, and you have very big shoes to fill, no pun intended. And I couldn't think of anybody who is more deserving of the Order of the Hornet than you, Phil Dubois. You have left quite a legacy here, and although I'm not an alum of the school, UNC Charlotte is in my heart. I have watched as the university has grown, even in the time that I've been in Charlotte, although I've been here over 20 years, but I've seen the university grow, and it's because of your foresight, your insight, your enthusiasm. I remember the day when we celebrated the opening of the Blue Line extension, and how proud you were of the fact that line came right on campus. And that wouldn't have happened without you. And so that's what I mean when I talk about legacy that you have left for us. So we're going to miss you. going to miss you personally, but we're going to miss you more in terms of the impact that you have left on this community, this growing community that you have been so much an important part of. So I wish you the very best. I wish you good luck. I pray for you and for your family, your dear wife, long-suffering wife, who who I got to know through ASC and her contributions to public art and art in general in our community. So we're going to miss you both. We love you, and we pray your continued success and that you find good fortune in your retirement. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scarborough.
And Dr. DeVos, I'm excited about UNC Charlotte because you've done an excellent job out there. I mean, before I knew anything about Charlotte, I knew that we were getting a new chancellor. So I appreciate that, and that's all I need to say. Much has been said. Thank you. Much success to you.
Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Phil, we are certainly going to miss you. It seems like yesterday that you arrived, and you were filling some big shoes of your predecessors, but oh boy, did you do that. And you were there at the university on the best of days, and you were there on the worst of days. And you were able to bring the school together and help them during those difficult times. And you were the reason I think our whole community was able to stay together and support UNC Charlotte during those very difficult days a couple of years ago. So I thank you for all that you have done. And I do want to recognize your secret weapon, your amazing wife, Lisa, and all that she has done, not only as your partner and your supporter, but all that she has done in the community. Commissioner Fuller mentioned her valuable contributions and leadership in the arts, but she also did amazing work with children, especially over the holidays, and was able to have trucks and trucks of wonderful toys and neat clothes and bicycles for needy children. And that was always a big passion of hers, and it was very contagious. So I really think she was your secret weapon the whole time. And we were blessed to have you as long as we did, but your legacy of the two of you will last forever. And I wish you success and happiness in Georgia, and always know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. And I thank you. That concludes my comments.
Commissioner Powell.
I just want to say congratulations and thank you for your commitment to education. Congratulations. Thank you.
Commissioner Leek. Commissioner Leek.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me first say thank you for the opportunity to say congratulations that you've reached a period in your life where you're young enough to move away and to retire and at least go to bed when you get ready and get up when you please. I just needed to say that you are receiving the highest honor from this board. So that means a lot to this community to do this, that we have been given the opportunity to thank you for providing what we call a quality education for all children who have been a part of the university. I remember when that university was beginning to become started, but you have taken it to the highest level. And I would hate to be the person who would have to come behind you, sir. But I'm so happy that board members did not forget your dedicated wife, your helpmate, who made you and helped you to become what you are and who you are. So to her, hats off to her, and to say to her to continue her journey, and thank you for allowing her to be herself. So to the children and the grandchildren, welcome their grandfather and their grandmother to retirement, because they will be skating and walking carefully and doing all the right things for the right people at the right time. And one thing I can say to you, sir, once an educator, always an educator. And all that you have, please disseminate it some more within the confines of the community where you find yourself. God bless and thank you.
Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's really interesting in how many of us have such close ties to the university. My wife is a graduate as well, and so I have extremely close ties. I want to just take a moment to say congratulations on this recognition, and I want to say thank you for all of your tremendous contributions to our community and hosting me and when we were able to come out there when we were first elected to this board, and we had a wonderful time, and it was a great experience to meet you and your team. And I just I pray and hope that you enjoy retirement, which I'm sure you will. And again, thank you so much.
And so before we conduct our vote, let me just say finally that I owe UNC Charlotte a debt of gratitude. Quick story. I was one of those high school students who wanted nothing else to do with school after I finished. I ended up going into the Marine Corps, got the GI Bill, but I still didn't want to use it. Then when I realized that I could make money by going to school, I went to CPCC, and I did that and got 2 degrees from CPCC. And someone suggested that I go to UNC Charlotte to further my education. And I went. I had to take an admissions exam, and I flunked it. And I was encouraged to go back, and I did. And I took the test again, and I flunked it. That's when I realized that I didn't test well. But I was fortunate enough to run into a professor who said to me that you just seem like the right kind of person who I believe will do this. And what he did for me was he gave me an opportunity to be admitted as a conditional student, and said to me that if you do well on these first 2 classes, we'll admit you as a full student. And that's what I did. And so I finished with a Bachelor of Science in Correctional Science, and that motivated me to go even higher. And in 2003, I received my master's, and I couldn't have been prouder. So, Dr. Dubois, thank you for all that you've done for the university. Thank you for what you've done for our community. To you and Lisa, we wish you the best. I know you both will keep each other smiling. So I just wish you the best as you move to your new location. So this time we're going to conduct a roll call vote. You've already heard the motion has been seconded by Commissioner Harden. Commissioner Powell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Leek?
Yes, with flying colors.
Commissioner Jarrell?
Aye.
Commissioner Harden?
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham?
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller? Commissioner Fuller? Commissioner Scarborough?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, Dr. Dubois, you have been officially inducted. So this time you get to make some comments.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you. As the early part of your meeting reflected, these are sober and difficult times for our community. And so I appreciate the time you've taken out of your meeting to thank Lisa and thank me, and we're very moved. We've been down here in Georgia about 5 weeks because we've been conducting the university by remote control as you've been conducting your commission meetings. And so far we're getting along. Lisa said for some time she didn't know that she wanted twice the husband at half the money, but we're doing fine. And we have just 13 more days to go before Sharon Gaber will come in and take my place, probably in about the third week of July. I appreciate your unanimous vote because you already sent me the plaque and I wasn't going to return it. I've got this very spiffy golden hornet here in a glass block, which I think is very attractive and will have a proud place in my home office here in Greensboro, Georgia. You know, the partnership with the county has been broad and deep for the past 15 years. You've already reflected on some of those. The county was very much there on April 30th, 2019. A Mecklenburg medic was spectacular in responding to the scene of our shootings. More recently, we've been working with County Manager Diorio and Director Harris on the COVID-19 response. Maybe our greatest accomplishment together was the redevelopment of First Ward and the creation of the First Ward Park. And of course, our graduates are all throughout the county and on the commission, and you sponsor many, many internships for our students, which we deeply appreciate. You take so many of those students and give them a chance, and that matters to us. You know, the hornet's nest is a powerful symbol of Mecklenburg County, Mecklenburg history, and it's often an apt descriptor of the job of a chancellor. So I'm going to wear it as a badge of honor. And I thank you, commissioners and Mr. Chairman, and I hope your meeting goes well because thus far I really appreciate what you've done tonight.
Well, thank you so much. And let me apologize to our county manager because I intended to give her an opportunity to share some words too, because you two have worked so well together. Dina, if you'd like to, please.
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been an absolute delight and pleasure to work with Phil and to work with Lisa. I always say that the best parties in town are held at the Bissell House. Just everything that you've done for the community, the projects that we've worked on, you've been such a collaborative partner, and we've been able to do some amazing things. So you will be missed. But I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a good friend and being a supporter and helping us do some amazing things here in Mecklenburg County. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dina. I should mention, George, as I leave, I have two children, Taylor and Allie, still living in Charlotte. So we'll be haunting the streets of Charlotte fairly frequently in the years to come.
Well, thank you for that. All right, let us move on to our next item. It's a proclamation sponsored by Commissioner Cotham, but I understand Commissioner Leak is going to read that proclamation.
Are you ready for me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me read this proclamation, and I want to thank our dear friend, Pat Cotham, who is at large, for recognizing one of our former members of this great board in the name of Glenn Blaisdell, who was born March 31st, 1927 in Boston, Massachusetts, to the late Clifford and Margarita Blaisdell. And whereas Mr. Blaisdell enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the young age of 17, and he selfishly served his country and the county, and he served in the Philippines during World War II. And whereas Mr. Blaisdell attended night school at the University of Georgia while working full-time and receiving degrees in accounting and law. And whereas in 1967, Mr. Blaisdell moved to Charlotte, North Carolina, to work for Mecklenburg County, where he served in several roles, including county accountant, director of finance, and from 1970 to 1980, as county manager of Mecklenburg County. And whereas Mr. Blaisdell took great pride in his work for Mecklenburg County and was a great asset to this great county. In the year of May 5th, 2020, Mr. Blaisdell died at the age of 93. And he never stopped learning. That's the dear thing about those who began to get the light bulb of education. Whereas Mr. Blaisdell was preceded in death by his wife and his beloved cat, Pumpkin, and is survived by a son, his daughter-in-law, Glenda, his grandson, Morgan, and Morgan's wife, 2 children, Avery Sharp Blaisdell and Sharp Blaisdell, his granddaughter, Kathleen Blaisdell and his daughter. Whereas Mr. Blaisdell loved his family, especially his children, and also his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren, who all loved and admired him in return. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mecklenburg County Commissioners honor the life and legacy of Glenn Chamberlain Blaisdell, and hereby proclaim Wednesday, June the 17th, 2020, as Glenn Chamberlain Blaisdell Day. And that is signed this day, June the 16th, 2020, by the chairperson, George Dunlap, chairman of the County Board of Mecklenburg Commissioners, and submitted by our good friend, Pat Cotham. And thank you for affording me to read this and hope you're feeling better, Pat. So move, Mr. Chairman, to receive this proclamation.
Is there a second?
Second. Fuller.
Okay, it was moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Fuller. At this time, I'll conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Powell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Leak?
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell?
Aye.
Commissioner Harden?
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell?
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham?
Aye, and thank you, Commissioner Leak, for reading it.
Commissioner Fuller?
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, thank you. We'll move to item 206219, proclamation by Commissioner Leak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the board and most of all, Mr. Mark Jarrell, for leading us off with his proclamation, deals specifically with racism being a health crisis in Mecklenburg County. So to this board and to this community, thank you for affording me this opportunity. Whereas George Perry Floyd Jr. was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina on October the 14th, 1974, and was raised in the city of Houston, Texas. And whereas Mr. Floyd was educated through the Houston school system and graduated from Jack Yates High School, where he played on both the basketball and the football team and was a star tight. He was a star tight end on the football team as a player. And whereas Mr. Floyd attended South Florida Community College and played for the basketball team as a center and forward, power forward. And whereas Mr. Floyd left Houston and was embracing a fresh start on life in Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, where he worked as a security support person and at the Salvation Army Harbor Light Center and other places in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Whereas on Monday, May the 25th, 2020, the world witnessed the inhumane death of Mr. Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department officer, which we set a few minutes ago through 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Whereas the death of Mr. Floyd has led to community, national, and global outrage and outcry through mass protests held in cities across the United States and around the world against the injustice, inequities of the treatment of Black people in America. And whereas because of this action, the world is now awaiting on America to take a stand and eradicating these injustices against Black people and people of color, and especially Black men. Whereas studies have shown that the rate at which Black Americans are killed by police is more than twice as high as the rate of white Americans. And whereas through the efforts of people across the world, we hope that America will awaken to the need of providing respect, equal citizenship, and support of all citizens, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed. And whereas, as a way of overcoming racial disparities, we're saying Mecklenburg County, through the health department, must provide accessible health sites to service all people. Through the Board of Education, providing education for children who are being neglected with a quality education, that they should leave the school system with a diploma saying that they're college ready or job ready. We mandate a living wage for all people, provide access to quality food, and promote healthy living. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners will and must support implementing, making these requests a reality for all citizens of our community to truly live, to work, to recreate, and hereby proclaim June 15th through the 20th, 2020, as Racial Equality Awareness Week in Mecklenburg County, and encourage all citizens to join us in this special observance, this 16th day of June 2020. Signed by our chairperson, Mr. George R. Dunlap, Mecklenburg County chairperson, and Vilma D. Leak, District 2, Mecklenburg County Commissioner. So move, Mr. Chairman, that we receive and put in action this proclamation.
Second, Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Jarrell.
All right, so it's been moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Jarrell. At this time, I will conduct the roll call vote. Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Coppin.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous yes vote.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move to public appearance. Madam Clerk, there are speakers signed up.
Yes, Chair Dunlap, we have one speaker.
All right, we have one speaker. And so the public appearance is appeared during the board's regular meeting that members of the public are provided the opportunity to speak on matters not appearing on the agenda. Members of the public who appear during the public appearance portion of our regular meeting may discuss any matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Commissioners except the following type matters: a matter which concerns the candidacy of any person for public office, including the candidacy of a person appearing before the board, or a request that the board consider funding a certain program or activity, either from the current budget or by inclusion in a future budget. Such requests would be made at the board's annual budget public hearing. The time limit for speaking is 3 minutes. You'll be recognized. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. A timer will sound at the end of your 3 minutes. You will be thanked and placed on mute. Madam Clerk, if you would now call on our speakers.
The speaker is Marianne Gaffney. Ms. Gaffney, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me be a part of this meeting. I feel like the beginning of the meeting was something that I'll remember for the rest of my life, and I'm grateful that I was able to participate in that. I thank you for your devotion and your professionalism, your care and your seriousness and your leadership. Your presentation was beautifully written and beautifully presented, and I'm very appreciative. I basically stayed on the line just to say that because I really wanted to thank you, and I'll address the comments that I had to all of you via email, but I just wanted to thank you for all that you did this evening to bring things to our attention as the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any more speakers?
That concludes our speakers for this evening.
All right. So this time we will move to our next item, 206187, a continued public hearing for closing of a portion of right-of-way for Laharan Lane. But before we do that, let me call upon our attorney who would like to make comments relative to this action.
Good evening, Commissioner. This matter was before the board back in March and was continued to this hearing. The last hearing, there was some thought that roads connecting various homes would be completed so that the board could move forward with the closure. However, because of the weather during the spring, they weren't able to get all the roads completed and the asphalt laid. And so they've requested a continuance to the next hearing to July 7th for the board's meeting. And so I wanted the record to reflect the request that I've received from the attorney representing the petitioner. So they do believe that with the weather, they should be able to complete the road, the asphalt and the paving by the next board hearing on July 7th, a meeting on July 7th.
All right. There has been a request to, what's the proper term?
Continue.
Continue to July 7th. All right. Is there such a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion. Commissioner Fuller.
All right. Is there a second? Anybody?
I'll second. This is Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
All right. The motion is moved by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. This time we'll conduct the roll call vote. Commissioner Powell?
I need some clarification. Does this mean we're going to vote again on July 7th or that the road closes on July 7th?
So they have not brought back for us what we've asked them to do. And so what they're asking is that we wait until the next meeting so that they can come before us and share with us how they've resolved the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're just continuing the hearing until they come back before us.
Okay, I vote yes.
All right, Commissioner Lee.
Yes. You hear me?
Commissioner Jarrell.
Yes.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous vote to continue the hearing.
All right, so there, thank you. We move to item 206204, a TEFRA hearing, Acts Retirement Life Communities Incorporated. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved, Mr. Chairman. This is Commissioner Jarrell.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Jarrell, seconded by Commissioner Fuller. At this time, we'll conduct a roll call vote to open the hearing. Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes. Is
Commissioner
my mute
Jarrell.
on, sir?
No, we hear you. Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous vote to open the hearing.
All right, the hearing is now open. Are there any speakers signed up to speak?
No, Chair Dunlap, there are no speakers.
There being no speakers, is there a motion to close the public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the issues by the Public Finance Authority of its Acts Retirement Life Communities Incorporated?
So
So
moved.
move, Scarborough.
Series
Second.
2020 bonds in one or more series in an amount not to exceed $60 million. It was moved by Commissioner Scarborough and seconded by
Lee.
Commissioner Leak. All right. Okay, so this time we'll conduct a roll call vote. Commissioner Powell,
Yes.
Commissioner Leak,
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell,
Aye.
Commissioner Harding,
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Copham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That was a unanimous yes vote.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move to the manager's report. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 items under my manager's report tonight. The first item is to provide an update to the board on our Discovery Place Nature Museum project. As you know, we've been working with the community for several months on revisions to the plan to satisfy some of the concerns that the neighbors have had with the project. We have been doing that through the COVID-19 pandemic. And we think we're at a place now where we have satisfied the concerns of the neighbors. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Lee Jones, our Director of Park and Recreation, to tee up the presentation and present to you our final design plan. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Manager Diorio, Chair Dunlap, Vice Chair Powell, County Commissioners, and County staff. Tonight's presentation will be provided by our Division Director for Capital Planning and Alliance Development Services, Mr. Bert Lynn. Bert should be ready to tee up the presentation. He's worked very closely with Discovery Place and with Asset Facility Management. So I'm going to go ahead and let Bert Lynn get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Vice Chair, members of the board, and County Commissioner Diorio. Thank you for allowing us to provide you with an update on the work completed over the last few months for Discovery Place Nature in partnership with Discovery Place. This work has been in response to a number of concerns shared by neighbors who live in and around Freedom Park, the location of Discovery Place Nature. Next slide, please. So, why does the existing Discovery Place Nature need to be rebuilt? The existing building was built in 1951. Being almost 70 years old, the building has reached the end of its effective life. Changes in building systems, accessibility and life safety standards, and the limitations to improve and enhance exhibits all point to the need for a new building. The new building will allow Discovery Place to meet modern museum accreditation standards. The current building is approximately 13,000 square feet in size. Conceptual design of the new building currently sizes the building at approximately 25,900 square feet. The larger size of the new building will require additional parking. There are currently 61 parking spaces on site. The minimum required parking for a building this size and with this mix of uses is 87 spaces, an increase of 26 spaces. Next slide, please. I would like to provide you with a quick overview of the site conditions that must be considered as part of the project. Access to the existing facility is provided from Sterling Road. There's quite a bit of slope on the site, approximately 40 feet of vertical change from the high point of the site at the driveway off of Sterling Road to the lowest point of the site along Little Sugar Creek Greenway. There is FEMA floodplain located on the site along Little Sugar Creek. The floodplain is shown by the pink line that moves across the plan. The area adjacent to Princeton Avenue on the left side of the building in this plan is primarily floodplain. The current building is perched on a hill above the floodplain. The green shaded areas on this graphic represent primarily natural areas of the site. The unshaded areas of the site represents impacted areas, which include the driveway, the parking lot, and the building itself. Our goal is to maximize the use of the impacted areas of the site for the new project while minimizing new impacts to these natural areas. While we must respond to the characteristics of the site, we must also be careful to consider the uses adjacent to the site. Next slide, please. Allow me to provide you with a brief history of the project. Discovery Place led a master plan effort in 2015 to envision the future of Discovery Place Nature, understand the size and scope of the new facility, and develop a high-level budget for the project. The county had some participation in this master plan process. Mecklenburg County led a request for qualifications effort in early 2019, where the design team led by Leolio Architecture was selected. In July of 2019, Mecklenburg County led a request for qualifications effort for the construction manager at risk, the contractor for the site. Rogers Leaper was selected for this project. Over the summer of 2019, the design team began conceptual design for the new Discovery Place Nature. Early designs identified 2 items that would require a variance from the city. The variances would affect the location of the driveway access to the new center and the location of the parking lot. This information was shared with several community groups in meetings held in August of 2019. The 2 variances were submitted to the city and reviewed with testimony, both in support and in opposition. In October of 2019, the variance on access to the site from Sterling Road was approved, while the variance regarding the location of the parking lot was denied. Next slide, please. The ideal location for the building is in the same general location of the existing building. It is above the floodplain, central to the site, and in close proximity to the entrance to Freedom Park and located along Little Sugar Creek Greenway. The proposed building faces Little Sugar Creek Greenway and Freedom Park to create a more inviting and accessible feel. The proposed building would present as a 1-story structure from the current entrance on Sterling Road. As the site slopes down toward Little Sugar Creek, a lower level would emerge from below. The building presents as a 2-story building along Little Sugar Creek Greenway. The primary entrance is located on the lower level adjacent to the Greenway and the park, and that's shown here in the large red arrow. Visitors would enter into a high lobby space where they can access exhibit and classroom spaces. Ground level access to the outdoor exhibits are provided through the lower level, and that's shown here with the 2 smaller red arrows. The core area shown here would house restrooms, stairs, and the elevator for the building. The dashed line in the lower level represents the footprint of the upper level. As visitors enter the upper level of the lobby space, they will find a large exhibit space to one side and a flex space overlooking the Greenway, which can serve as a large classroom, meeting space, or a specialty exhibit area. An observation area overlooking the outdoor exhibits will be accessed from this upper level. The back of house area on the upper level houses support functions for the building, which include animal care areas, staff offices, and IT and building systems. Next slide, please. The building and parking lot are proposed in the same general area where they exist today. An entrance plaza is proposed at the main entry to the building at the lower level, directly adjacent to Little Sugar Creek Greenway and Freedom Park, and that's shown here with the red dot. An accessible path will connect this entrance plaza to the parking area. Several exhibits will be located along Little Sugar Creek Greenway and the entrance path, including a pollinator garden, an apiary, which is a collection of beehives, and an enhanced frog bog. Larger outdoor exhibits are proposed within a fenced area adjacent to the new building. This area will include an otter habitat, an outdoor classroom, canopy walk, an aviary, learning kiosks, and walking trails. Following the variance process I mentioned earlier, concerns regarding the project continued to be shared with staff, as well as the county manager's office and with county commissioners. The decision was made at that time to pause the design of the project to better understand the concerns of the neighborhood and, if possible, address those concerns as part of this project. Next slide, please. We held 2 neighborhood meetings in December of 2019 and January of 2020. The first was to address a list of questions submitted to the county on behalf of the neighborhood. The questions fell within 4 groups. Many neighbors shared that they felt there wasn't enough community engagement during the master plan process several years ago and wanted to understand how engagement could be improved during the current project. There was concern that the impact of the new building to the site and the tree canopy would be too great. Neighbors were concerned that a new, larger Discovery Place nature would contribute to more traffic and increased on-street parking along Sterling Road. Neighbors were also concerned about access to the parking area after hours and overnight. Based on the feedback received during this meeting, the design team studied a number of site layout scenarios that would address these concerns. Next slide, please. At our second neighborhood meeting in January of 2020, we shared 5 feasible site layout options. Attendees were asked to comment on the option they felt best addressed their concerns. The comments here represent the concerns shared by a number of attendees on both the merits and shortfalls of some of these options. Opinions on the site layouts varied widely, and no single layout was favored by those at the meeting. For this reason, we felt it was best to have further discussions with those most affected by the site layout, the neighbors whose properties are directly adjacent to the site. Next slide, please. The concept the design team felt best addressed the feedback received at the previous meeting was shared with each adjacent neighbor in February of 2020 to mixed results. The bus drop-off on Princeton Avenue, shown here with the red dot, was overwhelmingly appreciated and agreed that it would have a positive impact on traffic to and from the facility. Many neighbors, however, felt the impact to the site was still too invasive due to the long linear parking area and the turnaround located at the end of the parking area. We were asked to consider additional revisions to the site plan to explore a more compact option for the new enlarged parking area. Next slide, please. A revised site plan was completed in March 2020. However, the COVID-19 pandemic delayed our meeting with the adjacent neighbors. We were eventually able to meet again with the neighbors the week of June 1st, 2020 via Skype. The current layout integrates the turnaround into the parking lot area rather than being at the end of the parking lot. An accessible sidewalk will run from Sterling Road to the parking lot and down to the entrance plaza of the new building. This sidewalk will also serve as an access to Little Sugar Creek Greenway and Freedom Park. All 87 proposed parking spaces for the building would be located in the parking area as shown here. The parking area will be lit with LED lighting to allow for the control, or allow us to control the hours of operation and the light levels overnight, concerns shared by several of the adjacent neighbors. A retaining wall will be located on the park side of the proposed parking area to reduce impacts to the floodplain. The average height of this wall is approximately 5.5 feet. A bus drop-off will be provided on Princeton Avenue. Visitors visiting via bus will enter through the outdoor exhibit space and then into the museum. Next slide, please. The biggest change between the current parking area and the new parking area is the buffer between the adjacent homes and the parking lot. Today, the edge of the existing parking lot sits just a few feet from the property line. The new parking lot will be offset approximately 38 feet from the property line and will include a privacy fence shown here with the red line and a landscape buffer. And that privacy fence will be on the actual property line. I know it shows a little offset on this graphic, and that is a mistake on my part. While the buffer requires the entire parking lot to shift towards the park and greenway, it provides much needed and much appreciated separation from the adjacent properties. This concept was viewed as an improvement by the adjacent neighbors. There are a few minor adjustments to be incorporated, but the layout works well with the site. Next slide, please. Our next step will be to reactivate the design team to begin work on the project again. We will first incorporate the feedback received from the adjacent neighbors in our meetings earlier this month. Next, we will begin to update and dial in the project schedule. From a high level, we anticipate the design, permitting, and bidding to wrap up in summer of 2021. At that time, construction will begin, and we anticipate the site and building construction to take approximately 12 months to complete. An additional 6 months will be required to install the exhibits in the new building and on the site around. We anticipate the project to be open to the public in early 2023. Next slide, please. With this, I'll turn the presentation back over to Park and Recreation Director Lee Jones.
Thank you, Bert. So that concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to entertain any questions that you may have at this time.
All right, let me say thank you. This is another one of those projects that the county has been involved in for an extremely long period of time, and I will tell you that I am happy to know that you guys have still been working on it and that you now have a resolution. So this was started, I think, in 2015. So this time we're going to open it up for questions. Madam Clerk, it will set the timer for 4 minutes initially and 2 minutes on a follow-up. You don't have to take that much time if you don't need it. We'll start with Commissioner Fuller.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for.
Come closer to your mic, Commissioner Fuller.
Oh, you can't hear me. Hold on a second. I had it up above my head. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Excellent. So I just wanted to say again, thank you to Lee and Bert for continuing to work on this. I'm really glad we've had the communication with neighbors there. I know it can be intrusive if we're not sensitive to the neighbors' concerns. So I'm very glad that we've been able to do that, and I like this new design to be able to accomplish that. I do have a couple of questions. First, I want to know whether any of the changes that we've been talking about would change the original design to the building. Then I wanted to know whether the denial of the variance, I think that's what I heard, denial of the variance relating to the parking lot, what the consequence of that is. And then wanted to know what is the current square footage of the building. So those are the three questions I had.
Sure. So The current square footage of the building is approximately 13,000 square feet. And the proposed size is just under double that at 25,900 square feet. The variance we requested on the parking lot was to forego the buffer between the parking lot and the adjacent property in an effort to reduce impact to the floodplain on the site. Because that was denied, we've included that buffer. It will affect the cost of construction a bit, but with retaining walls and the layout that we have here, we'll have very minimal impacts to the floodplain. And then I am having trouble remembering your third question.
Yeah, so the third question was, have any of these changes we've talked about changed at least our original vision of what the building itself would look like?
No, sir, it hasn't. The building has not moved in terms of design since we paused the project in November of 2019.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because part of my support for the project was how impressed I was with that design and really excited about what the eventual product would be. So those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Scarborough.
Commissioner Scarborough, no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Cotham?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was at one of those community engagement meetings, and there really were vocal opposition and support for the project. And I just wondered if Mr. Lynn can give us an update, like Dina stated that they have addressed the concerns of the residents. And so I just wonder if you can, sort of color it in a little bit more about the response from the neighborhood and from the folks who would be impacted.
Sure. So some of the residents that were most affected, as I stated in the presentation, were those adjacent neighbors, and particularly those who have kind of a wooded area behind their house now. And in some of the layouts that we looked at would have some of those trees removed for the extension of the parking area. And so we were able to create a more compact design that worked well with the site and reduced the amount of impact that we had to the site. Currently, there's approximately 1.3 acres of impacted area. This design increases that to 1.6. So it's a 0.3 of an acre increase to the impacted area of the site, which is fairly small considering we're doubling the building and adding quite a bit more parking spaces. Mm-hmm. Some of the other concerns that were shared, particularly regarding parking on the roads, we explored several options with the Charlotte Department of Transportation. One option was to not allow parking on the roads at all, which the neighbors weren't in favor of because they like to be able to park there. Another option that we discussed was the potential for permitted parking here on a permanent basis. And that was not something that the Department of Transportation was willing to entertain. Some of the ways that we are able to address that will be when we have large festivals within the park. We may be able to treat the areas directly around the park as the areas around the Greek Festival are treated in Dilworth, if you're familiar with that, where the neighbors directly adjacent to that area have permitted parking for several days.
Right.
So that is something they were willing to entertain. And also the bus drop-off. There's quite a bit of school children that visit on a regular basis. And so by keeping that bus traffic on Princeton, which is a more major road, and not coming in and out of the parking lot, everyone saw that as a plus. Okay,
thank you. I appreciate those tweaks that you guys have made, but it still really feels to me like a giant thing that it doesn't fit the space. And I understand what you're saying, that it's only slightly larger than what's there now, but all of the attractions and everything, it just seems like it would be so much better suited if it was placed somewhere else. But anyways, that's kind of my first impression of this, and my first impression hasn't changed. So anyways, that concludes my questions and comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Harden.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no questions.
All right, Commissioner Jarrell.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leek.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
Bert, can you speak to other properties that you looked at for placement of Discovery Nature in the county?
Yeah, there was a request during one of the first two meetings that we had to, potentially explore a few different locations outside of Freedom Park for this. And one of those that came up in the meeting was Park Road Park. And there were a few other locations that we looked at. And there were some limitations that we found within those parks that don't exist in Freedom Park, particularly pertaining to land and water conservation funding that has been used in a lot of our older parks within our system that limit the building of indoor uses or indoor facilities within the park and require an offset and a payment for anything of that nature. We're able to get around that here at this park because Discovery Place Nature was built in 1951, and those land and water conservation funds weren't used here until the early 70s. So they didn't apply to this particular location. We're grandfathered in with the square footage that we have. There were also some impacts to funding on Discovery Place's side, their matching funding that they were using that they did not feel would be able to transfer from this site to another location.
So my understanding is there are strings tied from donors to this location, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And do you have a dollar amount on that? Do you know?
The amount that would not transfer, I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. So anyone that's been paying attention to this knows that I have never been a fan of this site. I don't think it's the right site. I think it's going to be like a festival in the park problem every single day. I feel like Freedom Park is already crowded and being loved to death. And I am very concerned about the crowds. I do want you to know that I'm thankful. I'm very thankful that you're listening to community input. But I feel like the people that have called me feel like it's they're being steamrolled and coming whether they want it or not. So they're trying to give input on how to make it the best it can be. I'm very concerned about many things. The loss of tree canopy, the lighting, the crowds. I think it would be a much better fit to put it somewhere in District 2 or in District 4 to spur the economy and to make it equitable. But that is my opinion. And I do appreciate, I'd like to hear some more community input. So I hope we get invited to the next meeting. Thank you.
I think everybody's had at least one round. As I stated before, this project has been in existence now for 5 years. So 3 years before some of you got to the board, we have been working on this project. Since you have gotten to the board, there have been a number of changes to the project, and we're now at a point where everybody can agree. And so if the community is okay with it, the funders are okay with it, I think this ought to be something that we ought to be able to support, as opposed to trying to figure out something else that would make us go through this whole process again by infringing on something that somebody else may or may not want. So I think we're in a good space, and I would ask you to support this initiative. So second and final round, Commissioner Fuller.
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Scarborough.
No further comments, but I wonder whether is this time now for a motion?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. All right.
Commissioner
Yay.
Cotham. Commissioner Cotham.
No further questions. We have talked about this for a long time, so thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
No further comments.
Commissioner Harden.
No comments.
Commissioner Jarrell.
No additional comments, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leek.
No comments, and leave my thing on so you all can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. No comments.
Commissioner Powell.
This is Commissioner Powell, and I've been involved every step of the way since 2015 and have never voted yes. And so I do not support this site, and I won't. And I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
All right, so the chair has no other questions. Okay, Commissioner Scarborough, at this time I entertain a motion to accept.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is not an item this is for information only. This does not require a vote of the board.
All right, thank you. And we look forward to further follow-up. All right, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda tonight is approval of capital project ordinances for fiscal year 21. And I'm going to turn the podium over to Sarah Cunningham, our CFO, who will walk you through a presentation about where we are with our capital improvement plan and where we go from here. So with that, I will turn it over to Sarah.
Good evening. Thank you, County Manager DiOrio, Chair Dunlap, and Commissioners. Tonight, I'm presenting to you the capital ordinances for your approval as we enter our third year of the fiscal year 2019 through 2023 capital improvement plan. Next slide, please. The Capital Improvement Plan, or CIP, is a 5-year plan that provides a roadmap to our investments to sustain and improve the county's infrastructure. The CIP identifies the costs, the funding sources, the type of project, the locations, and the timing for construction and completion of all the projects that the county expects to undertake over the 5-year period. And may I ask, are people able to hear me? I'm getting some text that is that better?
We hear you. I hear you.
Thank you, sir. So the CIP identifies the costs, the funding, the type of project, the location, and the timing for construction and completion of all the projects that the county expects to undertake within the 5-year period. As you all know, the CIP funds some capital investments in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, park and recreation, government facilities, Central Piedmont Community College, and the libraries. Each year, we bring you the capital ordinances that provide the budget authority for the coming year of the CIP. Next slide, please. Now, normally at this point, the CIP is fairly set in terms of timing and costs. However, this year, CMS is coming to the county with a significant expected increase in the costs for its current CMS capital plan. So tonight I will walk through the current CIP with proposed major changes and a focus on the CMS increases. We will then walk through the CIP for the other categories of investment and then take your questions. Next slide, please. The proposed changes for CMS and other new investments would increase the capital plan from $1.61 billion to $1.75 billion over the 5 years. CMS has forecast a significant net increase of $89.2 million to cover additional costs of land and construction. This covers all of the expected shortfalls net of savings that CMS has identified for the entire fiscal year 2019 through 2023 CIP. CMS ordinances that we are asking you to approve tonight would provide $75.5 million of this funding. The rest of the increases are associated with projects that are slated to start next year, and you will see them in the ordinances that we bring to you next June. As you can see in the chart at the top, the other ordinances for park and recreation, government facilities, and library implement items that the BOCC has either reviewed or approved in previous meetings. We have the $2 million in additional funding for park and recreation land as provided in the operating budget. We have $8 million for government facilities, including the CGMC renovations and the county building security enhancements projects. And we also have $39.5 million for Spirit Square, as discussed in a previous regular board meeting. As of May 31st, $262.9 million of the current CIP has been expended. Next slide, please. CMS estimates $89.2 million more is needed to achieve the projects that are outlined in the current fiscal year 19 through 2023 CIP. This is an increase of 9.6% in costs across the current CIP for CMS. On the growth side, there's an estimated $100.4 million in cost increases for land and additional construction costs across 20 projects. Of this $100 million, $30 million is for land, and $70.4 million is for increased project costs. These increases are offset in part with a savings of $11.2 million. Those projects where bids have come in below projected as follows: Collinswood Language Academy, Harding High School, and both the North and South K-8 language immersion schools. Next slide, please. The CMS ordinances tonight include $30 million of new funding for land, which includes $2.5 million for the Windsor Idlewind Elementary School Relief School and $27.5 million for South Mecklenburg Relief High School. Now, please note the $27.5 million is the total estimated cost for land for South Mecklenburg Relief High School. CMS is proposing to repurpose the $12.5 million that was already set aside for land for South Mecklenburg Relief High School to cover estimated project cost increases for this high school. The ordinances before you tonight would provide funding for the projects that have started in previous fiscal years or anticipated shortfalls, net of estimated savings. It would also repurpose the $12.5 million that have been provided for South Mecklenburg High School land to cover the increased construction costs. It also funds projects that are starting in fiscal year 2021, which are E.E. Waddell and the Garinger High School renovation in addition. As of May 31st, CMS has spent $142.1 million of its current CIP. Next slide, please. So going over some of the other categories, the CIP for Park and Recreation provides $8.6 million in total funding for land acquisition in fiscal year 2021. That's a total of $37 million in the current CIP for Park and Rec land acquisition. As of May 31st, $14.5 million has been spent to acquire land under the current CIP for Park and Recreation. In addition to land, the proposed ordinances would fund $5 million for the Eastfield Regional Park set to start this year. So far, there has been $69.1 million of the current CIP for Park and Recreation spent to date. Next slide, please. Looking to government facilities, the ordinances before you tonight would increase the budget for CGMC renovation by $3.8 million. This is to be offset by savings from government facilities from the fiscal year 2014 to 2018 CIP. The action would also fund phase 2 of county security upgrades with an increase of $4.8 million for a total cost of $7.6 million. Under the current CIP, $20.4 million has been spent to date on government facilities projects. Next slide, please. Central Piedmont Community College projects have all been authorized through prior year ordinances. So just to give an overview of what we have so far, total appropriations of $151.1 million in this CIP cover investments in Central Campus, Harris Campus, and land acquisition. Of the Central Piedmont Community College budget, 21.5 million has been spent for the CPCC projects. Next slide, please. For the library, the ordinances provide 39.5 million for the Spirit Square and main library projects, as these projects are connected. This is added to the 66.7 million already existing in the CIP for the main library project and Scaly Bark Library Replacement Project approved last year. Total expenses for the library to date have been 6.4 million. This reflects slower than anticipated spending, due in large part to main library decisions on hold pending the Spirit Square approval last board meeting. Next slide, please. Now, as we move to questions, CMS guests are on the line and available to address questions on projects for the CMS portfolio. We have CMS Superintendent Ernest Winston, Deputy Superintendent for Operations Carol Stamper, and Program Director for Capital Services Don Cave, all available to help outline any questions you may have on CMS projects. And we thank them for being available for these questions. With that, happy to address any questions by the board.
All right, Madam Clerk, 4 minutes and 2 minutes. I will start with Commissioner Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to go back to the slide for the library CIP. And you mentioned on this slide that the ordinance provides $39.5 million for Spirit Square. Now, does that flow from the decision we just made last meeting or the meeting before, where we made a selection on which one of the Spirit Square options we wanted?
Yes, that's exactly right. This reflects the 39.5 million for the option the board voted on.
Okay. And then with respect to the CMS requests, am I to understand that there were some savings from projects that have been completed either in this CIP or in previous CIPs that's now going to be help offset this 89 million, or have you already included that in the 89 million number?
That is already included in the 89 million number. So for the 4 schools where there were savings on slide 5, those reflect schools that have already been bid out and the bids have come in below projected. So Collinswood Language Academy, Hardin High School, and both of the K-8 language immersion schools. That provides the 11.2 million in savings.
All right, so let me sharpen my question a bit. Okay. So with respect to projects that are from a previous CIP, and to the extent that we're savings from those projects in a previous CIP, are those savings applied in this CIP?
So for CMS, all of the savings that would apply here for the 19 through 2023 CIP are within the current CIP.
All right, so were there savings in the previous CIP?
There were not savings in the previous CIP. Those where there were individual projects where there were savings, those were reapplied to projects where there were overages and prior actions.
Okay, so
there was about 1.9 million in savings across a few projects remaining in the prior CIP that went into the shortfall for the CTE project in the prior CIP, the 14 to 18 CIP. So those have already been applied.
All right. And so do we expect that this $11.2 million of quote unquote savings will be the extent of savings that we'll have on CMS projects in this CIP, or might there be some additional opportunities for savings that would help offset perhaps in the future this $89 million request?
So these are the savings that we expect to date. The county staff have been working very closely with CMS staff over the past few months, and we're working to make sure that as we identify savings or opportunities we're bringing that information on a more regular basis to the board. So as of now, it's our best estimate of the savings we have. I'll look if CMS Carol Stamper or Superintendent Winston would like to address that. Further.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cunningham. And thank you, Chairman Dunlap, members of the Board of County Commissioners, and County Manager DiOrio for this opportunity to join your meeting virtually this evening. As Ms. Cunningham stated, attending with me are Ms. Stamper and Mr. Cave. And I would just like to take a brief opportunity to answer part of that question. And Ms. Stamper and Mr. Cave, if you have any additional information, please join in. But as it relates to the savings, when we look at the 2013 bond project, there's approximately another about $10 million from that bond that could potentially be applied. Now, we will, of course, continue to pursue savings and cost avoidance to our projects. And so, as Ms. Cunningham stated, there could be additional savings down the road.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for this round.
All right, Commissioner Scarborough.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, I don't have any more questions at this time.
All right, Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this presentation. You know, I know that these escalation issues are real, and the price of land has increased tremendously. And we also have had a lot of tariffs on steel that affect construction cost. So, you know, I don't know how you can calculate that way ahead of time because you don't know things are going to happen. So, but this is the world we live in. And so I'm not overreacting to these numbers. And, but I do think it is important that we continue to buy land for the future because, you know, of things like this. So I don't really have any questions. We have heard presentations like this over the years. And I know that the county and the school systems working together on this. So thank you for the presentation. That concludes my comments.
Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say that I really, I understand these overruns for the school projects, and as Commissioner Cotham said, you know, these are understandable with our current climate that we find ourselves in. One of the things that I am really concerned about, and I'd just love to address this to our CMS guests on the line. The thing that I hear most in my district, one of the biggest problems is middle school overcrowding, particularly at Community House Middle. And so I think that the high school issue, I'm extremely excited that is in the works. But it seems like the middle school issue was maybe left out somehow of the equation when the bond was created. I'm not quite sure, you know, how that occurs or whatever. I did notice that there have been some boundary changes for Community House, and I know the Ray Farms K-8 is going to take a little bit away from that school, but that school is severely overcrowded. And as, you know, a newer commissioner, looking at the CIP this way, I guess what I'm looking for is there any way of advocating for a project aside from the, the bond that the middle school was missed. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to figure out how I can advocate. Can you guys bring a project for a middle school to relieve overcrowding? Because as I look at the CIP in this 5-year process and the previous bond, leaving it out, I'm just trying to figure out how can we address this extremely overcrowding situation that we have in the middle schools in District 6?
Commissioner Harden, thank you very much for that question. I appreciate that. I will just indicate that we are currently in the process of updating our capital needs assessment. I know that it will take additional funds to build another school. And perhaps I think, one of the best ways to address that would be in a future bond. Other ways to address the middle school needs, and to your point, they are real in terms of overcrowding, particularly in the southern part of the county. Certainly, COPS is an option. Using PAYGO for middle school construction is another option. So those are just a few of the options that come to mind in terms of how that we can address the middle school overcrowding.
Thank you for answering, Superintendent. But I guess what I really want to make sure you hear me saying is I don't want to wait until the next bond. That feels too far away. And so what I'm hearing from the residents in District 6 is that, we can't wait that long. And so I'm just putting it to you that I really hope that there's some way that you can help, find a solution that's outside of the next bond. And I'm willing to try to do anything that I can to help make that happen. And so, and just to move on from the CMS question, I'll ask my next question in the next round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Now, the real Susan Harden.
Chairman Dunlap, my apology, and Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell, my apology as well.
No worries. I don't mind being confused with Professor Dr. Harden. It's a compliment. I consider it quite a compliment. So thank you.
Yeah, we're called Susan Squared, so we like it. So that it's all good. So I'm going to support this measure, and I can tell you that my constituents are happy to have a resolution on the South Charlotte High School. I do want to say that, I want to agree with Commissioner Cotham's comment about the importance of that we continue to buy land, and that that is a priority for our commission. And the other thing that I find hopeful about this presentation is the CIP can change. And as we see projects that come on that are good projects, that we can take advantage of those projects. And so that, I'm hopeful that we'll do more on greenways, and we'll do more on parks and throughout our community, as well as libraries. And so what makes me hopeful is that, about the fact that we make CIP adjustments is that we can add to the plan, and that I'm hopeful that we'll continue to do that. So I'm going to support this, and I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Jarrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions at this time. I think they've been asked.
Commissioner Leek.
Thank you. My question deals with Collinswood Language Academy. Is that a K-8? Is that a K-8 school?
Yes, Commissioner Leek. I apologize. I was unmuting myself. Collinswood Language Academy. Yeah.
Harding. What do we plan to do at Harding?
Commissioner Leek, good evening, Commissioner Leek. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, this is Carol Stamper. So at Harding, we are building a brand new gymnasium, which will allow for us to leave the one there now as an auxiliary gym. And we are doing some major renovations to our cafeteria at Harding.
All right, thank you. Now, the language immersion school, where is that?
So we have two language immersion schools, both K-8s. One is being built on the old Nations Ford property. You probably know where that is.
Yes.
Off of Nations Ford Road. And the other is where the old J.M. Alexander Middle School existed because we built a new one across the road.
Okay, stop right there. My next question deals with what land do we own near schools today that's available that we could build on?
So I don't have the exact list of the land in front of me, Commissioner Lee.
Get that to me if you can, the lands that we already own.
Absolutely, will do, Commissioner Lee.
All right, and my next question deals with maybe it's not included about West Charlotte. Is that included in this process of cutting down the size of that school? Hello?
Commissioner Leak, I can, the board did vote on the West Charlotte High School project. I'm happy to address it if you would like, ma'am.
I said, is this a part of where West Charlotte is being cut back, and why and when and how much?
That is not a part, it's part of the 2017 bond referendum, but it's not a part of the request this evening.
All right, well, thank you so much. So what you're asking us for is $89.2 million to do these three projects, Collinswood, Harding, and the two language immersion schools?
That, Commissioner Leak, that is correct. And to also help fund cost escalation for other projects in the 2017 bond referendum.
Okay, and so I won't eat up my time. My next question deals with E.E. Waddell. How much are we spending to recap a high school that was a high school?
Ms. Stamper or Mr. Cave, would you like to take that one?
Commissioner Leak, right now we have in the bond project budget $4.5 million to repurpose E.E. Waddell from the existing K-8 to a high school.
And that would be from 9 to 12, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Now, where are our K-8 schools located now?
I don't have that list, but we can certainly get that to you. It's readily available, but Commissioner Leak, I don't have it right in front of me, but we can certainly send you a list of all of our K-8s.
Well, and the reason I'm asking, most of them that you've turned elementary schools into K-8s are not meeting the standards for our children, and that's a problem for the children across the district, that K-8. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Powell.
This is Commissioner Powell, and I want to ask a question to whoever's going to answer the question for land acquisition and park. Sarah or Lee?
Just ask the question and the appropriate person will respond.
Okay, so there's this line here that says, as of May 31st, $14.5 million in land acquisition is under the CIP to date. Does that mean you haven't spent 14.5 that you need to spend, or
Yep.
clarify that?
Yes, to clarify, we have expended, so we have purchased 14.5 million in land so far of the 37 million that's provided for park and recreation land.
Okay, so you didn't understand. Okay, I got it.
Yep, we are spending a pace.
Okay, so you feel good about that pace?
I'll let Lee answer that question as the finance officer. Yes, I do, but Lee?
Maybe he's not here, but I don't want to use up all my time. I just want to echo what other commissioners have said about the importance of land acquisition as we approach build out, it's going to become harder and harder and more expensive. And I think we just need to remember how important of a priority this is. And I think that we're going to see an availability of some land that maybe previously we wouldn't have been able to acquire. So I hope we are ready to acquire it because now is the time. We can do it. And I support all of the ask from CMS. I don't have any questions about that. I ask if we can vote on the ordinances separately, and you can speak to that, Chairman, when it's time. But that concludes my questions. Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions. First of all, let me add to Commissioner Leach's request. I'd like the updated list on assets of CMS in terms of vacant land or buildings not being used. I'd also like to know if there are any offers on current or existing properties of CMS and the values of those properties. One of the things I'm aware of is the fact that when CMS rents buildings and what have you, they accumulate monies as a result of that. So how do we know in this request that you're using those monies that are supposed to be put back into the building program? Where is that shown in this process?
Ms. Stamper, maybe you may want to take that question from Chairman Dunlap.
Good evening, Chairman Dunlap. So the proceeds that we receive from the few rentals that we have or leases that we have, it, to my knowledge, does not enter into this capital bond program money to offset any or redirect for any of the bond projects.
So how are those funds being used then?
I will have to refer to my chief finance officer, and I will get with Ms. Shirley and get you a response to that, Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you. I'd certainly like to know that.
Right. I wouldn't want to misstate, so I will get that answer for you.
All right. Now, we're coming to us with a request. Now, because of COVID is going to have an impact one way or the other. I don't know if it's going to be good. I don't know if it's going to be bad. I don't know if there's going to be an additional cost escalation or whether the cost is going to go down because people are needing to get back to work. But at some point in the not too distant future, I'd like to have these projects re-looked at to see what effect COVID is going to have. You've heard people talk about the cost of land going up, and we don't want to get too far out on this CIP before we need to know if there are other effects as well. You mentioned that there could be potentially an additional $10 million savings. Is that factored into the request, or are you asking for the $89 million with the expectation that if you save the $10 million that you're talking about, then that request would mean that you have an additional $10 million to add to other projects? How does that work?
So Chair Dunlap, if I might take a stab at this one, those potential, if to the extent that there are savings on a prior CIP, those would be funds that we still hold within the county because we pay CMS invoices as the construction process is ongoing. So to the extent that we are able to identify any savings from the prior CIP and there's a proposal to reapply, we would bring it back to this board.
But Sarah, I think the point is that any savings that we've identified so far have already been included in this presentation. So the gap is still $89 million.
I got it. Thank you. And my last question is the university library. Is that in this CIP or is that to be in the next CIP in 2023, I'm sorry.
The University City Library we're doing as sort of a coordination with a developer. So that'll result in lease payments. So that would be in the operating budget. You would not see that here.
I got you. All right, thank you. Second round, if there is a second round, Commissioner Fuller.
All All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually had a question that just arose from some comments you just had. Is it possible that we can use CARES Act money for this if we are saying that because of COVID, we're having these additional costs that we can connect to COVID? Would that satisfy to spend CARES Act money on at least a portion of this $89 million?
So I don't think that these shortfalls are the result of COVID. If we could make the connection, we can certainly take a look at that. But CMS also got their own allocation of CARES funding. So we would look to CMS first to take a look to see whether or not their funding can be used to satisfy any shortfalls that may exist.
Well, that's a really good point. And I'm bringing this up because, well, first of all, we got to use this COVID money as efficiently as we can. There may be an issue about whether or not this $89 million will be spent before December 30th. But I'm bringing this up because I'm concerned about what our county manager has warned us about at least a couple of times, relating to our debt load and how close we are getting to our 28% limit. And I'm becoming very concerned about that. This may not put us on the line, but I fear that it puts us closer to the line and will limit the ability that we have to adjust this capital projects ordinance any further. So I hope we think about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Scarborough.
No more questions. You guys are doing a good job. I shouldn't add anything at all.
Commissioner Cotham.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all of the explanations. I would just add a comment that I do have concerns about reducing the number of classrooms in a school when we spend so much money on a school, and then, for savings, they cut off 25 classrooms. And that just is something that I'm worried about. I'm not asking for a response, but it's something that's on my mind. And I don't want, we've had schools open with the mobile units. And so I just ask you to be careful about that. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
All right, Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think for my final comments, I just want to speak to the kind of on the tail of what Commissioner Fuller said. I've been wondering if, Dina, if you can help me understand the timing. Is our revenues that are going to be so off in the next year or two, or however long it takes us to recover, is there a way, or is there even a thought of slowing down some of the projects that are not vital? And I don't mean the school projects, I mean government facilities, and like the library. Is this the right time? I'd really love to understand. I mean, respectfully, I understand most of these projects were put in place before I was here, but now that we find ourselves in a time like this, I just am wondering, does that impact the CIP? Is there do you ever change course and go, this isn't the time for these kind of investments? We should be more outward focused on the community and that type of thing. Can you speak to that at all for me?
Sure. And I think that's a really good question, because when we were in the midst of the recession in 2008, 9, and 10, that was one of the things that we had to do, is we had to pull back on our capital spending because the way we were paying for it really impacted our operating budget. But now that we have the debt service fund, we have a lot more predictability in how our capital spending works. So we're still able to move forward with our capital plan. I think there's two things that I would say about that. One is, if you move forward with our capital planning, that helps the local economy because we continue to employ people that work on those projects. And the second thing I would say is that the cost of borrowing now is at historical lows. So if we need to borrow, and I can tell you that we will need to borrow money to pay that $89 million, this is the time to do it because interest rates are historical lows. So I think that, even though we're in a difficult situation on the revenue side, that really doesn't impact the capital side. So I think we're in a good place there. But thank you for that question. That's a really good question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Harden.
No further questions. I do appreciate the information that the county manager provided. I think that's very helpful. And again, I'm going to support these additions. Thank you.
Commissioner Jarrell.
I just have a quick question for Sarah. Sarah, when we look at differences in cost, are the percent differences among projects consistent?
No, it varies widely depending on the nature of the cost increase. So for example, if you've got a project that has, if we look at just the projects for fiscal year 2021, a lot of that is land. So we would see a significant increase because the cost of land was much higher than we expected. In other cases, we see it either a slight savings or a moderate increase. It really depends on the specifics of the project.
Got it. That concludes my questions, Mr. Chairman. I was just really curious about if there's a consistency when we see these differences, if there's a consistency with the from a percentage perspective across these projects, and how we would react if there are any anomalies there. So, Sarah, thank you for answering the question.
Okay, Commissioner Leak.
Thank you. Did I get an answer about the West Charlotte school? Is that included in this process that we're looking at now, this 89 million?
Commissioner Leak, that project has been voted on and approved by the board. It is not included in our conversation tonight.
Okay, but the public voted on a bond that gave
Yes.
us. We'll readdress that, I'm sure. Am I right?
Can you tell me a little bit more, Commissioner Leak, in terms of readdressing it?
We will readdress West Charlotte High School and the bond.
Well, the board voted actually to go ahead.
The board told us also what they wanted when we did the bonds. And that's what we did. So we need to readdress that. That's number one. Number two, how do we equate middle schools today in that they're asking is in District 6 for middle schools? What constitutes a middle school?
Commissioner Lee, in terms of the number of classrooms that we typically build with the middle
students,
school?
what grade level constitutes a middle school?
My apology, I wasn't clear. For middle school, it is 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, Commissioner.
All right, so those schools that she's asking for her districts are not K-8, right?
I believe that is correct.
So I wish you would relook at that and look at the rest of the district where we talk about K-8. Let's look at middle schools as 6th, 7th, and 8th graders across the district and making sure that we treat all of our students the same.
Point well taken, Commissioner Lee.
And I want a response to that. And I want a response to West Charlotte. I can't leave you with that. My people are worrying me to death about it. And we owe it to the public to do what we said we were going to do. There is growth on the west side of town. So why are you skimming us back on a board process that was never discussed with us? So please get me a response.
Okay, Commissioner Powell.
I really appreciate Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell's question and County Manager's answer. And just to clarify it a little bit more, Dina, can you talk about why now is the best time to borrow?
Well, it's the best time to borrow because interest rates are at historical lows. So we can borrow money at a very, very low interest rate. And so it is a good time to borrow.
And I know like how much you care about the stability of the county. And so you don't, if you had a concern about stability, you would have shared it with us way before now. And
Correct. So, I think what I would say about this, I mean, there's this $89 million shortfall that CMS has on their bond. And there's a couple of ways we can address it. We could say, we're just going to borrow the money and this would be non-voted debt. You could go back to the voters. I don't think that would be my recommendation, but we could borrow the money using non-voted debt, or we could say, well, we're just going to push those projects out into future years. And I think that if I know the board well enough, I would say that we know there's a need for these projects. And so I don't think pushing them out into future years is in the best interest of the community. So I think we just need to figure out a way to finance that and keep on pace and continue these projects and bring them forward to the community. So I think from a debt service perspective, because interest rates are so low and because the way we've managed our debt over the last several years, I think that we could manage it effectively and it would not have an impact on our credit rating or our operating budget.
Okay, that comforts me. Thank you.
All right, Madam Manager, you said something about the borrowing rate that made me think something crazy. Maybe not so crazy. Since now is the best time to borrow, and we know we're going to need money into the future, does it make sense to borrow more than we need, given the cost to pay it back is so small compared to what we do if we borrowed it when we needed it and the interest rate be higher?
So I can certainly ask Sarah to talk more about this, but the non-voted debt that we're talking about has to be attached to specific projects, and there are spend down requirements and things that you have to meet. So we just can't borrow money and just sit on it. It has to be attached to projects. And Sarah, I'll let you chime in here because I think you're more up to speed on this than I am right now.
So let me just follow up on my question so she can answer it all at one time. And so, Dina, given what you've just said, that they have to be attached to projects, we know in the future there are going to be other projects being built that are not a part of this CIP. So when you consider that, given that it has to be attached to projects, can we look out a little ways and see projects that are coming down the pipe? And if it's possible that we might attach the borrowing to? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly look at see if there's projects out there that we want to accelerate. But again, Sarah's the keeper of the capital plan, so I'm going to ask her to respond.
Yeah,
okay.
That's exactly right. We can look out in the future and start thinking about those financing options. But as Dina pointed out, for the non-voted debt, you need to have basically got a project to a place where it is 75% bid out. So that means that the project has to be pretty far along in the design phase before you can use this non-voted debt to move forward. So it's really behooves us to be planning, but really looking at those financing options as those projects get to that stage, far enough along.
All right, we've had our 2 rounds of questions. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Can we divide them?
Okay,
Sure.
We will. Let me see how. Madam Manager, how many items are there? Because I don't have that document. The capital project audit. Let me ask you this, Commissioner Powell. Which one do you want separated from the group?
The library and the security.
Okay, so let's do this. We'll vote on all items other than the library and security, and then we'll come back and we'll vote on those 2. All right?
Mr. Chair, be specific if you would, so that
the list. That's why I can't.
Between A to H.
I don't have the list.
I think, Sarah, which one of those capital project ordinances has the security in it? I can see the one that has the library in it.
That's number E.
I'm pulling it up.
E. But there's 3 more, F, G, and H. Let's see.
Yep, I believe it's the 2019 government facilities that has security in it. I'm opening the file.
What page is that on?
Okay, so you want to pull out letter E and letter G.
What page?
It's on the first page, Commissioner Leak. It's just the art, the
Okay,
first
I
page
see
of
it.
the cover
I got
page.
it. I got it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
one of these has projects from 2014 through 2018, and I was wanting to ask about that. Is there a time where we get to ask about it says FY 2016 authorization, government facilities? Like, I don't understand. These are things that have already been done.
Okay, so, but they're still being funded. And so they're part of the CIP. So remember, the CIP is from 2019 to 2023, correct, Dina?
Yeah, that's correct. But we're also continuing to work on the prior CIP, that those projects are continuing. So there's, when we start a CIP, we don't authorize all the projects in the first year. We authorize them as we go, and we continue to add on as we go. And Sarah, I think you could probably provide some more info on what the 2016 government facilities one is.
The 2016, that basically is giving us the funding, that is the savings from the prior CIP that is being applied to the government center renovation project. So this is basically pulling down the prior CIP so we can use those savings to pay for those CMGC renovations.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And
all right.
Yeah.
So the specific motion is a motion to accept all of the projects with the exception of E and G.
And in it definitely E, but it doesn't say specifically in F, G, and H. So I'm trying to understand exactly what's in F, G, and H.
So, and I apologize, I do not have the list with the lettering on it.
I don't have it either.
The government facilities facility upgrade fiscal year 2020 is the item that includes the security facilities upgrade. So it's the government facilities 2020 authorization ordinance, whatever letter that falls in.
Okay, that helps. And what is FY 2019? It's G, like F says FY 2016 authorization for government facilities and government district renovations. So what is 2016?
The 2016 is the reduction to the prior year CIP to fund the 2019 authorization increase in government facilities for CGMC.
Which is?
The Charlotte Mecklenburg Government Center, the 11th floor renovations.
So that's the 2019.
That's the 2019, exactly. The 2016 is being reduced so we can use those savings for the 2019 government facilities increase.
Okay, so I want to pull E, G, and H.
Okay. E, G, and H.
Yes.
All right. Is there a motion to accept all those with the exception of E, G, and H?
So moved. This is Commissioner Hardin.
Is there a second?
Second, Commissioner Powell.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Harding, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Roll call vote on all except E, G, and H. Commissioner Powell.
Well, Commissioner, before we move on, is this motion vote to divide and then to pull out each one so that we're clear? The motion was to divide and
That was
take
not
out
the
those
motion.
three.
That was not the motion. Well, whether the motion was to accept all except those three, and then we'll vote on those three separately.
Okay.
Okay. Now, everybody clear on the motion? All right, Commissioner Powell, how do you vote on separating those three out and approving the other?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Leak.
I vote no.
Commissioner Jarrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Harden,
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
We are going to vote on the remaining ones. Is that correct?
Yes. They'll be
Oh,
voted
okay.
on separately.
Aye. Thank you.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That motion passed 8-1.
All right. So now this is the motion to accept item E. Roll call vote. Commissioner Powell.
We need a motion, don't we?
Yes.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Leak moves, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough.
Correct.
Roll call vote on item E. Commissioner Powell.
No.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell.
Yes.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
I'm sorry, I don't understand which one is E.
Library facility.
Oh, the library. Vote aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That motion carried 8-1.
All right, is there a motion to accept item G?
So move, Mr. Chairman. Bill Malik.
Is there a second?
Second, Scarborough.
Moved by Commissioner Lee, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote on item G. Commissioner Powell.
No.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Aye.
Commissioner McDowell.
Which one is G?
Government facility.
Is this the 11th floor?
Yes.
I vote no.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
The motion carried 7-2.
All right, and then on the last one, item H, is there a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman. Bill Malik.
All right, moved by Commissioner Leak. There's a second.
Second, Harden.
Moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Harden. Roll call vote, Commissioner Powell.
No.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Commissioner Terrell.
Yes.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham. Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Again, Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
The motion carried 8-1.
All right. So that concludes the capital project. All right, we're back to the manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on my manager's report is a COVID-19 update. There are two components to this. The first, I'm going to ask Gibby Harris to give us an update on where we are with our COVID-19 response. And then after that, I will ask Michael Bryan to walk you through a presentation on where we are with recommendations on how we should proceed with our CARES funding spending. So we'll start with Gibby and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Chairman Dunlap, commissioners, and Manager DiOrio. First, I'd like to thank you for your proclamation on racism tonight. As your health director, I support the recognition of racism as a public health issue, and I'm grateful for your leadership and commitment in support of public health in Mecklenburg County. I commit to working with you and our community on the actions needed to address this crisis. So again, thank you for that leadership. I'd like to give you an update on where we are with COVID-19. in Mecklenburg County. Next slide, please. Today, at the end of the day, we had a total of 7,336 confirmed cases in Mecklenburg County. We have had 134 deaths, and we now have 20 outbreaks in congregate living facilities in our community. Next slide, please. On June 14th, we had 6,810 lab confirmed cases. We have been seeing increased testing in our community, and over the last 18 days, straight 18 days, we've seen triple-digit numbers of new cases in our community identified. Next slide. The characteristics, some characteristics of our cases, 3 and 4 were adults ages 20 to 59. That's been true since the beginning of this pandemic in our community. 36.8 were Hispanic, most of whom are younger adults ages 20 to 39. We have seen a good bit of increased testing in our Hispanic community. And what we're seeing with some of the roving sites that Atrium has had in that community is the positivity rate is higher than in the rest of the population. We've had 2 children recently with multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children. Both of them have done well, but unfortunately right now we do have a child in our community who's on a ventilator. We've had about 1 in 10 of all cases have been hospitalized, and just over half, as you see, 3,421 have been released from isolation so far. Next slide. These are a map of the lab confirmed cases per 100,000 residents by zip code, and this is the patient's residence. As you can see, we have widespread COVID in our communities, although we do have some areas that have higher rates than others. Next slide, please. Again, 128 related deaths among Mecklenburg County residents as of June 14th. You can see the spread has been fairly even over time, but we haven't seen a slight increase here recently. Next slide, please. So some of the characteristics of those who have died from COVID in our community. Again, most of those, 91%, were adults 60 and older with underlying chronic health conditions. We are seeing increased numbers in our 40 to 59 age group. That has risen to 8.6% of our cases. All but 2 of those 40 to 59 had underlying health conditions, but we have had several that did not have any underlying health conditions who have died from this virus. 62% of our deaths have been among residents at long-term care facilities, and 58.7% of our deaths have been in non-Hispanic whites. A lot of that is due to the fact that many of the individuals in long-term care facilities have been white. Next slide, please. When we look at our positivity rate, this is one of the trends that we're paying close attention to. It is slowly increasing over the last 7 days. We've been up to 10.5%. And it has been a slow climb for us since about May 18th. And we're continuing to see that go up. And I expect to continue to see it go up, unfortunately. Next slide, please. We are testing right now about 2,400 individuals per day, and that's just through our healthcare systems. We are beginning to get information from some other testing sites in our community, and we'll be able to start reporting those as well. But as you can see, the blue line are the negative test results, the orange are the positives, and those continue to increase as we test more. Next slide, please. So our average daily census in our hospital over the last 7 days has been 106 patients. And you see the steady climb there as well. So we are seeing more involvement and patients that have needed hospitalizations since about the second week in May. Next slide, please. So we are working to expand testing availability in our community. You've heard a lot about that recently. We've had expanded testing guidance for some priority groups from the state. Asymptomatic individuals who have attended mass gatherings have been included as a priority group now. We've had a few glitches with some of our systems over the last week or so in being able to test these individuals, but I think we've worked through most of that, and folks are starting to get tested in that area. We've also received guidance from the state and from the federal government about a need for increase in testing in our community. Our health systems are continuing to test at their facilities, as well as the mobile sites that they have in the community. We have new retail testing locations. There are 15 CVS pharmacies and 2 Walmart stores that are now providing some testing within our communities. All of these sites are connected to the federal DHHS system that allows them to bill DHHS for those individuals who do not have insurance. So no one is paying a copay or is paying for any of the tests that they're receiving through these sites. There is on our website now a testing app that allows you to locate the closest testing site to you. And we'll continue to keep that updated. We're working with emergency management to make that happen. We've increased testing and wraparound services through our federally qualified health centers, and they're continuing to look at how they can increase that. We're working with at least one of the centers to look at the possibility of providing some support services to individuals that test positive. And we're planning additional community-based test sites with the North Carolina Division of Health and Human Services, working with our commercial laboratories. We're also working with the General Baptist State Convention to look at some potential testing sites, specifically in our minority communities, and the Division of Public Health, as well as the Office of Minority Health at the state level, is helping us with that. We're focusing on sites that support and provide testing for Black and Brown communities. We know those are areas where we need to do more testing. We're starting to receive some additional supplies from the federal government that's coming down through the state that we're able to provide to both our hospital systems as well as to our FQHCs and others who are doing testing in the community. And as I said, we're continuing to work on relationships with private entities to increase testing availability. And hope that will be kicking in here just in the next week. Next slide, please. So a little update on our congregate living sites. So the state is defining congregate living sites a little more broadly than long-term care facilities. So we're using that terminology now. We have been conducting routine outreach to all of those sites to provide guidance and assistance since the beginning of this. We're working with the facilities that are in outbreak status to increase testing, especially among their staff. And we are seeking state support in that effort. There's been some challenges with getting staff tested because they don't have health insurance. And we think we've come up with a solution. We're hoping the state is going to support us in that. For those facilities that are experiencing outbreaks, we provide initial guidance on infection control. We help them by coordinating PPE availability and regular follow-up with them until the outbreak ends. And we're moving towards increased frequency of testing of staff in all congregate living sites, regardless of whether they're in outbreak status. And we're hoping that will continue to increase. The hope is that most of them will be tested weekly, and that will allow us to cut down on the number of cases in these sites. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, in terms of our vulnerable populations, we are looking for locations and identifying a number of different testing sites in minority communities. Churches have helped with that quite a bit, and we'll continue to work with them. But there are other potential sites that we can look at as well. We are setting up new data feeds to monitor testing data by race and geography. We have not been getting information from anyone on negative tests other than just the tests themselves. We've not been getting information on demographics. It looks like we are starting to, we're beginning to access that through our hospital systems, and the state is beginning to work with us with the information they're getting from CVS Pharmacy and some of the other private testers. And if we have that information, it's really going to help us have a better idea of who we're testing, because right now all we know is who is testing positive. So we hope within the next couple of weeks we'll have better data around that we'll be able to share. We're continuing to work with key messages and up-to-date information through media partners. We've done some TV, radio, print, and web. Did have a conversation this afternoon with the individuals through the managers' business roundtable who are doing some developing campaign, and we're working with them to make sure that the information is appropriate for our vulnerable populations and is going to be available through lots of different venues. So I'm looking forward to that as it rolls out. We're also proactively outreaching to minority-owned and servicing businesses and churches to seek guidance on messaging and best approaches to reach these communities, also to provide guidance and toolkits and signage as needed. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, as you can see, our mobility in the county is nearing baseline levels. So we're getting close to where we were before we did our stay-at-home order in terms of mobility in our community, which really is an indicator of our social distancing in Mecklenburg County. These numbers and this data starkly demonstrates the fact that COVID-19 is still very present threat to our community. Testing alone, contact tracing alone will not get us out of this pandemic. This is still, there is still no care and no cure and no vaccine for this virus. These numbers represent people, our neighbors, our friends, and our families. It is up to all of us to do our part, to be part of the solution. Next slide. We should not have to force people to do the right thing, and are continuing to hope that our community will step up and help us do what we need to do to protect those who are most vulnerable, to help us manage this so that our hospital systems are available to service us as we move into flu season, and that they can take care of the individuals that really need the care. So we appreciate all the support that we get from commissioners and the help from you in terms of messaging to our community and giving us information when there's something that needs to be enforced, but as much as we can encourage our community to do the right thing. That's the social distancing and the wearing of the mask and the washing of hands is what's mattered and what's done the most good for us in the future, and that's what we need to continue to do. Next slide. And at the appropriate point, I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if we'll maintain the same time limit, first and second round. Let me begin with Commissioner Leek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question deals with school is opening on August the 17th. Do they have any plans for how they plan to open the school system? If you don't know, just tell me so I can move to my second question.
No, ma'am. We are working with the school system. The state issued guidance on 3 different possible approaches, and we're working with the school system to develop all 3 of those approaches so they can address it appropriately depending on what the EPI shows at that time.
Thank you. And I'm asking that so parents will know up front and ahead of time. The thing that you said to us, we have 134 deaths in Mecklenburg County. Since when?
That was since the beginning of the epidemic. And for us, our first case, I think, was March 10th. So since then.
So 134 since March?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, zip codes, as it relates to where the population is the strongest in having the disease. What are those zip codes?
Those zip codes are 28208, 28217, 28223, 28210, or that's 16. This is really small. 28215, 28213, and 28212.
Do that again.
Okay. 28208, 28217, 28223, 28210, 28212, 28215, 28213.
All right, so do you know the numbers coming out of those zip codes?
I can get you those. What I have in front of me is the map that shows the numbers per 100,000.
And the reason I'm asking that, I want the public to know. We need to share all of our information with the public. And I also want to say thank you to the gathering of a newsletter that the Health Committee has put out. And I hope that all of you have gotten a copy of that. And whatever we can do to help you, let us know. You keep repeating, talking about the churches, yes, but there are other areas where there are a large congregation of people in organizations that meet. So where are we with the churches? What are the numbers in the churches now?
You mean the number of positive cases in the churches?
No. How many people can we have in the churches? Because we are going up now.
Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
That's right.
In the governor's last order, he allowed churches to convene. There was recommendations for social distancing and masking, but at this point, I don't believe there's limitations on churches.
So it's unlimited.
It is. There's still recommendation for them to do as much virtually as they can.
That's not answering the question. And the last thing, how do we make people wear masks? We can't do it. So how do we continue to say to the public, it's your responsibility as we move about in the community to put on a mask? But in some places, people are saying you can't come in unless you do have a mask on. So how do we handle that?
Well, at this point, requiring a mask is up to the specific businesses and places that are requiring that. What we've found in a couple of counties that have required masks is there's no way to really enforce it, and they're not seeing that the requiring of mask wearing has made much difference in their communities.
Okay, my last question deals with the long lines we keep hearing about on the news of serving and testing our people.
Mm-hmm.
Why are there long lines?
Yes, ma'am, there are lines, and that's why we're hoping to expand the availability of testing over the next week.
And thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner Jarrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gibby, thank you for your report this evening. I want to start out by saying, number one, I am in favor wholeheartedly with an understanding that all the towns do not agree, but I'm in favor of us mandating masks. So I just want to go on record to say that in whatever way that looks like, whoever we have cooperation with, I would like to see that. The second thing, Gibby, I want to talk about, you gave us a slide referencing children, and it was multi-system inflammatory something. I apologize, I forgot the syndrome. Thank you. Is that the Kawasaki disease? Is that what we're
Yes.
saying? Something different.
That's what it's been named because it's specifically related to children who have COVID. It's called multi-system inflammation syndrome in children.
Okay, and so now we are seeing those are our first cases in children that present themselves with the Kawasaki.
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that when we look at other communities, is that something that has, I've been hearing a lot about it, maybe a few weeks ago and haven't heard that much about it. Is that something that continue to manifest across the country and we expect those numbers to go up?
We, I agree. We haven't heard much about it recently. We know there's been one death in North Carolina from it, but I've not heard of other counties that have experienced cases. Either that or they're not reporting them. The state hasn't reported many cases, although they're asking clinicians to report those cases to them. So evidently it's still fairly rare.
Right.
It's just pretty devastating when it happens.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that. The next piece, you referenced a new something on our site where we provide information on testing locations.
Mm-hmm.
That on the public health page, is that where that's found?
Yes, or the county website as well. It's on both places. It is a site locator, so you can actually put your address in and find the closest site available to you.
And is that on the mecnc.gov site? Because I've never.
They have a site, but I'm not sure it's as specific as ours is. This is a new site that went up late last week. Emergency operation. But so it is on our county site.
Okay, I don't see it. I don't see it on the homepage of our county site. And a suggestion to the manager for consideration, if maybe we could add that underneath on that side where we have the other widgets with the toolkit and the business roundtable suggestions, so that people could easily access. Because I get a lot of questions about testing locations, and with Atrium, it changes from week to week. So having it readily accessible, going to the mecnc.gov site would be great if it could be front and center. Just a suggestion for consideration, Madam Manager.
We'll get that fixed tomorrow.
So
I'm sorry.
I agree with you completely. We'll make that change.
Thank you. The other thing, Gibby, I wanted to ask you, as it relates to an increase in testing, which you talked about in your last presentation, one of the things I wanted to know if you considered, I know you're leveraging churches. I think that's a great resource right there, hubs in the community. Have we given any thought to doing, Saturday testing at our recreation centers?
That has not come up yet. I think we're open to any sites, so we'll consider those as well.
Okay, Commissioner Harden.
Thank you, Chairman. So Gibby, I want to thank you for your presentation. It's really helpful to have slides, and I know it takes a lot. I know you're very busy, but it is very helpful to have the presentation. So thank you for that. I know that we are now at the highest level of hospitalization that we ever have been. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the surge capacity for the hospitals?
At one point we had specific numbers from them for their surge. And I know they're working that on a regular basis, but right now the data we get from them doesn't provide that information. What I can tell you is that right now the hospitals are running around 75 to 77% utilization. So they still have, between 25 and 23% availability. They did open up a number of elective surgeries, and they do have people coming in for service that had put it off because of COVID. So they do have the capacity and the ability to decrease what they have in the hospital again if they needed to do that. So right now, based on the modeling that we're seeing nationally and the work that the two hospital systems are doing with us around that, we're not seeing a concern around their capacity right now.
What would the number have to be for hospitalization to raise concern? So we're at 126 right now. Like what would be the number that we would go, okay, we're concerned?
So 126 is just the number of COVID. It basically would be the number of, number one, we want to watch the number of the increase in COVID patients because that's related to this pandemic, but we also need to keep an eye on their total capacity. And that is a whole nother slide that we could provide if y'all would like to see that.
I would, because I think people have it in their mind that that we're not ever going back. Like there's no situation that we would ever go back to stay at home. And I think it's helpful to people to know that, like, if we get to this point, we actually might have to go back. And so I think it's helpful for people to know what that is, because I do feel like, Gibby, I appreciate what you said about people doing the right thing, but I think people, we need people to wear masks, and I agree. I am too, and with Commissioner Durrell, that I am willing to implement mandatory masks, because I think that I think that as a compromise to going back to stay at home as an additional measure to ward off, that returning to stay at home when it's positioned that way, I think you'll see more masks. But I have to tell you, I see a lot of people not complying with wearing masks when socially distancing can't be done. And I'm worried. And I'm worried that people don't realize that we could go back. Can you speak to the fact that there could be a
She's
certain...
already told us that now.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. Anyway, so Gibby, can you just talk about that for just a minute?
Yes, again, we're watching the data daily, and also watching what is happening at the state level that is informing all of this. And I'm thinking we're going to hear from the governor later this week or early next week about what his thoughts are on phase 3. But, if our numbers continue to climb, if we don't manage this so that our hospitals can provide care, then at that point we would have to, and there is a line that if we cross that, then we've got to worry about what we have the capacity to do. So, I don't think there's an unlimited number of cases that we can take care of in this community. At some point.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gibby, can you, is it possible for you to describe the folks who are hospitalized? I think there's maybe a sense that people have that, oh, it's just old people. I'm not an old person, so I don't have to worry about, I'm not going to die from this. I don't have a compromised immune system. Can you talk about, the folks that are tested and are positive and are sick, to what, like the folks that are hospitalized, how do they get to that point? Do you know what I'm trying to get at? Like, can you paint the picture at all about what this COVID-19, what suffering looks like besides dying?
This is a respiratory infection for the most part, although we have discovered over time that there are other symptoms that people experience with this. But the main issue is respiratory. And I will tell you, as someone who had asthma as a child, not being able to breathe is probably one of the worst experiences that you can have. Mm-hmm. So being short of breath, not being able to catch your breath, having to have help with your breathing, all of those things are things that people are experiencing with this. And some of it, whether they're hospitalized or not, even they may not be severe enough to be in the hospital, will still experience those sorts of symptoms. And the other thing to understand is that if you are infected, you may be stuck in the house for, a couple of weeks. You probably won't feel well enough to go out unless you're one of those lucky people who's asymptomatic, but you still need to be isolated. And so there's any number of consequences of becoming infected. And the more we can control this, the better.
Thank you, Gibby. I think I agree with my colleagues that driving home the message about wearing masks equals not having to turn backwards. And so for the folks who are very cavalier and think, nothing's going to happen to me, I don't need to wear a mask, if folks could realize that they're shooting themselves in the foot by not adhering to the recommendation. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I think maybe that message is a really important message that that if you don't want to turn back, you need to turn on wearing a mask. And so anyways, I just think somehow people are not getting the correct message. And I don't know if it's just a political thing or if it's getting twisted, but I think that if we could really talk about the consequences more, maybe it would help get a little bit more compliance. So anyways, I am also concerned about ramping up to our 20,000 per day. And I'm not getting a super confident feeling that that's going to happen anytime soon. And I just wondered if you had a projected, it's going to take a month to get there, or it's going to take, longer than that, or a couple of weeks. Like, what's your estimate on getting to the 20,000?
Well, I don't know if we'll get to the 20,000. I think what we're hoping for is ramping up testing over time and watching to see how many people are coming in to be tested. We can it's like wearing a mask. We can recommend for people to come in for testing, but they have to make the decision to come in. So we want to make sure that we're making it as available as is needed in our community, and have been having that conversations with the state about ramping it up and seeing how it goes. And we'll see whether we need to get to 20,000 or not.
Thank you, Gibby, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Powell.
Hello, this is Commissioner Powell. The first thing I want to say is some good news. So it was a big surprise that I went to the grocery store yesterday and I only saw one person in Huntersville Publix. Only one person didn't have a mask. So everybody else had a mask, and I was so happy. I thought, wow, this is progress in my district. And then I'm getting telephone calls from different media outlets about how is the county health department involved with our country clubs? Because one of the country clubs in my district is currently, functions of it are shut down. So can you speak to that?
We've been getting questions about country clubs and golf courses as well.
Yes.
We do not have any information. I double checked on that this afternoon about infections that are specifically related to a country club or a golf course. Now, if they had multiple members who have been infected and they've chosen to close some things down, that's the only thing that I can think of, because we have not seen any specific clusters based on the contact tracing that we've done with individuals to say that it occurred in a facility like that. So as I said, I double checked on that this afternoon because it has come up from the media today as well.
I share the concerns, the same concerns my colleagues share. It's such a simple thing. It's so simple to wear a mask, and it can prevent so many hardships in the future. It can prevent us from going backwards. It can prevent people that we love getting sick. It's hard to wrap my head around why people aren't wearing masks. I do understand some people can't. And the trends don't look good. Can you talk? I don't think people understand how important it is in Mecklenburg County, especially important in Mecklenburg County, because we are a regional healthcare provider. We don't just provide healthcare for the people who live in Mecklenburg, but we provide it for the surrounding counties, multiple surrounding counties. And can you speak to why that is like extra important to Mecklenburg?
Exactly. You know, we do serve, our hospital systems serve a large area. And so there are individuals coming from any number of, I think at least 11 counties, including a couple in South Carolina, for care in this community. And if we're overrun with cases, we you know, at some point, if we have too many cases, the hospitals are going to hit a wall in terms of being able to care. And I've got to tell you, my biggest concern is for September. Our hospitals are usually pretty full when we're in flu season. And if we're full from flu and we've got COVID on top of that, then I think we have some things to be concerned about. So it goes back to needing to manage this, to keep our numbers down. It's going to be important for people to get flu shots this year. We're going to need people to step up and wear their masks, social distance, wash their hands, and get their flu shot. It's going to be critical for us to be able to manage this into the fall.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Gibby, for your presentation. My questions are a little different. I've had a lot of people talk to me concerned about the death rates of their loved ones and that they were listed as COVID, but they didn't think that was the reason. And I have tried to read a lot about this, you know, and national, across the nation in different newspapers. And it seems like the standard for death has some wiggle room, is an easy way to explain it. And it's not as clear cut as, you know, someone has a stroke or a heart attack. And, you know, I saw language like, if the circumstances are compelling within a reasonable degree of certainty, you know, or if it's presumptive, maybe somebody had another they were in the hospital for a heart problem or something else, and maybe they also thought they had COVID, whether they had a test or not, but that COVID was listed. And so I guess I would really like it, and I wanted to, you know, I was wondering, we talk about these deaths, and we talk about a lot of them are people who are older in nursing homes, but how do our numbers compare over recent years of people dying from strokes and heart attacks and other natural causes? And are those numbers, if those numbers are the same, then, you know, I would like to tell these people that they shouldn't worry about it. But if those numbers have dropped and now it's, you know, COVID, I just think they deserve to know that. And I've had several, and I've heard comments from people who are medical professionals who say, you know, if they're older, it's COVID. And that really concerned me. And yeah, I just wondered if you had talked about this or you were aware of this, or, you know, I don't know what to tell people who feel this way. And I personally feel this way. So, and, you know, is it, if somebody's in the hospital and they have COVID, but they have another problem also, and if they pass away, what is
death certificate?
What's on the death certificate? Does it say,
so, if they've tested,
or does it say COVID? And how is that number How is that calculated in your numbers?
So, I mean, when you have individuals who have multiple health conditions that could contribute to death, it's always hard to determine exactly what the factor was that caused it. So I understand what you're saying about that. The problem is, at this point in time, if someone tests positive for COVID and dies, that's expected by the state and by the CDC to be reported as a COVID death. So that's the guidance that medical providers have, is that that has to be on the death certificate. That doesn't mean they don't put a secondary cause of death, or they may even put COVID as a secondary cause as opposed to a primary cause, but it's still counted as a COVID death. And that's the way it's being counted in the country. We can look at the data and see if there's been any change in the number of deaths from strokes and diabetes and those sorts of things. We haven't looked at that yet, but we can take a look and see if there's any difference.
I think my time is up. I had another question, but thank you. I appreciate it. I guess that concludes my comments.
Yeah, you'll have another opportunity. Commissioner Fuller.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think we're losing the messaging war, because as much as we say you should put your mask on, wash your hands, etc., the message we are really sending is that we're inexorably moving toward reopening. No matter what the data is, we're moving toward reopening. And I feel like at the beginning of this, we in Mecklenburg County, we were leading. We were on the front edge. I don't think we're on the front edge anymore. It feels like we're just sitting on the sidelines watching this happen. And as was mentioned a few moments ago, we're up above the level where we were when we felt like we had to issue a stay-at-home order. Yet, we're kind of like the frog in the pot of water. It was cold when we put the frog in. You turn up the heat, it's still going up. You know what's going to happen is the frog is going to be cooked before he ever knows it. That's what I feel we are doing. We are watching the heat go up, and we're doing pretty much nothing about it. And that's at a time when we're seeing articles in national papers about a surge of the pandemic in the South, in southern states, even next door to us in South Carolina. We see a president who's going to have a rally in Oklahoma with thousands of people together. People feel like we're on the end points of this, not in the middle, not at the beginning. People feel like we're at the end. So we have inconsistent messaging. So people are not listening. That's why I believe, as some other commissioners have mentioned, we need to act. And one of the things I think we need to do is to require masks. It seems like the least that we can do. But I'm appreciative of the opinions that others might have about that. And so I'm going to make a motion right now.
Thank you.
I'm going to move that, and I do move that we get a recommendation at our next meeting on whether we as a county will require masks or face coverings in Mecklenburg County. And I'd like that recommendation to be brought to us at our next meeting. That in addition to the recommendation, I'd like information if we do decide to put face masks as a requirement in our county, what the potential implications of that are. So my motion is to have staff bring back to us for our decision as to whether or not to require masking or face covering in Mecklenburg County. I believe this is a policy decision for the board. It should not be left to the Emergency Operations Center. And so I think it ought to be brought to the board for its action. That is my motion.
Second, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Jarrell.
Commissioner Leek, second.
Okay, it was moved by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner Bell, that staff bring back a recommendation relative to wearing masks in Mecklenburg County. I want to tell you, Trevor, you stole my thunder. It is written in my notes, but I certainly like what you've done. So, moved and properly seconded. Let's go to the roll call vote. Commissioner Powell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Leak,
Yes, with a star beside it.
Commissioner Jarrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Harden,
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
No, because we don't have the permission of the towns, and it's my understanding I remember the manager telling us that we could not do this because the towns would have to approve. So could I ask the manager to clarify that?
I think that is for emergency declaration. So we no longer have an emergency declaration. I think what Commissioner Fuller is asking that the Board of County Commissioners go on record in stating their policy position as it relates to wearing masks.
Thank you.
So just to respond to Commissioner Cotham, the Board of County Commissioners cannot impose that requirement across the county in the city and the town. So as long as you understand where your policy recommendations reach, I just want to make sure we're clear about that.
Yes.
Okay. So Commissioner Cotham, your vote is no?
Yes, given what the manager just said and my memory of that, yes, we can't do this, so.
All right. Commissioner Fuller.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it sounds like we probably should have had discussion on this motion, but I mean, obviously I will vote aye in favor of this, but I would say that we ought to be leading our other municipalities on this question and not simply assuming that they will answer no when we decide that we want to make this a requirement in Mecklenburg County. So my vote is aye.
Okay, did we get Commissioner Scarborough back? Okay.
No, Chair Dunlap.
All right, so Commissioner, good gracious. So the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk, the results?
Of those voting, it would be 8-1 since Ms. Scarborough was still part of the meeting.
All right, thank you. All right, so I was the last person who did not make comments relative to the report.
But you voted.
Just share with my concerns right now. One that Commissioner Fuller just brought forth. I will tell you that I've been reading NACO news and news across the country, and lots of other communities are recommending masks, and they do have some protocols and exceptions to when you should not be mandated to wear masks. So if the staff would do a little research, I think that's already out there. I know there were people with disabilities and other medical reasons as to why people couldn't wear masks. And so those were a part of the exceptions. But I'll just be looking forward to what staff brings back. Gibby, in your report earlier, you talked about staff at the facilities being tested. And I guess my concern is, if everybody's in the facility, why isn't everybody being tested?
So, when we first started seeing outbreaks in these facilities, it was taking some doing just to get everybody tested in the facilities, but now it's almost automatic. Once they have one individual testing positive, they'll.
And also the proposal gives consideration for other funding sources available for COVID-19 response, which includes the city of Charlotte, which has received $154.5 million. Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, which received $33.6 million. Central Piedmont Community College has received $10.8. And just recently, the Elections Office has received $1 million in funding for the November general election. This $1 million will support costs associated with face masks, face shields, safety goggles, gloves, and sanitizer and cleaning supplies, Also, this funding will support costs associated with expanding early voting sites. Next slide, please. The proposed spending plan will support investments in these 4 broad categories with targeted investments. The community response category will provide general assistance to individuals, families, and seniors impacted by COVID-19. The continuity of operations category funds investments required to return the organization to full operations. Economic development provides financial support to businesses that have been severely impacted by COVID-19, and investments in the emergency response category will support ongoing investments in emergency response services associated with COVID-19. Next slide. This slide provides examples of investments that we intend to make within the immediate future. Action that we are in a position to take now. Getting with $2.8 million to offer support to the towns, unincorporated areas of the county, and nonprofits. I'll go into more detail on the next slide regarding this investment. Also, there is $1.5 million available for general assistance, such as rent and utilities. The proposal includes a $1 million investment to support food pantries throughout the entire county. Also, $1 million to distribute PPEs throughout the community. With the increase in COVID-19 cases that has been referenced by Gibby Harris, this is a very critical investment. There's $1 million to support a proposal prepared by the Serving Seniors during COVID-19 Task Force for grants to ensure the seniors in this community receive sufficient support during these unprecedented times. The proposal includes $500,000 to design a community engagement process and COVID-19 communication plan designed to reach the high-risk population. And the proposal includes $300,000 to expand the county's senior nutrition program. Next slide. This slide provides more details regarding investments in the towns and nonprofits. I will not read each one of these. However, in short, the manager has received proposals from the towns of Matthews, Huntersville, Davidson, Cornelius, and Mint Hill. These requests seeks reimbursements for costs incurred to date, as well as the projected cost through December 30th. The investments also include costs associated with providing general assistance to the residents in these townships and offset expenses associated with emergency response. There is a $216,000 placeholder for any additional submissions from the towns, the unincorporated areas, and nonprofits. The lower half of the table provides a list of investments to support nonprofits located throughout the community. $1.3 million will go towards providing general assistance, and several of these investments in nonprofits have been endorsed by the town managers. County staff will review each proposal to ensure that the requests meet the coronavirus relief fund requirement. Next slide. This slide provides examples of investments that will require additional time to plan. Additional time will allow an opportunity to identify partners that can assist with delivering these critical services. In addition to identifying providers, we will have to review proposals to ensure alignment with the guidance and ultimately draft and execute a contract. This additional investment that staff will spend time planning for includes the digital divide, housing assistance, investments in senior programs and supportive services, which include assisted living facilities and nursing homes, small business assistance, mental health support, workforce development, and working families. Next slide, please. So the final slide provides the next steps. The manager would like feedback on the proposal. Be mindful that all funds must be spent by December 30th. The board will only have one regular meeting each month beginning in July through September, as you begin your summer schedule. Pending your feedback, plan will be finalized. Staff will move forward with identifying vendors, reviewing proposals for alignment to the CRF guidance, and draft and execute contracts. Staff will provide status updates to the board on specific initiatives and briefings on new guidance, and will continue to assess other needs and bring back proposals for spending the contingency. And last, staff intends to come back to brief the board on the planned investments at the next regular meeting on July 17th. July 7th. Chairman Dunlap, that concludes my presentation. Joining me and the county manager is Senior Assistant to the County Manager, Starla Tanner, who is very familiar with the guidance, and our CFO, Sarah Cunningham, who along with her team has played a major part in providing oversight of the COVID-19 expenses.
Well, first of all, let me thank you for your recommendation. If for my colleagues, if you recall, at our last meeting, we asked the county manager to bring back some recommendations, and I shared with each of you that if you had suggestions and recommendations, that you would forward that to the county manager as she developed what has been brought forward tonight. I want to specifically thank the staff for sharing all that will take place in order to spend this money, which is why there's such an urgency. The idea that you can't just hire people, you gotta vet vendors, you gotta do contracts and RFPs and all these other things before you can even get to the point of even spending the money. So I think this was a great presentation in that it also helped the board become familiar with the process necessary before you get to the spending process. So at this time, we'll open the floor for additional questions and comments. Hopefully we can do this in one round. Let's start with Commissioner Harden.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's a great presentation. I appreciate, I could see the feedback from the commissioners in the presentation, so I really appreciate that. I want to thank the county manager and thank Bryant for integrating our recommendations. And I just want to say that I know that you said, we're going to go into this summer session, and I just want to, I think getting this program organized and out is super important. And so I just want to say that, I'm available for Zoom meetings as we need to do whatever we need to do to get this organized and out the door. So I just wouldn't want our formal meeting process to stop, any forward motion that you're making on this. So that's the only thing I would have to say. So again, it was a great presentation, and I think we just need to get moving on it. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question on slide, on mine, it's slide 4. I'm not sure if on Mr. Bryant's, it's on slide 3. The, let's see, the graph. Yeah, nope. Yeah, that one. Okay, so I was just trying to understand the difference column. So, okay, on housing and homelessness, we spent 300,000, but only 48,000 was eligible. So can you sort of help me understand, how come it wasn't eligible, a lot of our expenditures?
Well, it really comes back down, Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell, to the guidance. As noted here, specific to housing and homelessness, we incurred $300,000 in expenses, and of that amount, $252,000 is not eligible because it is tied to food that was purchased for the hotels.
It's tied to food, did you say?
That's right. Food that was purchased for the hotels.
$252,000? was
bills.
food?
Mhm. That's
Wow.
correct.
Okay. Okay, wow. All right. So on the next slide, it's showing for housing and homelessness, 48,000 eligible, and then future 307,790. So that's going to be spent a different way than the previous funds.
That's correct. On this slide, we're sharing with you the future costs that are eligible for the Coronavirus Relief Fund. In particular, that additional $307,000 in the housing and homelessness category, that is tied to funding portable sanitation, restrooms, and hygiene kits for the homeless. This was something that was raised by Commissioner Cotham a couple of meetings back, and the manager wanted to make sure that we give consideration to that area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, and then on slide 8, let's see. Let's see where it says general assistance for rental and utilities. Is that like crisis assistance ministry? Is that where those funds are, or is this a different program? Or
Well, this is funding that would come from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. However, crisis assistance is one of the providers that we're considering partnering with to help us distribute these funds.
right? Okay, so that's what I was getting at. So they would be the ones that folks would go through to get these funds.
That is a provider that we're considering partnering with, yes.
But
Okay,
that would be in addition to the proposals that you made for the organizations within the towns. So that's separate than what you've already proposed.
right.
Which is on the next slide. That's correct.
Yeah, but let's go to the next slide, on slide 9 for the towns. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Dina. I had about 1,000 emails with you today trying to get those in. And so I'm just really pleased that, if we're able to get these funding levels, this is to me really important as a commissioner with towns in my district, that these funds get to the people in the district. And so I think through these help centers is the best way to actually reach, the grassroots people who really need the assistance. So I'm really appreciative we're able to get those recommendations in there. So let me say thank you to you for that, and also thank you to all the folks who helped me pull those numbers together in the towns. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, this was a great presentation, and I don't have any further questions. I felt it was very thorough, and I'm satisfied. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Fuller.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to say that I'm very gratified by this presentation and this expected proposal to us. I think it hits a lot of the points that we've talked about. In particular, I like the fact that we are providing support and assistance for our municipalities, our towns around the county. I really do support that. I think that's an important thing for us to be doing. And I hope that we'll hear from Pineville, which I notice is missing from this list. I hope we'll hear from them because we want to support them as well. The question I would have would be 2 questions. One is whether, if we decide at our next meeting that we are going to require masks or face coverings in Mecklenburg County, could we use this COVID money to help support providing masks to people, whether free or at some reduced price? Would we be able to use these funds for that?
Well, the answer is yes. There is a slide in the presentation, if I can get back to it, that there is $1 million. Yes, if you go back to slide 8.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I see that.
There's funding set aside specifically for for community-wide distribution of personal protection equipment, which includes masks, Commissioner Fuller.
Okay, that was really my precise question, because usually people have been using PPE to reflect equipment for healthcare workers, right? The N95 masks and so on. But if we require face coverings / masks, maybe they wouldn't have to be N95 masks, but nevertheless could be face coverings. But you think we could support both things?
Based on the guidance, and this listing factors the discussion from the last board meeting where you discussed looking at options to make sure that we can be in a position to provide PPEs, in particular masks, to residents throughout the community.
Okay, that's great. I think that'll
So-
really be helpful.
Commissioner Fuller, I just want to make
Yes.
sure that we're clear that the $1 million that's in this slide is dedicated solely to providing masks to the community. It's not to provide N95s to first responders or to the healthcare community.
Okay, that's
Totally
very important.
This is community-based.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then the last question I had was going back to slide 6, when you talked about considering other funding sources. Can you give me a little more color on that? I see that these various entities do have CARES Act funding, but particularly with respect to the City of Charlotte, CMS, and CPCC, what kinds of options are there to collaborate with these entities about their CARES Act money?
Well, in particular, we want to be certain that we're minimizing any duplication of efforts. One of the areas that come to mind that has been submitted for consideration is the digital divide. And we know that the City of Charlotte is considering investments in that area. And pending the guidance, we want to make sure that we coordinate any efforts regarding investments in digital divide with them, so that it's a collaboration as opposed to duplication of investments specific to investing in the digital divide. The same with CMS, as discussed earlier, about investments that meet guidance that is in the education arena. Again, we want to collaborate to minimize duplication. So that's really what that comes down to, with respect to each funding pot having a different set of guidance. But we want to make sure that we just maximize all dollars.
That makes perfect sense to me, and so I hope we move forward with this. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scarborough.
I have been listening attentively, and so I have no questions. Most of my questions were answered by people who were asking questions. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Powell.
The first thing I want to say is thank you. I feel like everyone's voices were heard, and I'm especially thankful for all of the input from the towns and incorporating those into the presentation tonight. So my one question is, I see under examples of investments that require additional planning, which is slide 10. It's something that I'd like to hear a little bit more about, because we have such a need for small businesses. So Dina or Michael Bryan, if you'd like to speak to that.
So, small business assistance is really interesting because, we're trying to figure this out, and Starla's, has been doing a lot of research on this. There's the federal guidance says that you can provide grants to small businesses, but on the other side, there's a paper that came out from the School of Government that says in North Carolina, you cannot use these dollars to provide grants for small businesses. They're completely reversed. And so we just need to make sure that when we do something like that, that we're on strong legal ground, that we don't, because the worst thing that could happen is we spend this money and, we get audited and we get jammed up and we have to pay money back. We don't want to do that. So we just want to make sure we're on strong legal footing. mental health supports is a really good idea, but we're just trying to figure out what are the best providers that we can utilize to be able to provide these funds to, and make sure that when we get audited on the back end, that we're going to have the documentation that we need to be able to support the work that we did. And so these are the kinds of things that we need to make sure that we have the documentation in place, so that if we get audited, we can support the expenditures. And that's the stuff that needs additional planning.
I really appreciate it, because I can tell, like, every concern that I've heard from my constituents and my colleagues is listed here. So I appreciate how thorough this is. And I feel very hopeful about it. So thank you.
Commissioner Leak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first thank Mr. Bryant and his team for the work that you have done, along with our manager. I don't think there's any question that we've asked that they have not been able to answer today. So if you go back to page 10 for me, please. And I'm concerned about my senior citizens, making sure that their needs are met through whatever means we can provide. Also, along with workforce development, preparing people to be able to take care of themselves even after this is over. The other piece is working families. How do we help working families to become stable and to provide stability for our children? The other one is, I want to know, how much have we spent on housing for homelessness, and anything that we have spent as it relates to food, security, all of the above that we have actually spent for our homeless citizens in Mecklenburg County. My concern is still, if we're spending the kind of money I'm hearing, why aren't we able, we may not can do it with this money here, providing use of old warehouses to develop them into housing for our people if possible. But if we cannot do that, I still want to know how much money has been spent for the homeless in this process and during this period. And again, let me thank Mr. Bryant, let me thank our manager, and let me say thank you to our county commissioners who have dwelled, and it's almost 11 o'clock, I guess, or 10:30, without going through the business of the county. And I want this public to know that's what we are about. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Jarrell.
Michael, can you pull up slide 8, please? Yeah. Can you speak to the community engagement piece? So we're talking about design strategies and specifically initiatives for our high-risk populations. How is that different from the, or just tell me what the thinking is relative to what we're already doing, what Gibby's doing already around those initiatives with high-risk communities and populations?
Sure. There's a couple of things there that this $500,000 will go towards funding. One is a communication plan that will include boots on the ground, as well as radio advertisements and things like that for this high-risk population. And then also we received proposals that will target certain races, such as Hispanics. There's also proposals regarding immigrants to look at designing brochures and translating them to their native tongue to make sure that we're getting the word out in different ways.
So I'm certainly not opposed to over communicating, but to me, it seems like, and the reason why I wanted to focus on this, it seems like there may be some redundancy there. So I just asked for us just to take a look at it, because that's fairly close or similar to what Gibby's doing in our Hispanic and African American communities, with the level of engagement that is going on as well. So, I would just suggest we guard against any sort of redundancy, because if we can use those funds in other areas and bolster up some other areas, I mean, it may be useful. But I do want to say thank you for the presentation. I thought it was excellent, and I could certainly see where our suggestions were certainly incorporated. So, Dina, thank you for pull that together, and Michael, you and your team. As it relates to working with our partners in the city and CMS, I know Digital Divide was certainly on some of our recommendations. So I would love to hear more about that and get visibility to what that looks like, and maybe our colleagues on the city have planned, if that's possible, because I think that's really, really important as we go through this and we're trying to stand folks up. It's going to be important that that access and level of access is available throughout. And also, I think when we talk about digital divide, I'd like to, make sure that, there's a conversation where we pull the towns in with that as well. So, but great presentation. Thank you for the information. I think it's an excellent start. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank Dina and staff for doing exactly what I expected you would do. And I think this demonstrates just how in tune staff is with what's going on as it relates to COVID. One of the things that I want to share, and maybe you guys have already done this, is that while the money needs to be spent by December, I would feel better knowing that it would have implications long after December. So to any extent you can use the funds that will have long-term effects overall, I think would really be beneficial to this community. Given the fact that CMS got $33 million, I'm certainly interested in knowing how they spent that, given that we've given them $526 million. And then the last question I had is a real simple one. What's the contingency for spending the contingency? $5 million is a lot of money.
Yeah, that's an amount that, based on the $39 million allotment that we received and the investments that have been identified, we wanted to make sure that we have a reasonable amount that is available should there be any changes in the guidance, which could include utilizing these funds to offset revenue loss, that we have that setting aside available for use. So we kind of backed into it based off of identifying funding for the investments already are earmarked, and then those projected expenses going to the end of the calendar year of December 30th.
Okay, and then I did have one last question. It was based on one of the slides that Susan Rodriguez McDowell had you put up, and it showed the difference in terms of what was covered and what was not covered. Am I to assume then, I think that was it, the one before, not that one, right there. Am I to assume that what was not covered, no, I think it was one before that. What was not covered is what the county has been responsible for? We spent out of our fund balance?
Yes, and we're looking at other options to offset some of these expenses that may not necessarily be eligible for the coronavirus relief fund. For example, the hotels is 100% reimbursable with FEMA. Then also STAR is looking at other options to offset some of these expenses that are eligible as well.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so if there's a commissioner who simply needs a second round, just identify yourself. Oh.
Chairman, I just want to, just going back to that slide, the reason that the small business isn't covered is, isn't that correct? And that money's coming back to us eventually at some point, isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct, because it's a loan.
Okay, was that it, Susan?
That's it, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner
Chairman?
Fuller?
Yes,
Yes.
sir. I just had a quick question based on that question. So is it fact that it's a loan versus grant that's the issue, or could there be forgivable loans that could be covered by the CARES Act
I'm
money?
gonna ask
Or
Starla
under North Carolina law?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Starla to address that because she's been doing all the due diligence on this.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you, Dina. Commissioner Fuller, if the money is going to remain or be returned back to the county and not completely expended by the end of the year,
it goes back to the government.
Okay, I'm sorry, I think I was cut off. If the money is going to remain with the county or be returned and still be with the county, still at the end of the year, then that would cause a problem that we would either have to pay it back, return it to the U.S. Treasury. And so that's why those funds aren't eligible, because they would still be, they wouldn't be spent if they're returned in any way.
Maybe I misunderstood Commissioner Fuller's question, but I thought he asked if it wasn't going to be returned to us, could it be used by the business?
Well, so then that would probably be defined as a grant with the guidance, and for the federal side of things, that's not where the question about the grant comes into play. That really is a question that we have with the interpretation with the state constitution and whether or not counties can provide grants to businesses. And that's where, as the county manager stated, we have some conflicts in interpretation on that side when it comes to grants.
And when you say conflicts in interpretation, you mean what constitutes a grant?
No, we have a guidance from the School of Government that indicates grants are not allowable under the Constitution for counties to have the authority to give money to small businesses, grants, that we can't do that. However, the Treasury guidance allows grants because, of course, that's nationally done. So under the Treasury guidance, grants are allowed. Per the School of Government's interpretation on the state side, grants are not allowed. We have checked in with the Office of State Budget and Management, and they've kind of taken a hands-off approach to that interpretation for counties. And so that's where the water gets a little muddy with which interpretation is the one that's going to move forward for most of the counties in North Carolina.
If I could clarify, Commissioner, under the Constitution, as well as case decisions, if a county gives money to a business or an individual, it would violate the state constitution because it is considered an exclusive emolument, and we would have significant problems. The federal law is one, but if the state gets it, we are bound by state law. The Constitution will not allow it.
And so how does that differ then between our business investment grants? Isn't that kind of, I mean, it's not a grant directly, but it's kind of forgiveness of taxes to some degree. Is there anything similar that we could do?
You get the money back by the tax incentive over the years. That's why you have clawback provision. If they don't meet the conditions, that you're able to get that money back.
I see. Okay.
All right. So let me one follow up to that concern. And the question is, and this is where I have the issue, the money came from the federal government to the county, not through the state. So if it was state money, I could understand why the state rule would apply. If the money comes from the federal government and the federal government says it's allowed, my question is, why is it not allowed?
It's allowed as long as it's governed by the federal law. Once you get it as a local government, the federal rules will not apply. If it stays with us, what you've heard thus far, is that if you don't use it, you'd have to return it to the federal government. That's their condition.
So then maybe we need to seek some assistance from our federal legislators that would then give us the authority to do that.
We need to get clarity on that. That's why it was under the bucket that says requires additional planning, because it's just very muddy right now. We need to find the clear path to how we get there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Again, thank you for that presentation. So at this time, Madam Manager.
So Chair Dunlap, on the items that we indicated that we could move forward with quickly, we're going to proceed, if that's okay with the board. And then the items that require more planning will come back on the 7th and give you some additional information. But I want to be able to proceed with the items that we feel like we can go forward with today, if that's okay with the board.
That's fine. Let's do it officially so that there's
I'll make a motion for that.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Count Commissioner Harden, second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner Harden. Roll call vote, Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell.
Yes.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, thank you, Dina, you and staff for all your hard work on that. I really do appreciate it. So next on our agenda, we will move to our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve those things that were not pulled from the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Fuller, seconded by Commissioner Leak. Roll call vote, Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough. Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
Okay, the chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, we'll now move to those items that were pulled from consent. Item 206196, budget amendment, County Assessor's Office, carry forward of unspent funds. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. Isn't it ironic? We were just talking about unspent funds and what have you. And the rationale for pulling this for information for the general public and for those who have called me and asked me some questions about the assessor's office. So those funds that's coming back to us will be spent, it said laptops and other necessities that's needed to help run the process. The other piece to it was that the remaining funds would either be used for data cleaning, a process for analyzing data using multiple regression, and it goes on to clarify that in the statement. So I so move, Mr. Chairman, that we do that with these funds. Coming to the unspent funds coming to from the assessor's office.
All right, thank you for that. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough to approve item 206196. Roll call vote, Commissioner Powell.
Aye.
Commissioner Leak.
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, Madam Clerk.
That was a unanimous yes vote.
Thank you. The next consent item is 206201, FY21 funding plan for DSS Home and Community Care Block Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I pulled this because it talks about community care block grants. And what this means for DSS, it will be providing for home and community use for those grants that if we're able to secure them. And one is dealing with home aid service, transportation service, congregate meals, home delivered meals, senior centers and operations, adult daycare and day health. All of this will be included in this grant, this home, the community and home block grant, which will serve as our seniors and the general public. So move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there a
Second.
second? Okay,
Second Scarborough.
moved by Commissioner Leak, seconded by Commissioner Scarborough. Roll call vote. Commissioner Powell,
Aye.
Commissioner Leak,
Yes.
Commissioner Jarrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Harden,
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell,
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham,
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller,
Aye.
Commissioner Scarborough,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Madam Clerk?
That was a unanimous yes vote.
All right, so the final item on our agenda is the commissioner's report. You have up to 3 minutes to share information or make comments. We'll start with Commissioner Powell.
I do not have any comments except thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Leak.
I just want to thank my dear friend and my brother, who is now a part of the county commissioner, for coming up with his resolution that deals specifically with specifics as relates to race and health care for our people in Mecklenburg County. The second piece is that the health committee has put out a newsletter, and I hope that each of you have received a copy. And I want to thank Mr. Trotman. I also want to thank Village Heartbeat and others who have helped to make it successful as it relates to the newsletter. We'll be getting one once a quarter, and especially to our manager, Dina. And I cannot close out with saying to our mothers who are mothers of sons and Black sons and Black brothers in this community, and the struggle that we're having across this country, which is a crisis, that out of this, I pray that some good will come, that life will not continue as it is, as we bury and grieve every day, all day, about our children, yet unborn, to be born, to come into a world that says to you, based upon your color, you're not accepted. So I say to you, I cannot breathe until you get off of my neck. And I say to us, Black lives do matter. Thank you.
Commissioner Jarrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say that I want to lift up two things. The first thing is tomorrow in Marshall Park at 4 p.m., Black Men United are coming together for a rally. Mr. Chairman, you've been asked to bring greetings, and appreciate you being available. But it's a sign that Black men want to stand up in this community, denounce racism, and talk about and lend our voices to the discussion around interaction with law enforcement by Black men in the disproportionate outcomes that we see. And so leaders with respect to all different roles in our community will come together at 4 o'clock. And we're asking everyone to come that will stand with us to rally and march and lend your voice to this effort. It's also the 5th anniversary of the Charleston Mother Emanuel shooting. And Councilman Malcolm Grant will bring remarks, as his sister was a victim in that tragedy with 8 others that were tragically gunned down due to racism and hate. And finally, I want to say, Mr. Chairman, that Commissioner Leak received a racist hate letter, and I want the community to know this. And I wanted Commissioner Leak to know and understand that I've said this before, I'll say it again. There is no greater voice in this community for particularly Black people. And I want her to know that we all stand with her. We have her back. We appreciate it. We stand on her shoulders as she's someone who's been a soldier in the field for many years. And it's a shame that we still come to this point where people do what they do without respect for those that we should certainly respect. And Commissioner Leak, I want you to know that you're not standing alone, and we are here for you. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner Harden?
I think she lost her internet connection.
Okay, Commissioner Harden.
Thank you, Chairman. And yes, I agree with Commissioner Durrell about Commissioner Leak. You do not stand alone. And I didn't know that you had received another letter, but that's horrible. And we stand with you as your colleagues, Commissioner, and I'm sorry about that. There is no greater voice. I would agree with Commissioner Durrell on that. I'd also want to recognize that we have 3 dads on our Board of County Commissioners, and it's Father's Day this weekend. And I want to just make a shout out to all of the fathers in our community, my dads in our community, and I certainly want to, give him all kinds of appreciation. And I want to say how much I appreciate that the things that we're doing for seniors in our community. We have seniors dying alone because of COVID, and it's a real sad situation. And to be isolated and to die alone. And so we allocated tonight and everything that Gibby's doing in the health department to improve the outcomes of seniors on our long-term care and nursing home facilities is really making a difference. And when you have 93% of the deaths happening, in one population. I appreciate the chairman saying, what are we doing strategically to focus in on that? Because that is where a lot of the suffering is happening. And so I'm very appreciative to this board and for the county manager and for county staff for everything they've done to help those in our community who are seniors. So thank you. And happy Father's Day.
Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any further comments at this time. I'm having a little trouble with my connection, so that concludes my comments.
Okay, Commissioner Cotham.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I join my colleagues in saying to Commissioner Leak that I am so very sorry that yet again, how many have there been that you received another hateful, racist letter? It reminded me of, I've been trying to read Reverend Barber's comments in the last few weeks, and he used the phrase about the long train of abuse demands change. And I feel like you've been on this long train of abuse. And we have had too many deaths demand change, and Black Lives Matter protests demand it. And, but you talk a lot about District 2 being the most powerful, but that is because of you, Commissioner Leak. So I salute you, and I do wish Happy Father's Day to my colleagues and to our staff. And that concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say this evening what continuing pride I have to serve on this board with my 8 other commissioners. We've done something significant this evening, and we've been doing some pretty heavy lifting on our board, on this county commission for our community. Stories yet still to be told about the investments that we've called for, the actions that we've taken, that the consequences we're going to see in the next months and years to come. We've had a season of protest that is very appropriate, needed, and a cry by our community about the conditions under which we live. And who would have thought that even since the murder of George Floyd, since then, how many of us have seen various videos and incidents that have occurred even in the time since the George Floyd death, police officers continuing to put their knees on the necks of Black men in our communities. Black men still being shot dead for no other reason than being drunk at a restaurant parking lot. The needs are great. I'm just hopeful, prayerful that somehow this is different. Our protests are being heard. We have people in office who are responding, finally, to what the community has been crying out for decades. You know, I always say that we need to protest, we need to speak out. When everybody goes home from the protest, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And that work is not sexy. You're not going to get credit for doing that work. But it absolutely has to happen. You can cry out about our police force and culture in the police force, but the only way it's going to change is by elected leaders making changes, demanding changes, accepting nothing less than changing. And that's the work that we're doing. And I think it's so important, the work that we're doing, and that we have to keep at it. Keep at it no matter how much it seems in the dark that we're doing it. So I'm just proud to be on a board that sees the importance of doing that. And I just thank my colleagues for being a part of this effort. And God bless you all.
Commissioner Scarborough.
I believe that if our people will turn from their wicked ways, then will we hear from heaven and change the land. I believe in that with scripture. I've seen that one many times, but I will tell you this. Until we decide that we're going to turn from our wicked ways, not us personally, but yes, Charlotte and the community, we must turn from these wicked ways, and then we'll hear from heaven. We're not going to hear anything as long as we're doing what we're doing in Mecklenburg County. So thank you for the evening. I've enjoyed hearing from everyone, and I think that we can move on. If we believe, then we must put our beliefs in practice. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Real quickly, I'm reminded of a conversation I had with my son just a few short weeks ago, where he reminded me of a conversation that he and I had when I was teaching him how to drive. And he talked about how upset he was with me when I would yell at him because he didn't come to a complete stop at a stop sign. And then he said to me, he said, I really understand it now, because you didn't want me to give police officers any reason to stop me. And so it made me feel so good to know that he finally understood the message that I was sending him, even at age 16, having to have those conversations with our boys and girls that nobody else has to have with them. He sent me a video last night about an incident that happened in his community. A person with a disability being stopped for no reason ended up being tased and put on the ground. And the thing about it was the officer's own camera convicted him, and he was fired immediately. So as Trevor suggested, we're concerned about George Floyd and what we've seen recently. But if you pay attention to national news, even with what's going on, it has not stopped what's going on in this country. And so we've got to be vigilant and make sure that we raise our voices in order to demand change. So I'm asking everybody's support to help us do that. And then lastly, had a good meeting last week, I think. I'm looking forward to some more good news about our ability to increase affordable housing in this community. Dean, I hope you got that phone call, or did you make that phone call? But I am really excited about that opportunity that we're going to share with our board in the coming weeks. So with that being said, I think that concludes our meeting. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Scarborough, seconded by Commissioner Harding. Roll call vote. Commissioner Powell.
Yes.
Commissioner Leek.
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Jarrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Harden.
Yes.
Commissioner McDowell.
Aye.
Commissioner Cotham.
Aye.
Commissioner Fuller.
Aye and goodbye.
Commissioner Scarborough.
Aye and goodbye.
The chair votes aye. Madam Clerk.
That is
Good
a
night.
unanimous yes vote to adjourn.
All right, thank you guys. Meeting stands
All right.
adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Get tested. So I did want to lift up our community partners, and I also wanted to give a shout out to Anthony Trotman for helping me navigate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my comments.
So I just want to make sure that we're keeping them in mind, and of course, Elon, SpaceX, and your team. Going back to what we talked about just a few minutes ago, the fact that at SpaceX, you don't call them Bob and Doug, you call them the dads, because that's what they are. They are, in fact, dads, and keeping their safety at the foremost of your minds. So really, this is really a great day for all of America. It's a great day for our country. It's been a long time. It's been 9 years since we've had the opportunity. And of course, we are here now, and there's as Elon said earlier, there's 10,000 people behind this that have made it happen. You might have said 100,000.
Actually, when you add up suppliers and and everyone, I think it's probably closer to 100,000.
Children.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this really is it's a great day for the United States of America. It's a great day for our international partners. Remember, Crew 1 is going to be an international mission on the first crew. We're going to have a Japanese astronaut with us. So we're very excited about this. I want to say congratulations to everybody. We're not celebrating yet. We will celebrate when they're home safely, but certainly we can breathe sighs of relief every step along the way, and that's what we're doing today. So congratulations to SpaceX and Elon Musk. Congratulations to Kathy Leaders and your NASA team that got us to this position, and we look forward to so many things ahead.
Great.
So that's going to wrap it up for us here at the Kennedy Space Center. You can continue watching our live coverage until the astronauts reach the International Space Station and docking and hatch opening and the arrival of Bob and Doug at the ISS. Docking is scheduled for 10:29 Eastern Time. And right after this broadcast, we'll turn it over to JSC. We're going to hear from Bob and Doug during a downlink from the Crew Dragon as they orbit the Earth. So we'll have more information. Please go to nasa.gov. For more specific information on commercial crew, you go to nasa.gov/commercial crew. And go SpaceX, go NASA, go Bob and Doug, and go America. Thank you.
Here is my handle and here is my spout.
When I get all steamed up, then I shout.
Tip me over and pour me out. Oh.
It only takes a moment to make a moment.
Cheers.
Take time to be a dad today.
Admiren al gigante enojado. Admiren al gigante enojado. Admiren al gigante enojado. Admiren al gigante enojado. Los momentos más pequeños pueden tener un gran impacto en la vida de un niño. Toma el tiempo hoy para ser papá.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
we're making history again.
Let's go.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug. America has launched. So rises a new era of American spaceflight and witness the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream.
Good afternoon and welcome from Kennedy Space Center. I'm Bettina Klein with NASA's Office of Communications. What a day. We are here to discuss the NASA SpaceX Demo 2 mission and the return of U.S. human spaceflight from American soil to the International Space Station with astronauts Robert Behnken and Douglas Hurley. The Crew Dragon spaceflight spacecraft and the Falcon 9 rocket lifted today from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center at 3:22 p.m. Bob and Doug are now safely on their way to the International Space Station. To talk more about this historic mission, we have a great panel of guests, starting with NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, Elon Musk, the Chief Engineer of SpaceX, Kathy Leaders, Manager of the NASA Commercial Crew Program, Kirk Shireman, Manager of the International Space Station, and NASA Chief Astronaut Pat Forrester. We'll start with opening comments and our presenters. Then we'll take your questions. We'll first start with our NASA Administrator, Jim Bridenstine.
Well, thank you, Bettina. What a great day for NASA. What a great day for SpaceX. What a great day for the United States of America. It's been 9 years since we've launched American astronauts on American rockets from American soil, and now we have done it again. I want to be clear, the mission is not yet over. This is a test flight. And so we are at the beginning, but so far everything has performed very, very well, and we are excited about the fact that Bob and Doug, our American heroes, are safely in orbit and on the way to the International Space Station. So I just want to say congratulations to the NASA team. Congratulations to Kathy Leaders, who's been on the NASA side leading our commercial crew program all along, and you and your team have done an absolutely marvelous job, and of course Elon Musk and your team at SpaceX. This launch represents the best of everything that America has to offer, but it also represents continuity of purpose. I think to Charlie Bolden, my predecessor as the NASA administrator, who got this program off the ground when there wasn't a lot of political support, and now there is a lot of political support, but it's because we have had success after success. And so this is an important milestone for the nation, and I am so honored and grateful to have really this brief moment in my life to be at the head of this agency. So what an amazing group of people that made all of this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. Next, Elon Musk.
Oh, I'd like to just acknowledge the incredible work of the people at SpaceX and NASA and everyone in creating this technology, and in what has culminated in this incredible launch today of getting astronauts back to orbit after almost a decade. I think this is something that should really get people, right on the heart of anyone who has any spirit of exploration. And the United States is a distillation of the human spirit of exploration. I think this is something that's particularly important in the United States, but appeals to everyone throughout the world who has within them the spirit of exploration. So, I'm really quite overcome with emotion on this day. It's kind of hard to talk, frankly. It's been 18 years working towards this goal, so it's hard to believe that it's happened. And we haven't quite yet docked at the space station, and of course we need to bring them back safely, and we need to repeat these missions. and have this be a regular occurrence. So it's a lot of work to do, but it's just incredible. I think this is something that everyone, this is a craft made by humans, for humans. This is like something that I think humanity should be excited about and proud of occurring on this day.
Thank you, Elon. Well, next, Kathy Leaders.
Well, I wasn't really expecting this today. I'm going to tell you, we woke up this morning. I think Jim actually called me this morning and said, "What do you think? What do you think? Are we going to fly today? What do you think?" Yeah. Well, it was at the 6:05 wake up phone call, but I think
you ever slept.
but I think Jim said it. I mean, I think I was really proud of the team. The team sat there this morning. We looked at the weather. It didn't look great, but we looked at the different options that were out there, and we realized how important it was for us to kind of step through this carefully and weigh the readiness of the hardware, and then, not have launch fever, but to very carefully assess the situation and be able to clear the gates and the milestones along the way. And the NASA and SpaceX team did a fabulous job of that. And I'm very grateful for the weather clearing 1 hour before we were getting ready to launch. I mean, all weather constraints were cleared on a day that we weren't really sure how it was going to work out. For both our abort track and our launch area, which we have very, very tough weather constraints. But like both Jim and Elon have said, this is a test flight. Bob and Doug are already up there accomplishing a lot of the goals of our test mission. They got to do their far field demos. They got to feel, what it's like to be able to use the touch screens when you're in zero G. They got to be able to, check out all the different parts of the system and liberate their zero G indicator, which I think you guys all have and probably have on order right now. And they have a lot more things. They're going to get to try to sleep. I'm not sure how they're going to do that, but they're going to get to try to sleep. And then tomorrow morning, we'll be approaching space station, and it'll be some of the most important demonstrations that they'll be able to work and on about how do we safely dock to the International Space Station. So I am so grateful and proud of our NASA and SpaceX team. They are still vigilant. They're still on console. We're going to stay. I'm going to stay in the LCC until Bob and Doug get docked to the International Space Station, because we're going to stay vigilant until we bring them safely home. Very, very proud of this team. Cannot tell you how happy I am and amazed that we're here today. Thank you.
Kirk Shireman.
Well, what a great day. Very, very great day for human spaceflight. Big congratulations to Elon Musk and the SpaceX team. And of course, a big congratulations to Jim Bridenstine and his leadership together with Kathy Leaders and the commercial crew team. Just a fantastic day. Really, really happy to be part of it. A lot of the ISS team couldn't be here in Florida today, but I can tell you they were watching it virtually. They actually had a virtual launch watching party, and they were very excited to see the launch as well. And finally, our international partners. I had the chance to get congratulations from many of my counterparts across the International Space Station Partnership. They have been a big part of Commercial Crew and the SpaceX efforts along the way. Today, they were watching. I can tell you they're all very excited about having their crew members fly in the very, very near future on the Dragon and come up to International Space Station. Today, on board the ISS, the three crew members, Chris Casti, Ivan Wagner, and Anatoly Ivanishin, are getting ready to have their additional crewmates on board. I know they're very, very excited. In fact, I'd be surprised if they don't have something really special cooked up for them when they arrive. So we'll look forward to that. There's lots of work to be done on ISS, and I know Bob and Doug, together with the folks on orbit, are really ready to get busy. What you saw today, hopefully what you saw today was really smooth and calm. It's kind of like a duck maybe on the water. It looks smooth and calm, but there's a lot of paddling going on underneath the surface. And what you'll see tomorrow, likely, we certainly expect is very, very smooth and nominal. I just want you to know, though, it's very, very difficult. It's a tremendous amount of effort on the part of the designers, the test engineers, in terms of the ops planners and the operators and even the crew to go make that happen. So smooth and nominal is actually really, really hard. Anyway, with that, it's been a great day. Very, very happy to have Bob and Doug on their way to the International Space Station and looking forward to the rest of this test flight.
And Pat.
I tell you, I am very happy to be sitting here in a post-launch press conference, and that's not something you'll hear me say very often. Probably not as happy as Bob and Doug are right now, but I'm pretty happy. And no doubt I have a group of astronauts jumping up and down back in Houston that are pretty happy too, because we promised them some flight assignments, and those are sure to come once we got Bob and Doug up. And so I just wanted to just say thanks to the team for being able to do that, to give these opportunities to our other crew members. I want you to know that I've been living with Bob and Doug in our astronaut crew quarters here over the last week plus, and I have never seen a crew so calm and focused leading up to a launch as these two were. Now, no doubt that has to do with their experience. It has to do with the training. But I really think it's a demonstration of the trust that they have both in the NASA team and the SpaceX team to get them safely to orbit. Astronauts sometimes are referred to as heroes, and no doubt Bob and Doug demonstrated that today. But this is the first time I've ever been in the flight control room as the chief astronaut while we were trying to launch a crew. And I'll tell you, accepting risk on behalf of others is a big responsibility. And I was amazed at what was going on in the loops. As Kirk said, there was a lot of paddling underneath. And I want everyone to know that we were surrounded by heroes on the ground that got us where we were today. With that, I think I'll say thanks again for getting our crew safely to orbit. We'll look forward to seeing them dock to the International Space Station tomorrow.
Thank you. So today we have media joining us remotely. So they'll be on the phone and watching on NASA television like everybody else. So to ensure as many people as possible to ask their questions, we're asking our reporters to ask one question to make sure that all of their colleagues has an opportunity to participate in this press conference. Please state your name, affiliation, and whom you're directing your question to. Our first question comes from Miriam Kramer.
Hi, thank you so much. Miriam Kramer with Axios. This question is for Elon or for the administrator or both. I was just wondering, so this launch has often been referred to as a moment of hope for the nation, but it's also happening against the backdrop of protests and demonstrations around the country today. I wonder what you want to say to those people out there protesting. Is this launch for them too? Thanks.
I'll be happy to field it. Look, this launch is for all of America, and we have had moments in time in American history where we've had challenges as a nation. We think back to the 1960s. We think about the Vietnam War and the protests. We think about, in the 1960s, the civil rights abuses and the civil rights protests. We think about the height of the Cold War. And yet we had this moment in time, July 20th, 1969, when all of America stopped, literally just stopped, because we had American astronauts walking on the surface of the moon. And then we repeated that 5 more times. The challenge is the Apollo program eventually ended. But I think what is great about NASA is that we bring people together. Everybody loves exploration. And it's not just political divides, it's also international divides, and it's unifying. And I would hope, I think it happened today as a matter of fact. All of America stopped. I've seen some of the numbers. The amount of viewership on what we accomplished today was off the charts. And so I am hoping that people can see this as something that is bright and hopeful, and that people know that tomorrow is a new day and a better day, and we're always going to strive to do better.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Jackie Waddles of CNN.
Thanks so much for doing this. I was curious, this question is for Elon, if you had heard from President Trump yet and what he might have told you and what you might have said to him about this. Thanks so much.
Well, I've not spoken one-on-one with him. I just essentially heard the press conference along with everybody else. So we've not exchanged any direct comments.
We had a few moments in the firing room there after the launch, and I'll tell you that, yeah, sure. The president is excited. Of course, he congratulated Elon and the SpaceX team, and I thought it was a good moment.
Yes, it was with a group of people, but yeah.
Oh, sure,
yeah.
sure.
But yes, he certainly congratulated the SpaceX team and NASA and everyone involved, and yeah, I think this just to echo the NASA administrator's comments. I think this is a day that I think everyone can be proud of. That it's a good day to be. This event is something that all of humanity can get excited about. It's just a fundamentally positive, good thing, and I think we need more positive, good things in this world.
Our next question is from Joey Roulette of Reuters.
Doing this. One question, two-part question. First is for Jim Bridenstine. Have you heard from your Russian counterparts? I know Kurt Shireman mentioned that international partners reached out to NASA with the success, and the other is for Elon Musk. With SpaceX's success today, have you heard from your Boeing counterparts, and what would you say to them? Thanks.
So Dmitry Rogozin is the head of Roscosmos in Russia, and I haven't talked to him, but I have seen his public comments, and of course he was overwhelmingly congratulatory towards NASA and SpaceX, and he made some comment about how it's like flying an iPhone or something, and I know I've made similar comments as well, but he did express that this is an exciting day, not just for us, but also for them. They believe in the partnership, and so I think it's going to remain strong.
The trampoline is working.
That's right.
Yeah, it's an inside joke. Inside joke, yeah.
Our next question comes from Marcia Dunn.
For you, your company president said right before liftoff that she was super nervous, stomach and throat. Could you talk about how you were, your emotions, your feelings leading up to liftoff, and especially seeing them make it to orbit safely? Thank you very much.
Was that for me or Elon?
Sure.
I think it was for Elon.
For Elon, please. Yeah. Elon?
Marcia, if you're still on the line, can you repeat your question?
Yes. Elon, Gwynne Shotwell said right before liftoff that she had her stomach in her throat. She was super nervous. I'd like to know how you were feeling in the minutes leading up to liftoff today, your emotions, your feelings of having to stand there and watch all this unfold. Thank you.
Well, I mean, just speaking straight from the heart, on Wednesday during the first countdown, I'd say that my adrenaline was railed at 100%. And when the launch was called off, it went to 0%. It was like I just basically collapsed and slept the longest time I'd slept in probably a year. Then oddly enough today, I don't know, it felt like just the fates were aligned, and I didn't feel nervous, it felt like it was going to work, and it felt like the right thing was going to happen. So, for whatever reason, I did not feel nervous.
Hey, Bettina, can I
sure.
say something real quick? I just got a note moments ago. Doug Hurley announced that the Crew Dragon is named Endeavor, and cool. We are going to look forward to hearing a few words from them shortly.
Thank you.
Yeah, they've been flying it around. Actually, it's cool that they took it off automatic and just were manually flying the craft around. And it's got to be pretty fun, just zipping around space and spacecraft.
Everyone's childhood dream.
Yeah.
Next, we'll go to Emery Kelly of Florida Today.
Hey, folks. Thanks. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. I'm just wondering, with this being the first time humans have had a chance to experience flying on a Falcon 9 and in a Crew Dragon after all these years of them flying, have you gotten any input from Bob and Doug? Is it, smooth ride? What was it like? Thank you.
So I have not heard specifically as to how it flies. I do know that we are going to hear from them soon. I don't know at what point that's going to take place. Bettina, I don't know if you have that specific information. No?
I don't have it right.
It was a very smooth ride. You can see on the, I think on the webcast, it looked quite smooth. In fact, there was a friend of mine who's a filmmaker said, you need to put some shake into the camera to make it look more realistic.
Okay. Our next question will be from Paul Brinkman of UPI.
Yes, I'd like to ask Elon. I realize the mission isn't over, but it's a significant achievement at this point. What's the impact of success for this program on SpaceX as a whole, including development of Starship?
Well, I think this is obviously a tremendous accomplishment for SpaceX in partnership with NASA and a number of critical suppliers. In fact, if I think about the total number of people involved in making this mission successful, it probably adds up to 100,000. So I'd just like to express a word of appreciation and congratulations again to everyone involved in making this successful. And just a special word to the administrator and Kathy, and it's just everyone involved. It's just wow. Anyway, it is a little hard to process. I think at this point I am somewhat overcome by emotion to try to come up with cohesive, sentences that make any sense. Is quite difficult. But I think this is hopefully the first step on a journey towards a civilization on Mars, life becoming multiplanetary, based on the moon and expanding beyond Earth, and life becoming a multi-planet species, life becoming multiplanetary for the first time in the 4.5 billion year history of Earth. I think this is hopefully the first step on that journey. It will require a tremendous amount of innovation and technology development to make going to orbit and ultimately beyond orbit a routine matter where thousands and perhaps ultimately millions of people can travel to other planets. That's what we really need to achieve over time. That's obviously a very difficult goal, but that's seeming increasingly real with what happened today, that getting people to orbit finally after 18 years. If we are able to increase the rate of innovation, then life can become multiplanetary. This is the goal we should strive for.
I think from a NASA perspective, I think what this did for Starship and a lot of others is kind of establish that this is a successful business model. And if we look at how we did commercial resupply of the International Space Station, and now commercial crew of the International Space Station, and of course the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program to deliver payloads to the surface of the moon, and now for the first time since 1972, we have funded a human landing system, and of course we're very proud that SpaceX is going to be a partner in that development program as well. So, so not only do we have it funded, we actually have contractors under contract to developing that human landing system. So I think as far as how this relates to the Artemis program and the Moon to Mars program, I think the business model has proven itself very successful. We're bringing down costs. We're increasing access. That's going to continue to happen as we on-ramp more partners, and of course, as SpaceX and others, to go get more customers NASA doesn't want to be the owner and operator of the hardware. We also don't want to be the only customer. We want SpaceX and others to go get customers that are not us. And when all that materializes, I think what Elon's talking about here, this vision for humanity being able to live on the surface of the moon for long periods of time and eventually on Mars for long periods of time, that's the eventuality of the business model that we are currently developing.
Thank you. Our next question is from Chris Davenport of the Washington Post.
Thanks, guys, for taking my call. I really appreciate it. And thanks, Elon, for the trampoline quote. That was classic. Elon, if I could ask you, you put the window in the Cargo Dragon as a symbol of your ambition of flying people. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about how, over these very long years, you kept your team focused on human spaceflight as the ultimate goal, even though, obviously, they've been working on so many other things along the way. Thanks, and congrats.
Yeah, human spaceflight was always the goal, the fundamental goal of SpaceX. Well, like I said, to create the technologies or help create the technologies necessary to make life sustainably multiplanetary. I cannot emphasize this enough. This is the thing that we need to do. We must make life sustainably multiplanetary. It's not one planet to the exclusion of another, but to extend life beyond Earth. We are life's agent in this regard. All the creatures and the plants and everyone that exist here on Earth, we can bring them to other planets, and it's very important that we do so as soon as possible, I think, while the window of opportunity is open. I call upon the public to support this goal and to think about this goal and think about how important it is and how fundamental it is to the future. We've got to get it done. The launching satellites is nice, of course, and it keeps we've got to bring in more money than we spend. This is important, but it's ultimately all about life beyond Earth.
We'll go to our next question. It's Eric Berger of Ars Technica.
Good afternoon. That was a hell of a thing to watch. Question for Jim today. It's been a little more than 8 months since you tweeted about SpaceX and it was time to deliver. Just wondering if you would say that they have delivered or not, and maybe do you have a message for other contractors for NASA?
Yeah, no, I leave it to you to bring this up. We're celebrating here a little bit. I want to be careful we're not celebrating too much until Bob and Doug get home safely. But no, that's right. There was a time 8 months ago, as you mentioned, where we were having challenges with parachutes. We had a Crew Dragon that had a static fire test that ultimately resulted in its catastrophic loss. And if you would have told me then that we would be right here today, I don't know that I would have believed it. And yes, I sent a tweet and asked Elon to deliver. And I'll tell you the same thing. I told the president, I told the vice president, and of course I've said it in a number of interviews. Since that day, Elon Musk and SpaceX have delivered on everything NASA has asked them to deliver on, and at a speed that we never would have guessed. My engineering team was saying that this is not going to be able to be achieved in this amount of time. The amount of parachute tests that we had to get done and how long it takes to get those parachute tests done. Look, we got all the parachute tests done. And we are just overwhelmingly grateful, not just for SpaceX and Elon Musk, but also Airborne and the NASA team that really went to work on getting all these tests done. And of course, all of the, changing out the titanium, all that took time, and then doing all the tests after that. My goodness, SpaceX really delivered something that is magnificent, and that is speed. Without question, I don't think anybody would have believed the speed with which SpaceX delivered, and they did, in fact, deliver.
Kathy, you want to add anything to that?
Oh, no. I think Jim said it really well. We went through, it wasn't like we didn't have issues. We had things we had to go solve, right? And we've learned a ton. And that team, the SpaceX team and the NASA team together, working hand in glove, together, solve these problems together, right? We tackled them and we solved them and figured out how we were going to go fly together. And, but without the SpaceX folks making it happen, like Jim said, so quickly, we wouldn't be here today.
Thank you. Next is Lauren Grush with The Verge.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I guess this is for anyone who can answer it. I'm wondering if there was anything unexpected during the launch today. I think I heard something on the live stream about some component being lower in temperature than expected. Just wondering if everything went as planned or if you had any hiccups along the way. Thanks.
Do you want me? So the only, really the count was, I would say, spectacularly quiet. I mean, everybody said, and then probably within, as we were loading the prop, the only thing we saw it was actually something we'd seen as we were unloading on Wednesday. We had a sensor that was reading in a way that we had to go understand why was it reading in that particular manner, and we also had to understand what can happen if it fails. And it was in an area where actually it's downstream of our fill and drain valve, and so it was, kind of Jim talked before about where do the teams, how do they work together, and one of the things that we've learned on this mission is how to go take a piece of data, like a sensor data, and go understand what is that data telling us, and then be able to clear it, which is really why we were able to fly, through our understanding of what the issue was, and then turn that around in a very short period of time. And what that takes is two groups of folks that have been working with each other for a while and understand what the vehicle is trying to tell them. But, I thought, oh my goodness, we're going to have this issue after going through all the weather stuff. Now we're going to have this issue. And I was very impressed with how the joint teams together looked at the sensor, understood the phenomena, and then cleared it and continued on the count.
Next, we'll go to Irene Klotz of Aviation Week.
Thanks, Tina. Congratulations, everybody. That was super impressive to see. My question, I think, is for Kathy and maybe for Elon. What has to happen from this point on for you all to feel confident that a August 30th or early September launch of the first post-certification mission can happen? Thanks.
Well, I'm very proud of the SpaceX team for another reason. We had really wanted our Crew 1 vehicle to get into prop checkouts, which is really where the spacecraft's assembled, and we're kind of in one of the final acceptance testing modes. And last night I got an email. It said Crew 1 vehicle is in prop checkouts. They're going through. So, and making sure that the propulsion systems leak tight and operating in a critical manner. So I tell you, that's the first thing. The vehicle's got to be ready. The other things that we've got to do is make sure, one, we dock our Demo 2 vehicle, because like we said, this is a test flight, and make sure that we're taking all that learning that we're going to have from the docking and rolling it into our readiness for Crew 1. And then we also have to make sure that we are understanding that we get through landing and make sure that we're taking that understanding and any issues that we have with the landing and then rolling that into Crew 1. So our team's getting the vehicle ready, and we're also watching this demonstration mission and making sure that our learning out of this test flight is then rolled into how we're going to be flying Crew 1. So keep watching along the way. It's going to be I'd say like a serial, your serial, and we'll be following along as we learn along the way. But these test flights are very important for that next mission.
Next question comes from Jeff Faust.
Hi. Hi, this is Jeff Faust with Space News. Are there any issues you're particularly watching on the Crew Dragon as it approaches the space station? Anything that you'll be particularly keeping your fingers across over the remaining hours up through docking?
So, the big thing, the nice thing about us having the uncrewed mission was we were able to check out a lot of the systems on the uncrewed mission that had to do with docking. And I think everybody saw last spring how successful our Demo 1 mission was through the docking phase. But you always learn something with spaceflight, and now having the crew on board and understanding how the spacecraft and the crew operate as a system, and then how that total system then obviously works with us approaching station will be another big thing that we're learning, right? And then obviously, people forget, and Kirk alluded to it, us understanding how to be docked with station and operate within station is a big part of our learning for this group. This is also our first long duration mission where we're going to be doing integrated operations with the space station for a long period of time, which is also going to be a huge learning opportunity for us. So these test flights are very, very important for us to not only learn how the vehicle works, but learn how we're operating it. And we've learned a lot about how to try to fly with weather and how to operate with these systems. It's going to be really important for us now to go learn how to obviously do the docking piece, but then learn how to be part of this integrated enterprise that's the International Space Station. And Kirk, you probably could add, it's a very complicated,
Sure.
system.
First of all, I promise good weather tomorrow, Kathy. I promise no rain showers. We did have a solar flare, but I don't think that'll impact our operations. But there's a series of tests along the way. Just like on Demo 1, there's some additional tests. Of course, Doug's going to take over and fly manually, and the crew on board the Dragon, Bob and Doug monitoring how the vehicle comes in, and Chris Cassidy on board the ISS will also be monitoring it. So it really is, how does the vehicle perform? How does the integrated crew, both the crew on the Dragon and the crew on the International Space Station, handle all that? And then, of course, equalizing the pressures, making sure there's no leaks when it's mated to the ISS. And then finally, just training the crew to come across the hatch and how the ISS works and be part of that bigger integrated team. So I think there's a tremendous amount of things to learn along the way. And we have very, very experienced crew on board the ISS and a very, very experienced crew on Dragon. And I think it'll go really well. But I'm sure we'll learn a few things along the way.
Thank you. Our next question is going to come from Jackie Goddard of Times of London.
Hello, thank you, and congratulations. My question is for Elon. You said last week that you had told Bob and Doug's two little boys that you would do everything you can to bring them home safely. Even with a safe launch out the way, that must still weigh on you throughout the mission, though. And I wondered if you can share some personal insight into what it's like to have that responsibility, not just with your SpaceX hat on, but as a dad. Thank you.
Well, it really hit home, when you meet somebody's kids and the vehicle that you're responsible for, that their life's at stake. It really hits home. There's still. So we still got to dock with the space station. We still got to return. I think there's an argument that the return is more dangerous in some ways than the ascent. So we don't want to declare victory yet. We need to bring him home safely. Make sure that we're doing everything we can to minimize that risk of reentry and return. We were able to do that with the Demo 1 vehicle, so we were able to retire a lot of risk with the reentry there. That's a big deal, but anyway, get choked up here. So it really this. Yeah, I'm getting choked up. Sorry, I'm not sure I can answer the question any more than that. Except, yeah, we're gonna do everything we can to make sure he gets home safely.
Our next question comes from Marina Corinne.
Hi, everyone. Marina Corin with The Atlantic. Congratulations on the launch. This is for Elon or Jim. Do Bob and Doug want to dock manually to the ISS instead of letting Dragon do it? Are they allowed to do that, or can they only take over if there is a problem or some kind of emergency?
The plan is for automatic rendezvous and docking. That's the plan. Of course, if they needed to do something manually, they could. But we're planning to test automatic rendezvous and docking. I just want to reiterate something that Elon talked about. There is no doubt that Bob and Doug are on Elon's mind all the time. But that is not just on his mind. He has made that throughout the culture at SpaceX. And we did an assessment of the culture at SpaceX, and it came back extremely strong. And it is on the mind. Bob and Doug are on the minds of everybody, all the way down to the line worker and all the way to the top. Everybody at SpaceX knows what is at stake here. And I will tell you, I was very impressed with what I saw in that safety assessment that we conducted. And I think all of our NASA team was impressed with it as well. It's not just Elon, it's his whole team. And he's made that go all the way down to every person that works at SpaceX.
They're called the dads, which may have something to do with their age, but I won't. I can say that because they're on orbit, so they're and it'll be a few months before maybe they come back and kick me now. But yes, but they're called the DM2 dads.
We should have a dad joke or something.
Yeah.
I would like to add to that because it plays back to an earlier question about how did SpaceX stay focused on human spaceflight coming out of cargo, and I think part of that is that relationship that was built. I know recently over this past year, I think it was 32 straight weeks that Bob and Doug were out there at Hawthorne with the SpaceX team, and they have really built a very close relationship. You can see it in the eyes and the smiles when they see each other. And that goes a long way, I think, in this. And so
I think what's really, really cool is that the part number for their seats and their suits has their names in it. Mm-hmm. So, I think, Elon, you guys have done a great job to personalize that they're flying our crews.
That culture is not easy to achieve, and it's not easy to get it throughout the whole organization. And the safety assessment that we did indicated that was the case.
Well, I just want to say that I think we would not have achieved this level of safety without the tremendous support from NASA and your team. NASA made us way better than we would otherwise have been, and obviously we couldn't even have got started without NASA. So thank you very much for your support.
Let's celebrate safety when we get them home.
Yeah, totally. Yes.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
But it's good.
Our next question is from Ivan Crone from AFP.
Thank you very much. A question for Elon Musk. Could you expand on Starship development and about when you expect you will go around the moon?
Well, I tend to be a little optimistic about schedules. So I'm optimistic in general, so I guess that extends to schedules too. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would wish that we could do it in 2 years. I don't know. That might mean 4, but I don't know. I think it's not out of the question that it could be 2 years. I would be surprised if it took more than 4.
Okay. Our next question is from Dave Mosher of Business Insider.
Thank you for taking my question, and congratulations on an amazing launch.
this is for Elon. You've been working toward this moment for 18 years and have certainly encountered some resistance along the way, I think even at NASA at one point. What would you say to those who doubted SpaceX could do this? Do you have a message for them? And then your last conversation with Bob and Doug, can you tell us what you talked about, what you said? Thank you.
My apologies, I didn't hear the first question properly.
Can you repeat that, please?
Just the first question.
Dave?
Yes, I'm sorry. You couldn't hear the question?
Yeah, can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, sorry about that. So this is for Elon. I said you've been working toward this moment for 18 years, and you certainly encountered a lot of resistance along the way, even, I think, from NASA at the very beginning. What would you say to those who doubted SpaceX could do this? Do you have a message for them? And then what was your last conversation with Bob and Doug like? What did you talk about? Where was it? Thank you so much.
Do I have a message for those who... What? Oh, doubted. Okay, I was like, what? Okay. Maybe I'll just blank out the word doubt. No, I mean, to be totally frank, I doubted us too. So I thought we, had maybe, when starting SpaceX, maybe had a 10% chance of reaching orbit. So to those who doubted us, I was like, well, I think you're probably right. I mean, the number of times that I was told, like, because I was taking the money that I earned from PayPal and rolling it into to create SpaceX and Tesla, and I ended up spending it all. It wasn't the intention, but almost both companies went bankrupt. Frankly, 2008 was a tough year. It took us 4 attempts just to get to orbit with Falcon 1. But a lot of times people would tell me this joke, like, how do you make a small fortune in the rocket industry? You start with a large one, is the punchline. And I was like, okay, I already heard that joke 12,000 times, Anyway, and it almost came true. We just barely made it there, that 4th launch of Falcon 1. That's all the money we had for that 4th launch. And then, and that wasn't even enough to save the company. We also then had to win the NASA cargo resupply contract. So that came a little after, a little bit later, or right towards the end of 2008. Those are the 2 key things that saved SpaceX. Otherwise, we would have, not made it. So yeah, I think those doubters were, their probability assessment was correct. But fortunately, fate has smiled upon us and brought us to this day.
And Pat, anything else you could add about Bob and Doug right before they launched?
Well, I mentioned earlier that they were calm and focused. I think that this was for both of them a chance to get back to space. They felt like it was a privilege to represent NASA and the astronaut corps in this endeavor, and they, I guarantee you, are going to enjoy their time on the International Space Station. Chris joked with them when they didn't get up the first time. I think the administrator heard this, that they were trying to get out of the weekend cleaning that we do on the ISS, but they'll be glad to get there, glad to come back.
We're going to take our last question from space.com.
Hi, this is Hanukkah Weitering with space.com. Thank you so much for taking my question, and congratulations on an amazing launch today. I'm just wondering if you could talk about what else Bob and Doug will be doing now that they've completed their manual flight test. I've heard that they're going to be taking a nap at some point, but what else is on the to-do list for Bob and Doug between now and docking?
Well, they did their far field demo. So like Elon already mentioned, they got to manually fly the vehicle. They'll be doing another demonstration a little bit closer to the space station. People forget that, the reason we picked, or the FOD picked the Bob and Doug to fly this is because of their experience as test pilots, and actually had developed the concept of the cadre to have an experienced set of crew members working with the companies to make sure that they were able to help them as they're working their designs and developing their systems. So this is kind of cool because this is Bob and Doug get to actually fly the work that they've been helping work and develop and figure out how's it really working on orbit. And so the other thing they get to do is just to be able to be, the ecosystem's working. They're getting to see, are things cooling? How's the seat feels? How's the suits feel? Can you get in and out of the suits, when you're on orbit? How easy are those kind of functions going to be? I'm not going to talk about the waste functions, but that's kind of part of it. And then obviously how approach feels with, I know that Jim was able to use a simulator, but now they've got this big simulator that's the International Space Station that they're going to get to be able to actually, come up to and be able to dock and see how that really works and how it matches. Because one of the things that's really important, and we all know it, and anybody is how does a real thing really approximate what you've been practicing on for, the last few years. And so they now are going to be able to come back, and for these next crews that are going up, they'll be able to share with them, hey, this is really how it felt. This is how these systems worked, and be able to share that experience with the Crew 1 crew that right now is doing their training. So they're doing a very, very, very important function for our upcoming crews that will really be the long-duration crew members and will be flying to the space station.
And I can promise you that the hardest thing they'll do tomorrow is when they're done flying their manual near-field flying is to hand it back over to the computers and not dock it themselves, because they are test pilots. And to answer an earlier question, that is exactly what they would enjoy doing. So to give it back will be a little bit hard for them.
I did notice, Doug was really good at teaching Jim how to fly it. Mm-hmm. So, yes, he helped you dock, right?
Well, I might have. No, he helped a lot, and it was fantastic.
Well, that was our last question. Some closing remarks from the administrator.
Sure. So again, this is a great day for the United States of America. It does represent many years of work. I want to say, a question came up earlier about, doubters and people that didn't believe that this could ever happen. There was a day when Charlie Bolden, my predecessor at NASA as the administrator, was trying to get this program off the ground in a significant way. And he had members of Congress on both sides of the aisle that were in opposition to it and wouldn't adequately fund it, and ultimately gave him a hard time about it. And Marine Corps General Charlie Bolden persevered, and he pushed through. And that was the beginning of what we all get to experience today. And so I want to emphasize that. I also want to emphasize, Pat was talking about how the Bob and Doug were joking with each other earlier today when I had the opportunity to be with them, and they were joking. Doug Hurley's last space shuttle mission got scrubbed 5 times before they finally launched on the 6th time. And of course, Bob Behnken is saying that Doug Hurley is the jinx here, and therefore, they're not going to launch today either. And to see them loose like that, Pat, you mentioned that they were loose and joking, and in fact, seemingly having fun on the day of launch, even though what they're doing is very serious. And nerves of steel. Yeah. These are just American heroes.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that we're keeping them in mind, and of course, Elon, SpaceX, and your team. Going back to what we talked about just a few minutes ago, the fact that at SpaceX, you don't call them Bob and Doug, you call them the dads, because that's what they are. They are, in fact, dads, and keeping their safety at the foremost of your minds. So really, this is really a great day for all of America. It's a great day for our country. It's been a long time. It's been 9 years since we've had the opportunity. And of course, we are here now, and there's as Elon said earlier, there's 10,000 people behind this that have made it happen. You might have said 100,000.
Actually, when you add up suppliers and and everyone, I think it's probably closer to 100,000.
Children.
That's right. Yeah. So this really is it's a great day for the United States of America. It's a great day for our international partners. Remember, Crew 1 is going to be an international mission on the first crew. We're going to have a Japanese astronaut with us. So we're very excited about this. I want to say congratulations to everybody. We're not celebrating yet. We will celebrate when they're home safely, but certainly we can breathe sighs of relief every step along the way, and that's what we're doing today. So congratulations to SpaceX and Elon Musk. Congratulations to Kathy Leaders and your NASA team that got us to this position, and we look forward to so many things ahead.
Great.
So that's going to wrap it up for us here at the Kennedy Space Center. You can continue watching our live coverage until the astronauts reach the International Space Station and docking and hatch opening and the arrival of Bob and Doug at the ISS. Docking is scheduled for 10:29 Eastern Time. And right after this broadcast, we'll turn it over to JSC. We're going to hear from Bob and Doug during a downlink from the Crew Dragon as they orbit the Earth. So we'll have more information. Please go to nasa.gov for more specific information on Commercial Crew. You go to nasa.gov/commercial crew, and go SpaceX, go NASA, go Bob and Doug, and go America. Thank you.
This is so cool to see. Leland, this must bring back memories for you.
It does, but it's a little different than when I was suiting up, because there were Apollo era lazy boys that were sitting in and leaning back in, and now they're in these really incredible sleek suits, as well as these the seats that are actually the same seats that are in the Crew Dragon vehicle, and that's pretty amazing.
Yes, these seats are basically ground support equipment seats. They're pretty much the same as the ones in the vehicle, as Leland said. So what they're doing right now is strapping the crew into the seats to prepare for the two big checkouts that they're doing right now. They're going to do a comms check, a bidirectional comms check, where they're going to check that the microphones that are inside of the helmets that the crew are wearing, that the suit techs can communicate with them bidirectionally. And they'll also do a leak test, which is a pressure test where they'll pressurize the spacesuit. So the suits are much more than just futuristic-looking outfits. They do look like they come from a sci-fi movie, but they, as we described, they're designed to connect directly into Dragon seats to provide communications, cooling, and the ability to pressurize if necessary. A moment ago, you may have seen one of the suit technicians attaching a big white umbilical to the leg of the suit. That is the way in which the communications and the airflow, all of that is happening through that umbilical, which is connected to the seat. So right now, as you can see, the team is getting the crew all buttoned up in their 5-point harnesses and getting ready for those checkouts.
And there's that worm again, Leland, right front and center. How does that make you feel on a spacesuit?
It makes me feel just great, Marie and Lauren. We have a lot of heritage and tradition with the meatball, but I'm able to be a little bit more flexible now that Lauren has beat this worm thing into me. No, but they're getting ready. They're focused. They've had breakfast. They've had chances to talk to friends and family, and it's getting real again. And that 50-50 chance, I'm saying positive on 50% chance of going. Seeing the suit techs around them with these futuristic-looking flight suits versus the white suits that we've had in the past. It's transitioning from that old legacy to this new era in space travel. And I think working with NASA and SpaceX, working together as one team, it's just like what we do in space, work together as an international team to get things done.
Absolutely. And this group really gets to know each other well, too. There's a wave from Doug and a thumbs up. That's so cool to see. I mean, the people in that room get to know Bob and Doug really well because they've rehearsed this so many times, especially the suit techs. The suits are, custom made for each of the astronauts. So I feel like I couldn't even count the number of times they've had like suit fit checks and leak checks and just making sure every detail with the fit and the function is just perfect before they get ready to launch.
And interestingly enough, these suit techs are also the designers of the spacesuit. They've been working with the crew for years as we've been building these suits, their training suits, all of the training events in Hawthorne, where the crew is inside of the Buck, the capsule simulator. This is the team that's been working with them for years. The team that dressed Ripley, which is the ATD, the dummy that flew in Demo 1.
The mannequin, right?
The
mannequin, Smarty.
The Smarty.
There's lots of names for Ripley.
But the point being, they've been with these suits from cradle to grave and have been working so closely with Bob and Doug.
Pressures and making sure everything looks good prior to arming the launch escape system, but not tracking a constraint at the moment. So overall, Dragon's healthy and ready for crew ingress.
Okay, thank you for the update, MD. And this concludes the countdown briefing.
So you just heard in that briefing there, they're continuing to move forward towards launch. And as we have a view of Doug Hurley there adjusting his visor, again, he is the spacecraft commander for Demo 2. And while he continues the suit up process, we want to give you a closer look at the veteran Marine Corps fighter pilot and spaceflight pioneer.
Very excited. Yeah, very excited.
You feel ready? Still pumped?
Oh, yeah. I think we're ready. I think we're certainly ready.
Joining the SpaceX Demo 2 test. He is a Marine Corps colonel and test pilot. He was selected as an astronaut in 2000. He piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour and Atlantis for STS-135, the final Space Shuttle mission. Introducing NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
It's a life-changing process in so many ways to fly into space. It's just overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. When the engines shut off and you go from, in the case of the shuttle, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking, what just happened? To see a rocket launch in person is, it's a pretty emotional event. I remember the first time I saw a shuttle launch and it was amazing. And then when I saw a shuttle launch with my wife on it, that is quite the emotional experience. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the Demo 2 mission to the International Space Station. We are doing the first crewed flight for NASA and for SpaceX. So this is the test flight to prove end-to-end from launch to docking to ISS operations and then entry, descent, and landing. This will be the first time the Dragon's had a crew on board, and so there's a myriad of objectives we want to achieve for this mission. SpaceX has been responsible for design and essentially making this vehicle what it is. What the astronauts bring to the table is the crew vehicle interface. What would work on orbit, what might not work on orbit, what would definitely work, to be able to just have the entire integrated team that's going to support us getting to and from space station, talking together, working through the challenges that simulators typically throw at you. It was really neat being part of it. It's just been an incredible undertaking to see where we've come just in the last 5 years that Bob and I have been a part of this, and to be, shortly flying to the International Space Station with the Crew Dragon. It overwhelms you to think about how many people have, in some way, shape, or form, touched this program and this vehicle to get us to this point. And we are the lucky ones that get to fly it, but we certainly not for 1 second take for granted the amount of effort that so many other people had to put into this to make it successful.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard, through his entire life, to get to where we are right now. As a test pilot, this would be the dream to fly a new vehicle. So it makes me so happy to see that he gets to be part of this mission, the spacecraft commander. I'm just glad to see his hard work and his dream has come true for that.
It's been a long road in a lot of ways for not only us, but certainly for all the folks that work in the Commercial Crew Program, as well as SpaceX in our case, just working to get to this point. It's been a huge amount of sacrifice and time away from home, but the fruits of our labor are coming to fruition.
We are now getting closer to when we expect to see the crew complete their suit checks and walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building.
And before they do, here's an introduction to the Joint Operations Commander for Demo 2. You see to the left of your screen there, former Air Force flight test engineer Bob Behnken.
When you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is that you're walking out of the suit up room and getting in the vehicle that's going to take you to the launch pad. When you close the hatch, that's really when Doug and I are in the vehicle, and it's our vehicle, and we're really in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task proved that man could fly into orbit around the Earth and return live and well to talk about it.
There's always a balance of managing risk as you go forward to execute a test point and figuring out a way to collect the data. We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light, is that light an expected light? What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour twice. Introducing NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000. Went through the training program, primarily focused on the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now. It's been really interesting, I think, for both my wife and I to have gone through the process of seeing each other launch in space. I've seen her take that risk and had it be in front of her, and I've done that to her. And there's just something different about watching a rocket launch when there are people on board. You feel a little bit differently about the pit of your stomach, and I can only tell you it's multiplied significantly when it's somebody that you know, and then somebody, of course, that's a family member. It's even multiplied more.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse appreciates, and I love her for that. Really, my role on the Demo 2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available even if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team, I'm helping to share that experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this. Now there's another capability in the U.S. besides NASA to operate something of this magnitude. When is the last time humans launched on a new vehicle? Certainly on the American side, it's been several decades. Now we're in a time when we've got multiple vehicles under development. It's a great time from a space exploration time frame just to see all that happening, and it's because of this nurturing of the environment, being able to pull in a wider group of people who can contribute towards human spaceflight. It's a super cool time. On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is going to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see this launch. I want to thank the entire Commercial Crew Program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles in the launch pad ready to head to the International Space Station.
And here is a live look again inside the suit-up room in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. We can see now NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. He's talking to the crew. You won't hear any audio in here, and actually we had some questions about this Wednesday because people were like, why can't I hear what they're saying? That's by design. It's not a mistake. We are really lucky to be able to show you this video live as they're suiting up, but you don't hear the audio because that's a little bit, we try to give the crew a little bit of privacy, and so being able to talk freely and share really what's on their minds without having to worry about who's listening is part of the reason you don't hear audio in there. But that's Jim Bridenstine there talking to the crew, and it looks like Associate Administrator Jim Morhard is also in the room standing to the right of your screen.
And these are great moments to get a last chance to talk to the senior leadership of NASA as they're about to go off and launch into the cosmos. I think when you look at how Bob and Doug complement each other and how these SpaceX suits, they really complement the astronauts too, because they're more form-fitted, they're custom-made, and this is a moment where they're getting ready to, do the real deal. And Lauren, I think, the integration of the suit and the vehicle and these seats is just really, really impressive how y'all at SpaceX did that.
Yeah, the primary purpose of the spacesuit, it's a pressure suit. Now, the Dragon capsule is already pressurized, so even in the vacuum of space, the crew is safe when inside of Dragon, but in the unlikely event of an anomaly that causes the capsule to depressurize, we can actually flow oxygen or nitrox into the suit, and that will keep the astronauts pressurized in flight. So that's its main purpose. So it's that form and function and some style there as well.
And for the kids out there that have 3D printers or have 3D printed, the actual helmets were made by 3D printing. So you could be a spacesuit designer yourself because you already have the skill set, and or fly in space one day if you wanted to.
And I'm curious about what kind of conversation might be going on with them. It looks like it's lighthearted. You can see Doug laughing there. I know that Mr. Bridenstine has said, Bob and Doug, if you want to back out, it's not too late. I would imagine he may have said that again. I know they're ready to go. They're as eager as can be. And it looks like they may have another visitor coming in. Oh, no, it looks like the administrator's just being passed something there. But
and it's really important. I mean, we've trained for so long. We've gone through the malfunction processes. Now he's doing a selfie.
Of course, you got to do the selfie. I didn't see them do this on Wednesday, so they were probably kicking themselves when they walked out. Why didn't we do a selfie in there?
I wonder if he has that Instagram filter to put the glasses on. Do you think he has it on?
Well, you can tweet at him and find out.
Yeah, I might have to do that. No, this is a great lighthearted moment. It gets the guys in a good mindset to go off in space in a very calm and cool and collected way. I think he's now taking pictures of some of the crew techs, the suit techs, which is fantastic. It's all about bringing the family and the team together, making everyone feel comfortable on flight day and helping us get to space safely, as we always try to do.
And obviously this is a very serious mission. I mean, we don't want to make make too much light of it. But Leland, you mentioned Wednesday, and I thought that was a really good point, why it's important to be able to joke around and keep things light as you're getting ready to go to the launch pad.
Yeah, when I went up on 122 with Rex and we just talked to Rex, we were, in the caravan going over to the launch pad, we were kind of making some jokes, but as we were suiting up, we would look over each other, we would get up and high five, and we'd say, hey, you're ready? Let's go, let's do this, and it's just, you've already trained, you know how to do this, you've done it many, many times, and so I think it's, that lightheartedness is good, but, right when you get in the vehicle, the 3, 2, 1 liftoff, that's when you're ready to go.
And they're the visitors making their way out of the room. And as we mentioned, Doug Hurley and Bob Benken, they are two of the finest at what they do. And it's really starting to sink in that the mission is on as you see them in their spacesuits.
And seeing them in these suits has always been so inspiring to me from the first time that I saw them in Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters during training. It's kind of like a sci-fi film, but unlike a movie prop, which primarily just needs to look cool, our team designed the suit to maximize safety and functionality while maintaining style. Here are two members of our spacesuits team, Chris Trigg and Maria Sundin, telling us about how the suit came to be.
I think one of the things that was important in the development of the suit was to make it easy to use, something that the crew just has to literally plug in when they sit down, and then the suit kind of takes care of itself from there. So the suit is really kind of one part of the bigger Dragon system. It's really part of the vehicle. So we think of it as kind of a suit seat system. So the seat that the crew is in and the suit are in a lot of ways working together. And so it made sense that we were designing Dragon in-house to also design the suit.
Our spacesuits is completely designed in-house. It's built here in Hawthorne, California, in the same building as the rocket and the capsule. The spacesuit is custom-made for each crew member, and that is to optimize the fit for the crew member.
We definitely wanted to innovate, and we wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside of the suit, provides them hearing protection, and the outer layer of the suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seat. And the umbilical is providing everything that the suit needs. So it provides the avionics or electronics for communications, is providing the air to cool the suit, and then it also provides gas when needed to pressurize the suit. So it's really a single point that lets the suit do all the things that it needs to do. We designed the helmet in-house. The helmet serves a number of different functions. Obviously, it's protecting the crew's head and it's retaining gas like the rest of the suit, but it also houses the microphones as well as the valves that are regulating pressure in the suit. We had to design the gloves so that they would work with the touchscreens, but the gloves also still had to do a number of other things like the rest of the suit. So all of those things had to come together within the glove. It'll be obviously really amazing to see Bob and Doug in their flight suits, and I think one of the things that's cool about the suit is it's not just a piece of hardware, it's not just a suit, it's a very personal thing. It's Bob's suit and it's Doug's suit. And so seeing the two of them in their suits using it in flight will be just a really amazing thing.
And you're looking live at Launch Complex 39A. That is Crew Dragon in the center of your screen, sitting atop a two-stage Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket that will produce 1.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. We are keeping our fingers crossed that the weather cooperates. It's a 50-50 chance. It looks beautiful right now, but there may be some thunderstorms rolling in later, so we're keeping a close eye on the weather. In the meantime, we're going to head west to Hawthorne for an operational update. Dan?
Hey, Marie. We are here in Hawthorne still. The astronauts have a crew training facility that's equipped with both a cockpit simulator and a full-scale Dragon mock-up to conduct simulations both for nominal and off-nominal situations.
And recently, the SpaceX team shared the exact same ISS simulator that the astronauts train on with the public, so you can try your hand at docking the ISS. If you head over to iss-sim.spacex.com, you can try your hand at docking with the space station. And I've tried it once before. It was really difficult. It looks way more, it's more difficult than it actually is, I think.
Yeah, flying in space is really deceiving. Just when you think you're going really slow and everything's okay, the next thing you know, you're careening into the space station. So it's way harder. You have to go way slower than you think. It might take a couple of tries, but it's doable.
Yeah, but you guys should try it and check it out and see if you can do it. So let's check in with John Innsbrucker for a quick update on Dragon and Falcon 9. John?
Well, we're coming up on T-minus 3 hours and 35 minutes. All continues to go well for today's launch. Now on the launch pad, Falcon 9 is powered on. Engine and stage checkouts were performed last night. All of those looked good. Now we're currently pressurizing gas storage vessels on both the first and second stage. And as I like to report, the good news is there's nothing significant to talk about on the rocket right now. Now on top of Falcon 9 is the Dragon spacecraft. That's being prepared for the crew. The Dragon propellant system was pressurized to final flight pressure about an hour ago. We had the support team arrive in the White Room just inside T-minus 4 hours, and we're waiting right now for the crew to walk out of the ONC building, and they should arrive at the pad by about T-minus 3 hours. For the Dragon spacecraft, all systems are also currently go. The Air Force range reports no issues at this time. The range will be maintaining both air and sea space clearance around the launch pad. They also help support things like putting the roadblocks up to prevent access to the hazard areas at both the launch site at 39A and around the Cape. Now, the big question, of course, is the weather. And as I've said before, we all talk about it, but it's the one thing we can't do anything about. Weather is 50% probability of good conditions. We are going to be watching for the clouds, lightning, thunderstorms. The sea breeze is not as strong today, and that's going to not help push all of that back over Central Florida. But right now, things are looking good with both Falcon 9 and Dragon as we count down to liftoff. Now, we want to see where you're following today's launch from, so we're going to jump over to Tahira at our social desk.
Thanks, John. So glad to hear that things are at least looking good right now for this launch. Really hope it stays that way. So we just took a look at numbers of viewerships across our social media platforms, and there are now 500,000 of you tuning in for today's broadcast. Welcome, guys. We are so excited to have you. We also have the top cities right now tuning in, and that's Columbia, South Carolina, Houston, Texas, Los Angeles, New York, and Orlando. So it seems like the East Coast is really pulling today's viewership, but hey, last time on Wednesday, California came in and really stole the whole show away. Let's take a look at what's being shared online right now. So right now we have this future astronaut, and I don't know who he had to call, but it looks like he is in this SpaceX suit and his Tesla getting ready for round 2. Absolutely love it. Let's take a second look. Okay, right now we have a French bulldog. It looks like taking Bob's place for launch right now. This is so funny. We'd love to see it, guys. And so for those of you tuning in, be sure to use that hashtag LaunchAmerica on social media and show us how you're getting ready for liftoff. So earlier in the show, we polled users to see which NASA logo you're sporting for today's launch, and the results are in. So it looks like about 62% of you are wearing the meatball today, and that leaves the worm falling a little bit behind. But hey, now that the worm is back, maybe y'all will be sporting it more often. And so with that, let's head back to Marie at NASA Kennedy. Marie?
Thanks, Tahira. We have some really spirited reactions here. We're looking live at the ONC walkout doors, but I just have to tell you, Leland threw up his arms in the air in victory when he saw more people sporting the meatball, and Lauren looks like someone just kidnapped her dog.
I am shook.
Go worm, go worm, go away worm.
Oh, wow. You know, you can't predict, you know, how everyone else feels. That's the beauty of diversity of opinions, you know.
And other traditions like the meatball and the worm, or a card game that we play called Possum's Fargo. And you have to play enough hands to where the commander loses a hand before we can walk out. So that's probably going on right now, and they're getting ready to have Doug lose his hand.
Yes.
and then we can get in the elevator and come out and get in the spaceship.
Yep. So we're giving them that moment in private. And Leland, I wanted to ask you too, because I know, we had a scrub really late in the count yesterday. We got just under T-minus 17 minutes, and we were all like, oh, it was like a collective groan across the country, everybody watching. And I know you've been through a delay once yourself on one of your shuttle flights. And I wonder, what does it take to kind of refocus yourself on day 2? Do you go through all the exact same preparations? Do you do anything a little different? Is there a little bit of superstition involved?
No, not really. we try to keep everything the same way because we've practiced this way, and now we're in the real day. We're playing this way. So if you stay the same, kind of the same form and function that you've done before, nothing else hopefully will happen that's out of character to your mission. So I think we just try to stay the same way.
Yeah, that's good insight. And I know, Bob and Doug, we heard them on the comms after that as they were detanking Falcon 9, and we're waiting for them to get out of Crew Dragon, and they were just cool, calm, collected, thanking the teams for doing a good job. Nobody's getting launch fever, and they're going to do the same thing today. No matter how many people are watching, they're going to make the same call as they would if nobody was paying any attention.
Right, and I was talking to CJ Sturkow before I launched on my first mission, and he said that he made a mistake and flipped the wrong switch on Ascent, and he glommed on that and was about to make another mistake. But he said that he had to just focus and get back to, grace under pressure so that he would make a third mistake, which could have been, catastrophic. So that's what we always try to do, is to try to do everything the same way, be very deliberate, but be very graceful, not really try to overthink something, but try to stay safe.
Absolutely.
And calm.
Yeah, that's so key, and I know that's top of mind for all the SpaceX and NASA teams working on this today. And again, we're just standing by. We expect the crew is going to be leaving the suit-up room in just a couple of minutes, so we're giving them those last few minutes in private at the ONC building. And again, we're looking at the pad here. One of the other things that struck me, we watched the videos about Bob and Doug, and when I went home on Wednesday, because people saw, a lot of people who were watching and then are maybe watching again today, saw the videos about them, learned a little bit about their military background. My husband's a Marine, so he's like super pumped about Doug. Doug tweeted Semper Fi, and so I know like all the Marines out there are like just super pumped about seeing this, and the airmen that are watching Bob, seeing him represent the Air Force. It's just such a cool moment for our military community, and as a military spouse, I definitely feel some of that pride.
I saw Charlie Bolden last night coming from the restaurant, and he was very excited about Doug as a Marine, and he's a Marine, and so Semper Fi was definitely something he said. Godspeed, Semper Fi, go Crew Dragon. So it's our military people that are helping us with this launch, with the recovery, with all these other things, is very important to the success of the mission.
Absolutely. And we want to turn our attention back to the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. If we could, we want to take you to a picture of the doors. There they are. Those are the doors at the back of the crew quarters building, and it's an area where family, friends, and members of the media can share one final moment with the crew before launch. Beginning of the march towards launch for every American mission to space since 1968. This is the moment that is immortalized on film and video for 400 different astronauts from Apollo all the way through Space Shuttle, serving 150 total missions, and soon, if the weather cooperates, mission number 151 with the first 2 commercial crew astronauts. These doors carry with them a legacy of purpose and action, and today they will announce to all of us the start of this, NASA's SpaceX Demo 2 mission.
And you saw just a little bit of my walkout from STS-129, my last mission, and I remember having my friends and family out there. There was my chemistry teacher that was in the crowd. She got me turned on to science and helped me actually become an astronaut. And I just remember her being in the crowd saying, "Go Leland!" And it was just such a memorable moment for me. It kind of got more rocket fuel in my veins, getting me ready for my mission.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just looking at a live picture outside of the building where we could see some of the folks gathered. We could see Doug and Bob's immediate families. There's a small contingent of media there. Normally that place would be just kind of jam-packed with as many people as we could fit in there to capture that moment. We of course had to scale that back a little bit to maintain social distancing, but there's still a very excited group of people standing outside the building right now waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, it's so cool to see their families there and that they have that moment with them prior to getting inside of the Teslas. seeing that the last time we made that attempt was this incredibly emotional moment. I have no doubt it will also be emotional again. But yeah, that I can only imagine what's going through their heads, in that moment when they're just waving goodbye for the last time before flying. I mean, Leland, were you nervous? Were you?
At that moment we were, we've been a little jovial in the suit up walkout, but I think at that moment we're thinking about our families, leaving our families, but then at the same time we're going to do this incredible thing for helping advance our civilization. We are working as a team, all the other teams now with SpaceX and NASA and people all around the world really, in recovery and all these things, helping us get to space so we can advance our civilization. And I think those moments are really heartfelt for us, that a team of people have helped us get to this point.
Absolutely. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it.
Yeah, we see that, and we see all those signatures of people that have helped us through training, through fit check, through all of these moments and getting ready for this mission. And it feels like they're going along with us on the ride.
Absolutely. And as we wait for the crew to come downstairs to the first floor, we will pause to honor today's efforts with our national anthem. Kelly Clarkson just blew us away with a fantastic rendition Wednesday. Here she is again.
Moshe, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Oh, I got goosebumps listening to that. I mean, it doesn't get old. We heard it Wednesday, but I mean, I could hear that every day of the week.
She was blowing.
Yeah, amazing. That's a live look again at Launch Complex 39A. We are awaiting astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building any minute now. So we're going to be ready to cut to that shot just as soon as we get the word that they're ready to walk out that door. Those doors, excuse me. Again, looking like it's been a beautiful start to the day here on Cape Canaveral, but we're keeping a close eye on weather because it looks a little iffy as we get later into the afternoon, closer to launch time, which again is 3:22 this afternoon.
It always blows me away every time I visit Florida is, 1 hour it's this beautiful, clear, gorgeous day, and then an hour later it's a thunderstorm.
You said it. Welcome to our world.
And then an hour later it's back to clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Just similarly to last attempt, right? I mean, just 15, 20 minutes later, it was good to go.
I know, it hurt my soul because we have this instantaneous launch window. It's not like with shuttle where we could give it a couple more minutes because you had a 10-minute window. We have a single second to get this off the ground. So everything's got to be just right. The conditions all have to be green at that moment.
Again, Mother Nature showing she's in charge.
Absolutely. And we just heard we're about 30 seconds less than 30 seconds now from seeing the crew walk out of those doors. So we are standing by to show you that moment live. There's a live look at the O&C walkout doors.
You know, Marie, I think my STS-129 patch is still over top of the door. There's a bunch of patches up there unless they've removed them and put space station patches up there. But this is a very solemn moment for walkout from, you know, a storied legacy of Apollo and seeing Apollo astronauts walk out of these doors. And now we're getting back to U.S. astronauts launching from American soil, walking through these doors again. It's an incredible moment in the era of space travel.
And we saw some just beautiful moments when they walked out on Wednesday, and looking forward to seeing those again. I was perusing all of the different newspapers and stories online and just taking in all the photographs, and there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
Great. And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
You can hear them.
Ready? Let's light this candle, I agree. Launch America! Bye, guys. So much.
Now they are getting into the Tesla Model X that's going to take them to the launch pad, being strapped into their seats.
Their suit techs are attaching their umbilicals, so integrated into the Teslas. These are not just any Tesla you can just buy off the web or at a Tesla dealership. They've been outfitted with cooling units, and that white umbilical, similar to what you saw in the suit room, that umbilical is being connected to the suit to provide cooling air to the astronauts while they're on the way to the pad. And those Falcon wing doors are closing.
Super sleek.
A rapid departure from the Astro van.
Yes, I would say so.
And their flight surgeon is in the front seat in the passenger side, taking the journey along with them.
As I mentioned last time, we always think about the technology and the rockets, but this is what it's all about. The families coming together, supporting the families, us working together as a team to ensure they get up there safely and back home safely for their families.
I couldn't hear everything they were saying, but I did catch Bob telling his son to be good for mom, make her life easy. As a parent, I appreciate that.
Let's see that prominent NASA meatball.
Now, as we watch the convoy begin their journey to Pad 39A, to our SpaceX and NASA family who over the years made this mission a reality and who have worked this launch campaign up to this point, we have you here in our thoughts.
And we wish every one of you could be here to see this up close. But we want you to be part of this journey regardless of where you call home and regardless of where you're watching from today. And so for the next few minutes, we are going to follow the convoy, but highlight those whose words and hands and thoughts built all that we see here today. We hope all of you watching can feel the pride each of these NASA and SpaceX team members has for this drive out to the pad.
This is Laura Segura
from the Commercial Crew Program. We're so excited about this historical day. Congratulations on being a part of the very first mission for human spaceflight, commercial human spaceflight ever. We're behind you, Bob and Doug.
I'm Nicole from SpaceX in Cape Canaveral, Florida. Congratulations to SpaceX for hitting another major milestone, and safe travels to Bob and Doug.
Bob and Doug, as the launch vehicle chief engineer, we've got a lot of our launch vehicle team here to wish you a very wonderful and safe ride on a Falcon 9. Coming up to Demo 2, we're so excited for you. And launch America, it's time to launch. Let's go.
Hi, this is Perla from Hawthorne headquarters. We want to wish Bob and Doug a safe trip to the International Space Station. Go Dragon!
It's been 9 years in the making. This is such a historic time, and our team has worked so hard, and we're very excited to be here. Go Bob and Doug!
Hi, this is Sam from McGregor, Texas. Go Bob and Doug, go NASA, and go SpaceX.
Sean O'Rourke from Johnson Space Center. Bob and Doug, wishing you a great flight. I just wanted to tell you good luck.
Hi, I'm Justin Kamak with NASA Kennedy's Communications and Public Engagement Directorate, and we all want to wish Bob and Doug safe travels and Godspeed. You are both an inspiration to us all. Now, let's get out there and launch America. Let's do it. Come on, launch America.
I love seeing that group of people. I mean, we saw all those different groups of folks from NASA and SpaceX, from all different walks of life that have come together to make this happen. And that was just a small fraction of them. Look at that shot. That is so cool.
Wow. A little thumbs up from, I guess that's from Bob.
Yeah, and you know, it took a little bit of creativity to get this shot to happen. We have a chase vehicle that's on the other side of the road, which is of course shut down, so we could get a camera in there and follow them out. So we are really thankful to Kennedy Space Center Protective Forces for helping us make that happen, so we could see Bob and Doug all the way out to the launch pad.
My ride out was a little bit different than what they're experiencing in this Tesla, because we had the Astrovan had bench seats on each side, and we could look across at each other as we were driving out. And it was moments where we would tell some jokes and look, but sometimes we would just look at each other, and we had such gratitude for having this opportunity to launch into space and to think about all the people that had a hand in helping us get in that vehicle to drive out to the launch pad, to get ready for this momentous moment. And I think that's probably, even though they're sitting, side by side, I think they're probably thinking of the gratitude and the people that have helped them get here, so that they can be on the, the pointy end of the rocket, getting a chance to go up to space. It's just a momentous moment.
And they're listening to some tunes too, I heard, right, Lauren?
Yeah. There are at least 3 songs on their playlist that are super interesting. The first is AC/DC's Back in Black. You know that one.
Yeah, well, who doesn't?
Right. Another one that they're listening to is the elevator music from the Blues Brothers film, The Girl from Ipanema.
Oh,
Leland.
Okay.
Got another career.
That's enough.
Career number 3.
That's enough.
Right. NFL, astronaut, musician. Yep.
And, of course, they are also listening to the Star Spangled Banner, the Army French Horns version.
Now, we didn't have tunes in the Astrovan.
No?
And I know that the Tesla has a really kicking stereo system. Is that still the custom stereo system that's in the Tesla?
I haven't been in this one, so I don't know what they're rocking, but I'm sure it's pretty cool.
And again, just for some perspective, they left the operations and checkout building just a minute ago, and so it's about a 9-mile drive from there to the launch pad. It takes them around 20 minutes, kind of depends on how quickly they're trucking.
The other thing sometimes that you hear as you're in the convoy is the helicopter, the Huey helicopter flying overhead, and it's kind of also, you're thinking military, you're thinking really important things, and it's a moment that also kind of solidifies in you that, hey, something big is about to happen, and that boom, 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 the sound of that Huey is just in your head, and it feels good that all those people are helping you get there safely.
Yeah, I think we heard that actually coming by this
Yeah.
building earlier, because we were talking, and I was like, I hope that's what I think it is.
And it was pretty low because it was pretty loud.
You could feel it, too.
I could feel it.
I took this drive yesterday in my rental car, and granted it wasn't in a Model X, and I'm not an astronaut, but driving to 39A, that same route, and trying to put myself, imagine myself in that headspace, it was pretty awesome. I got to figure out how to get on Falcon 9.
Lauren, we're all astronauts. We're in space.
That is true.
You just got to get on the rocket.
Yeah, well, Leland, there's a big group of people that want you there.
I think we should, listen to them.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I think we
should make that a poll question.
Yeah. Well, we should all maybe go to space. What do you think?
I am on board. I mean, not literally right now, but I would like to be on board.
Lauren, would you go with us?
Absolutely.
Okay, poll question.
We have so many people watching online, sending well wishes to Bob and Doug. I mean, it started early this week as we were ramping up for Wednesday, and I feel like it's just been this buildup of momentum because, we were following along Wednesday, and now we're all following along Saturday, and we have people watching from home that hopefully don't have to work today and can really tune into what's going on here.
And we, as astronauts, truly appreciate all the support, all the social media feeds, and we think about, our families. We saw Megan and Karen there with their sons, wishing Doug and Bob well wishes and Godspeed as they head off in these Teslas to launch pad 39A that launched the Apollo astronauts. And I think, this is just one of those moments where everyone in this country is coming together to wish them well, to get them to space safely. It's a really great day.
And they are just now on Saturn Causeway. They just made that right turn onto Saturn Causeway. So to the right of the screen, that building is the Operations and Support Building 2. And on the left, it's out of view right now, is the Vehicle Assembly Building, that iconic building that processed the Space Shuttle and Saturn V rocket also.
That's where that mobile transporter used to take out the Apollo, Saturn V rockets and the Space Shuttle. It's just an incredible machine.
And where they're passing right now, I mean, if we were to run outside, we could wave because we are off to the right of your screen there at the press site where you see a group of media there. So from this point they've still got about 3 miles to go from here.
I'll see you guys later. I'll be back in a minute.
You're gonna go hop in. And obviously, it's not just Bob and Doug's Tesla. There's a number of cars in that convoy. They're being escorted by Kennedy Space Center Protective Forces and also SpaceX Security. They have a flight surgeon there with them. And we've seen just a sprinkle of folks along the way. Normally, we'd have a whole lot more people out here watching this, but we really appreciate you watching online and from home. Again, wherever you are, at the beach, watching on your phone, your tablet, your whatever mobile device you have, we're going to be here every step of the journey, taking you through it moment by moment. There's a cool shot with the worm on the roof.
There we go.
The second place worm, yes.
The second place worm.
So, Leland, when I drive down this road on the way to 39A, on the left, there's that area where the crawler used to drive. you tell us a little bit about the crawler?
Yeah, right there you can see the kind of the gravel where the crawler actually crushes that gravel almost into sand. It's so heavy. When the shuttle will go out and the Apollo Saturn V rocket will go out, and it's just, this thing moves at a glacial rate to get out there because it's got this huge rocket or shuttle on it. But I had a chance to see that when my shuttle went out one day with Alan Poindexter, and it's just this enormous, tracks and vehicle, but you guys do it in a different way, don't you? You don't go out of the vehicle assembly building. You have your own building.
We have a hangar right there on the pad, so we just roll the rocket up the hill.
You kind of do it like a Soyuz, where you just raise it up right there from horizontal to vertical, and it's done.
Yeah. Horizontal integration, so you don't need an enormous building in order to process the rocket and mate drag into it. And then once you pin into the pad at the very top of the hill, you raise it up vertical with the transporter erector.
And again, all these efficiencies to help us get people to space faster and safer, and this is going to be the future of space travel. And also the relationship between NASA and SpaceX working together as a team to get people up.
And at this point, the convoy is approaching pad 39A, and they're entering what is known as the BDA, or blast danger area. Now, before any pad technicians, engineers, or astronauts enter that area around the launch pad, the SpaceX and NASA teams do an internal go, no-go poll to make sure everything is clear.
This storied launch pad, which has been the beginning point for so many firsts, is the perfect backdrop for today's historic launch that marks a new first and a new era in human spaceflight.
And here's a view from our gantry near the Launch Complex 39A. So we've got another view of the convoy going by here. If I had to count up all the cameras we have all over the place for this, I'd be here all day.
That's a beautiful shot right there, looking at the Kennedy Space Center and Merritt Island and all of the nature around us. It's a big buffer from 39A so that we can be safe and launch our rockets off to space safely.
Absolutely. And a lot of people don't realize this is a national wildlife refuge. I mean, I pass turtles on the way to my car every day.
Well, when we would run from the operations and checkout building, we'd have to watch out for snakes and for alligators, and so to be really careful about the wildlife.
We used to have one who lived at 39A.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an alligator.
Well, maybe we'll see him. We'll keep an eye out. Tweet at us if you see any.
Did you name him Worm?
Ooh, I was ahead of my time.
I don't know how an alligator would feel about being called Worm, Leland.
Yeah, no.
And we've got a ton of you following along on social media. Lynn says, as a fellow Missourian, we're so proud of Bob. Launch America, we will be watching from the Space Coast, cheering loud. And another comment, Godspeed and good luck, Astro Benkin and Astro Doug, hashtag Launch America. There you see the SpaceX horizontal integration facility. It's on the left of the screen now. We saw the front of it from the other angle. Or I'm sorry, no, there it is. I was getting my buildings mixed up, so it's on the right now.
Yeah,
Bigger building.
The other is the Falcon Support Building. It's where all of our offices are, and yes, you're correct.
Thank you for the correction, Laura.
There's our hangar. We process Falcon Heavy in there. There are other boosters in that hangar as well. And the rocket and Dragon that is on the pad right now was put together, or rather finally integrated inside of that hangar and then rolled out to that pad to go up vertical.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there. And so as they make their way up to the pad, we're going to throw it over now to Hawthorne, where Jesse and Dan are watching the action. Hi, guys.
Thanks, Marie. Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here. And with us looking at the launch pad right now, we've had to do a number of upgrades, but not only to the launch pad, but SpaceX has also made changes to both Falcon 9 and Dragon to enable flying crew. And a key update to this latest version of Dragon is its highly reliable launch escape system that is capable of carrying crew to safety at any point during the ascent of the rocket.
Another pretty key upgrade is the Dragon's new life support system. As you can imagine, flying humans requires keeping a habitable environment throughout the entire flight, and that means covering everything like providing breathing air, keeping the capsule at a safe pressure, keeping it free of contaminants, removing any carbon dioxide in the air, regulating the temperature, the humidity, all of these things, and also implementing that waste collection system, aka the toilet.
That sounds pretty important. The changes to Falcon 9 were small but extremely meaningful to meet NASA's requirements for safety for human spaceflight. And specifically, SpaceX had to prove a high degree of fault tolerance, meaning that small failures in the system would not lead to mission failure. Falcon 9 was already able to handle engine failure, but new emphasis was put on making sure that a failure throughout any phase of launch would not mean mission failure. And this goes all the way down to latches, control valves, electronics, wiring, and so much more.
All right, well, with the astronauts now on location at Pad 39A, we're going to swing it right back. Marie, Lauren, Leland, take us through the crew making their final steps towards the Dragon spacecraft.
Sure thing. So we are looking again at Launch Complex 39A. Just a few seconds ago, we saw the Tesla carrying Bob and Doug pull up to the launch pad. This is the site of so much history, you guys. This is where Apollo and Saturn V rockets that launched to the moon took astronauts from. I mean, this pad has so much history. Leland, you launched from there. What's it like seeing Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 there with the pad? With all of the visual changes that have been made? I mean, what kind of emotions does this stir up in you?
You know, when we got out of our Astro van, we stepped out and we just looked up to see this vehicle, and it was creaking, it was groaning, it was making noises, it was getting ready for us to enter it, to take us off planet. And you know, you get a chance to take a picture. Sometimes you stand there, you look there, you think about all the training you've done, all the preparation, and again, all the people that have helped you get there. And it's just a solemn, amazing moment for all of us.
And there's another amazing drone shot. Lauren, you explained this a little bit earlier about kind of how SpaceX brings the rocket and capsule vertical. Now that we see it, can you kind of explain that again for folks who maybe missed that?
Yes, of course. Dragon is actually processed a few miles down the road at Area 59, or Dragonland as we like to call it. We then put it on a truck and drive it all the way to the hangar where the rocket is. And so what will happen is we'll then we call it breakover, where the vehicle's up vertical, we'll turn it sideways because the rocket is being processed sideways or horizontal into the hangar, lift it, mate it to Falcon 9, and then roll up those hangar doors and essentially pull the vehicle in the transporter erector, which is the big white truss structure that you see there. Mm-hmm. All the fluid lines, electrical lines, and everything are connected to the vehicles via the TE, transporter erector, and they basically roll it up those rails. You can't really see them. You kind of see them on the screen, those rails. Mm-hmm. Roll the entire TE Rocket Dragon assembly up to the very top of the pad, pin it into the pad systems, and then roll it up vertical.
And we are about T-minus 2 hours, 57 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. In just a couple of minutes, we are expecting to hear a formal announcement that the crew is at the pad. Of course, we saw them pull up in the Teslas, and there they are. Looks like they've already gotten out of the car, and they are walking up to the elevator that will carry them all the way up to the 255-foot level, and then they'll have a couple of steps to get up to the level where the crew access arm is.
I have the AC/DC song in my head as I see them walking up.
You know what I was kind of jamming out to on my way in was ZZ Top, Sharp Dressed Man.
Oh, nice.
I was like, I don't know, that might be on my playlist if I were in there. But there they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. It's 230 feet tall if you round up, and then Crew Dragon is another 27 feet from the bottom of the trunk to the top of the nose cone. So when you're out there in person, it's really hard to describe just how large it is.
Look at them getting excited. They're ready to get in the vehicle, get in the elevator, and make it to the top. There's some FOD. He's picking up foreign object debris.
Appreciate that. They're also wearing FOD covers on their shoes, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We want to make sure that they don't, track the inside of Dragon when they go in. And so right before they enter the vehicle, they'll remove the FOD covers off of their boots.
You take for granted, all just the little details like that, all of the thought and preparation that has to go into literally every single piece of this operation.
I love the makeover of Pad 39A with the sleek black with the white ticking and the lines, and it's a very futuristic look for this iconic launch pad. And to think what's been there before with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo shuttle, and now the SpaceX Crew Dragon getting ready for a launch to the International Space Station. Rocket fuel still going through my veins.
And we feel so honored to be able to launch from here. Oh, here they are. That's a really fast elevator.
Yeah.
I know, it really zips. That took them up to 255 feet in just a matter of seconds.
They were moving their FOD covers?
Looks like they were just maybe checking something on his boot or leg.
And we should hear a call any moment that the crew has arrived at the pad as they make their way up the stairs, and they're headed to the crew access arm now. There's the worm again, popping.
You know it.
Meatball.
Don't worry, there's a meatball on Crew Dragon.
Those white arrows you see there are essentially illuminating the way for anyone who's up there to find their way to the escape baskets in the event of an emergency that would require them to get far away from the rocket and the pad.
And it's hard to tell from this angle, but there's actually a phone right here, and I can't tell if it's Bob or Doug that's using the phone right now. But Leland, can you explain the significance of that? It's the same phone that was there during the shuttle days.
Yeah, you get a chance to talk to maybe friends or family that you haven't had maybe couldn't come to the launch. In this case, it's quite a few people, but just to have that last moment to talk to someone before you get in the vehicle. It's a beautiful view.
And we're watching the crew when they're done using the phone there. We expect them to be making their way into the crew access arm. And coming up at about T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes, the astronauts will ingress, or that's a word we use to describe climbing into Crew Dragon. And we saw Doug do it a couple minutes early on Wednesday. They were a little bit ahead of schedule, so that time could be a little bit flexible. But that's going to happen with the assistance of the suit techs, and they will get strapped into their seats. And so with that coming up, we're going to head over to Hawthorne for a preview of what's in store for the future in space travel. Jesse?
Thanks, Marie. Yeah, shortly after we begin to regularly fly NASA astronauts to and from the space station, SpaceX will also begin flying private passengers to station and beyond using Dragon.
That's right. NASA is enabling up to 2 private astronaut missions to visit the station each year, just as part of our support of the broader economy in low Earth orbit. It's one of the many ways NASA's working to just open up access to outer space for companies to manufacture products in microgravity, for any new commercial modules in space, and really just to enable more people to be able to explore the stars firsthand.
And the more people out there exploring the stars, the closer we become to becoming a multiplanetary species. Earlier, we showed you a first-hand look at where you would train if you were to fly with us on board Dragon, but now let's take a peek inside of the spacecraft itself.
Intuitive to know what we need to do at any given moment in time. When I think about comfort for the astronauts, it's really every aspect of how you could interact with the spaceship that comes to mind. We have 3 different seat sizes. We even go so far as molding the foam around the astronaut's body so that there's not any pressure points, and it's just generally a pleasurable journey to space. Dragon is a spaceship that's all about safety and reliability. We designed it to be 2-fault tolerant, which means that any 2 things could fail. So I could lose a flight computer and a thruster, and I could still bring the crew back home safely. We also added a launch escape system. If anything goes wrong on ascent, the crew can get away from Falcon and get picked up safely. I've worked on Dragon since 2012. When I see Dragon lift off, I think I'm going to feel a buildup of emotion of 8 years of working with some of the best engineers and technicians across the country that put their heart and mind into making this incredible moment happen for everybody.
All right, so that was a detailed look inside Dragon. Here's a live look at 2 astronauts about to climb right in. If you're just now tuning in, you're watching our coverage of the mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. 2 days, SpaceX and NASA are going to be sending people into orbit on a mission to the International Space Station from U.S. soil for the first time since 2011. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are the NASA astronauts flying today, and you can see them right there on screen. They are just right next to their ride up to space.
Yeah, very exciting. So as you can see, they have already arrived at Pad 39A, where Falcon 9 will lift off from at 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time today. They have ascended the tall structure already, which is next to the rocket, and it's called the Fixed Service Structure, and also have already walked down the corridor, which is known as the Crew Arm, which is what they're standing in right now.
That's right. And as they prepare to board Dragon, they have this one final stop they're standing in right now, and that's the White Room. The White Room is literally just the room at the end of the crew arm that has an opening into Dragon. It is the last place on planet Earth Bob and Doug are going to be standing before they step into Dragon for their ride to the International Space Station.
And the term the White Room was first used during NASA Gemini missions, where the room right before entering the spaceship was painted white. And as you can see, we've continued this tradition with painting ours white as well. And on Wednesday, they actually started a new tradition by signing the wall in the White Room. It's a fairly small area that has room for the crew and a few ground support members to complete cargo load at T-minus 24 hours and crew ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes, which is coming up here shortly. And ingress is how we refer to the crew boarding Dragon.
Also inside the White Room is a movable platform that just gets extended out to the capsule just to make that boarding process much smoother for the crew to climb into Dragon. As you might expect, it's also environmentally controlled. You can see kind of a big seal right up against the side hatch, and that's just done so Dragon can be open while keeping all the dust, dirt, and the Florida humidity out of the capsule, making sure it's pristine for the crew. And so that seal is going to stay in place until they begin to retract it, get the arm ready to move out of the way, and by that point the hatch will already be closed.
And the White Room also has lots of tools in order to open the side hatch, complete crew ingress, and prepare for any contingencies or emergency that may be encountered.
And right now they're just in the White Room. They're getting a final briefing. You can see them with a number of different pad technicians. Everybody on that team has a specific job. Some are suit specialists who are going to help Bob and Doug get connected to their seats. Some are specialists with the Dragon capsule itself and are going to be responsible for closing the hatch. And we also typically have a photographer in there just to help kind of capture these moments as the crew gets ready. So right now we're watching, and we can see them start to line up there. We'll see Doug Hurley go in first, and so he'll be the first one through the capsule, and he's going to be ingressing. That's just our spaceflight term for entering. You're going to hear a lot of these terms throughout the next couple of days as they make their way up to orbit. Ingress getting in, egress coming out. And they're also doing that final FOD check, making sure that the crew don't have any foreign object debris, dust, dirt, anything that could interfere with the systems on Dragon just before they get in.
Right, as Leland and Lauren were mentioning earlier, they do have stuff on their suits to protect from FOD, and they have FOD covers on their boots, as they mentioned, as well as on their umbilical port on their suits. And that needs to be removed before they can ingress.
Minutes. The crew has arrived at the White Room and its ingress is in progress on schedule.
Just listening into the nets and hearing those updates live. Yes, once the FOD check is complete, they can enter, which is happening live on your screen right now. And as they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. And as you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those seats. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization. So the suits help keep them cool, as well as delivers nitrox in case there is a suit depressurization.
As we go through this, we saw Doug Hurley go in first. He's the commander for this mission. He's closest to your screen. And then Bob Bankin's just next to him, and they're going to get some assistance from these suit techs as they get in. There are 4 seats inside of Dragon for these missions, and they are numbered 1 through 4 if you're looking from the perspective of the suit techs inside the hatch, going from right to left. So Doug Hurley is in seat 2, that's the commander seat, and Bob Bankin is in seat 3, which for Crew Dragon's the pilot seat. And obviously we don't have anybody in seats 1 or 4 today. Crew Dragon is designed to carry 4 astronauts, though, on future NASA missions, and we'll see that on Crew 1, which will have 3 NASA astronauts and 1 from our partner agency, JAXA. And then directly above the crew right now, but right in front of them, once their seats get rotated, are the 3 displays that they'll use throughout the flight. And that just gives them insight into all of Dragon's systems. It allows them to take control of the vehicle and manually fly it, which we'll see them do hopefully only twice during 2 manual flight tests. As again, Dragon's autonomous, but they can jump in and take over if they need to.
And as Dan mentioned, the displays are above them right now, but those seats will rotate back for launch position so that they can easily access those displays. So coming up next, the crew will do a comm check once they're all settled in. And that's so that they can check to make sure that they can hear mission control, and then after that, their seats will be rotated into position. So let's check in with John Innsbrucker for the latest on the health of both of those vehicles. John, what's the status update today?
We're at T-minus 2 hours, 43 minutes and counting down for the launch of Falcon 9 with Dragon to the space station. As you see, the Dragon launch pad team has obviously arrived at the pad. They got there shortly after T-minus 4 hours, opened up the side hatch on Dragon, got ready for the arrival of the astronauts. We saw the crew come up the elevators, walk over and enter Dragon, and they're now getting situated inside the capsule. Now the flight team is monitoring data from Dragon. They most recently have completed a command and telemetry check of the radio frequency system on Dragon through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite Network. That looked to go well. There are no issues in work as we watch the astronauts getting situated in their seats inside the Dragon spacecraft. The Falcon 9 team is preparing for final checkouts and propellant load. Those checkouts are due to begin at T-minus 2 hours, some 42 minutes from now, when the launch crew officially gets on console in the firing room. All systems on Falcon 9 are currently go. The range continues to be green on the support side. The areas around the pad obviously clear except for the folks doing the entry into the capsule. Air and sea space are clear. We hear helicopter go by from time to time. The big concern is the weather forecast. We are continuing right now at a 50% probability of violation of the weather constraints. The big concerns are going to be the thick clouds, precipitation, possibility of lightning. I mentioned earlier, normally you get a strong sea breeze from the ocean that pushes inland and keeps the clouds from Central Florida from building up. But today the sea breeze is fairly weak, so we expect the thunderstorms will get closer to the launch pad. We're also checking downrange conditions. If there's a contingency splashdown of Dragon, we're looking at essentially the wave heights, lightning, rain along the trajectory Right now it's marginal, but it is still go. We do expect that to improve slightly during the day. So fingers crossed there that the downrange weather looks good. But right now at T-minus 2 hours, 41 minutes as the clock continues to count down, all systems are go for launch.
All right, thanks, John I. And as we watch Bob and Doug get buckled into their seats, I'm joined once again by SpaceX's Jessica Jensen, just to kind of walk through everybody what made Dragon a 21st century spacecraft. So first off, thanks for coming in today. I know you got to come in for a launch. That's always tough.
Of course.
Walk us through again kind of Dragon's life history. I mean, we have one in a clean room pretty soon right behind us. Walk us how we got to where we are today to have Bob and Doug climbing into that spacecraft.
Sure. So SpaceX was founded to make life multiplanetary. That was why Elon started the company back in 2002. But, also when he founded the company, we were a very small company for several years. And so we had to look for opportunities to, hey, how do you go from being a small company to actually putting people into orbit? So when NASA came out with the need to fly cargo to and from the International Space Station, we jumped on that because we said, hey, first, not only is carrying cargo to and from the space station cool, I bet we could actually then fly people to the International Space Station. And hey, for 8 years now we've been flying cargo, and then now we have transitioned over into flying crew and cargo together. So that's basically been the evolution of Dragon, and it's been awesome.
And I know when we see Falcon 9, we get to talk a lot about reusability. Everyone is very familiar with the first stage coming back down and how cool that looks. Dragon is also designed with some reusability. In fact, you've flown Dragon multiple times, or you've flown Dragons multiple times to the space station. How does reusability factor into Dragon's life cycle?
Yeah, so I'll actually talk a little bit about both, because one thing I think everyone always thinks about reusability and, hey, it saves money or that's great, but reusability actually improves your reliability. So when we get Falcons back and when we get Dragons back, either after one mission or multiple mission, we can do all these detailed inspections on them. And that's super important because when you fly a vehicle, you can only have so many sensors on it. You can't put a sensor, every single inch of a rocket or a spacecraft.
And there's already way more than I think anybody realizes.
Exactly. But so, especially for rockets that wind up in the ocean, some people don't have any idea of what they actually went through. So the fact that we get all the hardware back, we were able to inspect literally every square inch of it and make small design changes that actually improve reliability for the whole fleet. So even though Bob and Doug are on a brand new rocket and a brand new spacecraft, those spacecraft are actually more reliable based on the knowledge we've learned from reusability.
We've walked people through a lot of the new systems on Dragon. What are just some of the cool things that are maybe beneath the surface that people don't know about with Dragon?
So I think one of the coolest things is the autonomous docking system. And what that is it's basically we have, GPS sensors on Dragon, but then we also have cameras and imaging sensors such as a LiDAR on basically the nose cone or the front part of Dragon as it's approaching the space station. And all these sensors are feeding data back to our flight computer to say, hey, how far away am I from the space station? What's my relative velocity to the space station? And then that feeds into the flight computer, which has algorithms written by our engineers to say, okay, based on how far away you are in your rates, here's how you fire the thrusters to most effectively get to the docking target. And I think that's just super cool.
Well, I mean, we're all waiting for our cars to drive ourselves to work, and for Bob and Doug, that's exactly what it's doing for them.
Exactly. And what I think is so cool is the computer does this just like flawlessly. It's easy. When I tried to do it, I failed miserably. I tried to dock Dragon to the ISS 3 times and I failed. Fourth time I got it.
Good morning.
And I will tell the public out there that on our website we actually have a Dragon ISS simulator, so you yourself can try and fire the thrusters and see how well you do. Maybe I'm just a bad driver, but I think the flight computer does a really good job.
I think we all had fun with it. All right, well, we are just starting to hear. They're going to start up those comm checks with Bob and Doug.
CDR, PLT, comm check,
so let's listen in.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Stand by for ground station comm check.
And again, we're just listening in. They're doing these these communication checks. So Bob and Doug are going to do a series of these checkouts with the teams on the ground, both the Corps here in Hawthorne and the launch director out in Florida. And they're going to be doing this over Dragon to Ground. And they're also going to be doing it over the countdown net. Those are the two main loops or nets that you're going to hear going out. And they're going to be doing it through their different communications paths. We heard them do through the TDRS, or the tracking data and relay satellites. Those are those primary satellites that were going to be used to talk to Bob and Doug throughout their flight and to send commands to Dragon. They'll also do it through ground stations. SpaceX has a worldwide network of ground stations that they're able to communicate with the vehicle. And that's what we'll be using to get video inside the cabin of Bob and Doug on their flight up. So if you tuned in the other day, this is one of the first things that they do once they get inside the vehicle, and this is just to make sure all the communication systems with the Dragon spacecraft, with the suits, everything are working. They're able to talk to and hear everybody on the ground.
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck, ground stations.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Ground station ComCheck complete. Stand by for TDRS ComCheck.
And just a reminder, you're hearing the Core. That's the Crew Operations Responsible Engineer. That's, if you've followed NASA missions in the past, that's the CAPCOM position. That is this pretty much the singular voice that's talking to the astronauts throughout their flight. And that's a position based here in Hawthorne, California. And you'll also hear
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck, TDRS.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS ComCheck complete. Stand by with ComChecks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. ComCheck.
SpaceX Jason, loud and clear.
Copy, loud and clear. Glad to have you guys on board. Stand by for ComCheck on Dragon to Ground. Dragon, MD, Dragon to Ground, ComCheck.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for ComChecks with LD.
Dragon, launch director on countdown 1, ComCheck.
Good afternoon, Mike. Loud and clear.
I have you the same, and good afternoon. Stand by for my ComCheck on Dragon to Ground. Dragon, SpaceX on Dragon to Ground, ComCheck.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
I have you the same. Back to core.
And Dragon, SpaceX, this concludes our launch configuration ComChecks. Report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Dragon will put that in work.
Copy.
All right, so all those communications checks were done successfully, and you could even see, and it's so cool when we get these views right inside the cabin.
SpaceX Dragon in 2.2, we are ready for seat rotation.
Copy. We will report when initiating.
But you could see Doug Hurley using his right hand. He has the talk button built into the seat itself. So just, again, showing you all of the different systems, how the suit is integrated into the seat, and it's all just one big circle for this whole spacecraft. So really cool to see those ComChecks live. Jessica, thank you so much for walking us through some of the really cool updates, the upgrades. Did you have any other cool stuff besides?
Let's see. So I don't know if you guys can see, but we have the Dragon clean room here. And one of the coolest things is it is right on the main floor of our main building. So thousands of employees walk by here all the time and get to see Dragon in its final processing before it goes to the Cape. On Wednesday, the Crew 1 capsule was in here. It looked almost done. It looks a little empty right now, but that's because that capsule went off into our separate test facility for its final propulsion checks. So we do leak checks and things there, and we do that in a separate facility just because it's high pressure testing. And then the vehicle will come back here, get its final thermal protection system put on, and then it will ship off to Cape Canaveral and get ready to launch 4 astronauts to the International Space Station.
I mean, what's it like to see it? Because when you see the first initial pressure vessel, it looks nothing like the final thing. So what's it like to just kind of watch it go through, and you just see little bits get added on, and then the next thing you know, it's a whole spacecraft?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so amazing. I'm so impressed. When you look at a machine, you're like, how does this ever get built? How do people ever do this? And it really is just step by step, one piece at a time. Each piece has its critical function, and you get to watch that being built right in front of your eyes every day when you come to work.
Dragon SpaceX, we
an
are ready
engineer, whatever
and
you do
initiating
here.
seat rotation.
Dragon copies.
And we just heard the seat rotation's about to begin. So, Jessica, thank you so much. Cool facts about Dragon for everyone to listen in on, and we can see the seats start to rotate now. Pretty soon, Bob and Doug will be in their launch configuration, and they'll be ready to go. And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
All right, and confirmation the seats are in the launch position. Let's go down now to Gary in Mission Control Houston, where I know the entire JSC team is standing by and ready to see Dragon take flight today. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. Very much so. Great to see good comm checks from Bob and Doug, and that their seats have been rotated into their launch position. Here in Houston, Flight Director Zeb Scoville has pulled space station flight controllers, and all systems are go for launch from the space station side of things. Essentially, the station is prepared for Dragon to arrive 19 hours after launch. Chris Cassidy has completed his preparations for Bob and Doug to arrive. He's got a chance to view some of the broadcasts and even said they were, quote, looking sharp. Flight controllers here will monitor the countdown, but really it's up to the teams in Kennedy and Hawthorne to get us to liftoff at this point. So we want to hear your comments as we continue to count down to launch. So let's go to the social desk now. Tahira.
Thanks, Gary. So glad to hear that polls are go, at least on your end, and just hoping this weather just works out good for today's launch. I mean, people online are on the edge of their seats. We just checked numbers, and we're up to 1.1 million viewers right now. That's almost double when we checked last time. And right now, we also have Columbia, South Carolina is leading the viewership, so interesting to see how that changes. Let's take a broader look at the conversation online with this heat map of the United States. Now, this shows Launch America mentions by state over the past week, and we have California leading right now with the most mentions, and I'm very surprised. I really thought the Space Coast would take it home, but let's see how this changes over the course of the broadcast. And with that, let's see what y'all are posting online right now. Guys, I mean, check out these outfits. Absolutely love it. Love to just see how people are making things creative for this launch and really making it their own, putting their personal touch on it. Let's take a look at another. Oh, we are back to the Launch America heat mentions, so let's see how that changes over the course of this broadcast. But really fun to see those photos online. Oh, we have another space pet, guys. These do not get old, so please use hashtag Launch America on social media. Right now, it looks like we have Catstronaut Boris, who is ready for his launch in the Crew Dragon capsule. I love seeing the pet owners unite for this mission. So like I said, definitely use that hashtag. We will be looking for it during the show. Marie, what's the latest at Kennedy?
Thanks to Hero, we are at T-minus 2 hours, 26 minutes, 47 seconds and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, carrying NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken. You see them right now aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft. It's been a very exciting day so far. The crew has been up since about 8 o'clock this morning as they prepare to head to the International Space Station as part of this Demo 2 mission for NASA.
And as we speak, the astronauts, as you saw, are inside Dragon and have completed their comm checks, so now they can communicate with the teams here on the ground. And their seats have rotated upright to their reclined launch positions, allowing them to see and access the display panel. And now they are they initiate their own suit leak checks to make sure that their seat is in proper working condition before liftoff.
And in just a little bit, at about T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes, it could happen a little bit sooner, though. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. We will see the closeout team begin to close the side hatch in preparation for flight. And that's going to be one of the key visual milestones on the timeline to liftoff. Now, we want to take you to a couple of special guests we have joining us. They are with Daryl Nail at the OSB-2 viewing location, NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, and also Kennedy Space Center Director Bob Cabana is there with Daryl. Hi, Daryl.
Hi, Marie. That's right. We're in the fifth floor of the Operations and Support Building here at the Kennedy Space Center with a nice view of Launch Complex 39. And the two men that you mentioned are here to join me to answer a few questions. We're excited to have them both here. And they are, of course, Bob Cabana, the Director of the Kennedy Space Center, and Jim Bridenstine, Administrator for NASA. Gentlemen, thanks again for making the time to be here. Of course, the big story right now, Jim, is the weather. So let's talk a little bit about that. We can see there's some clouds building. That was forecast. You took part in a weather briefing this morning. What do you know about the weather and the decision that was made to say, hey, let's give this another shot today?
Yeah, so what got us last time was the electricity in the atmosphere, and of course today there are in fact buildups. It doesn't look like there are thunderstorms at this time, but they are expected. The question is, when do those thunderstorms go away, and when those thunderstorms materialize, where are they located? We are predicting about a 50-50 shot of going this time, but given the fact that we are in late May in Florida, we have to take every shot we can get. So it's not likely that in a couple of days it's going to be any better than it is today. So we are a go for launch right now, and we are hoping that the weather will hold up. We almost made it on Wednesday, and the trend is better today than it was on Wednesday. So we'll see.
And I saw a forecast that said the clearing is supposed to happen right around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So
that's right.
We're hoping that
launch is at 3:22.
Right.
Clearing, at the earliest 3 o'clock, at the latest 3:30. So depending on when that happens, we'll either be go or no go. But again, we're going to take every shot we've got.
Also watching the downrange weather for a potential rescue in case there were an abort.
That's right. So, we have these staging areas. When we go from the first stage to the second stage, that's a higher risk evolution. We want to make sure that in the case we have to exercise the launch abort at that point, that the weather is good. And of course, that's off the coast of North Carolina. The big thing there is it's great that we have a launch abort capability. The challenge is that launch abort capability includes parachutes. And with parachutes, you've got to make sure that you've got the weather to come down. If there are thunderstorms or downbursts or high winds, that's problematic for the parachute system.
Right, and sea states as well, bouncing that capsule around in the ocean. Bob, of course, you're an astronaut. You know what it's like to hit the reset button and do it all over again. Get into the spacecraft, get ready to go, only to be told, no, we're not going to go today. We're going to try it again. What's that like? And then tell me about the mindset as you have to kind of reset. Do you feel less anxious? Do you feel more comfortable the second time around?
Daryl, first off, my last flight, we counted down to 18 seconds and didn't go. Man, and when you get to 18 seconds, you're ready. The key is, it's the training that we go through. All the repetition that we do, we practice everything, including scrubs. And just because you didn't launch doesn't mean you don't have something to do. So you got to go through those back-out procedures. It's all done very professionally. Then it was out of the vehicle and into the Astrovan, back to crew quarters. And we had a positive attitude. We got a good night's rest. And we went through it again. It's a matter of doing your job, and these guys are well prepared. It's all part of what we do.
Yeah, they stopped the count at 17 minutes, but you had it all the way up to just a few seconds. That's a big difference.
And the truth is, the next night, actually everything went really better. The weather was bad the first time. I was kind of glad we scrubbed, and we scrubbed for an issue with the vehicle that they later sorted out. As it turned out, we wouldn't have had enough prop to rendezvous with the Russian functional cargo block, but the next night, it was just a perfectly smooth launch count. Everything just went like clockwork, and it set the stage for an awesome mission.
I think you told the press before you walked out, I think you were over there at astronaut crew quarters, we're going today. I'm wondering where's the source of that confidence coming from?
I just got a feeling, you got to have a positive attitude. I watched a lot of weather down here supporting shuttle missions, and I'm hoping that those clouds over the I-95 corridor, that the Indian River keeps them west of us, and that stuff that's building offshore is far enough off that we can stay in an open window here at the Cape.
Good. Well, we got your positive vibe going, and we appreciate that. Jim, when you were down in the astronaut crew quarters and when they were suiting up, you got a second chance to visit with the astronauts. Kind of tell us about that, and what was their demeanor, what was their mood today?
So, again, they seem loose. They were loose last time. They're loose this time. They're definitely ready to go. They're excited. They've been wanting to go for a long time now. I'll tell you one thing that I thought was a little interesting is, Bob Behnken was making fun of Doug Hurley because on Doug's last flight, they scrubbed 5 times before launching on the 6th time. So Bob Behnken seems to think that Doug Hurley is the problem in this case. But to see them joking about that as they're getting suited up, ready to go, yes, they're trained, they're ready, but they're also loose, and that's good to see because they're going to have to be on their game when we launch.
These guys are pretty impressive, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken. I mean, Doug Hurley, an incredible pilot. Bob Behnken, he's got a PhD in mechanical engineering.
And he's a flight test engineer himself in the Air Force. Yeah.
Well, in your assessment, why are these guys the right stuff?
Well, this is a test flight, and we have great astronauts that are chemists. We have great astronauts that are botanists. We have really talented and diverse, a very very diverse astronaut corps in general. But this is a test flight, and for a test flight, what do you want? You want test pilots. You want people that, for a living, they have made a living flying new things that have never been flown before. And Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are the two people that you would want in a test flight, and that's exactly what this is.
Bob, you're a pilot too. You want to weigh in on Doug Hurley? He seems like he's got the right mentality and a smooth customer.
He's a naval aviator, a marine pilot, a test pilot. I'm all in. He's a great guy.
Yeah. And tell me a little bit about in terms of the Kennedy Space Center, right? So you've been here since 2007, right?
2008.
2008. Sorry, off by 1 year. 2011, the Atlantis came to a wheel stop. I grew up here. My dad worked for NASA. My uncle was a contractor. When that wheel stop happened, the next day, my uncle got the layoff notice, right? And it 30, 60 days. It was depressing. We're talking about thousands of people laid off.
Super depressing. Atlantis landed on a Thursday. On Friday, 2,000 contractors got pink slips and walked out the door. Yet they worked on that vehicle. That was the best vehicle we ever flew. The cleanest. That's the dedication of the workforce here.
Right. So, and take me back to that time. You called it a depressing time. The fact that the shuttle program was something that the government completely had ownership of and paid for. Now we're moving into this commercial crew, which you've overseen making that transition. And tell me about that 9 years in which we made that move.
Well, obviously, everybody was really attached to the shuttle. I mean, it was our history for 30 years and did an awesome job. The Hubble Space Telescope, all the satellites it deployed, building the International Space Station. But when I first got here, I told everybody the shuttle program's going to end. We have to start preparing for our future, and nobody wanted to hear that. But how many times in your life do you get to define what you want your future to be? And we set out on this bold goal of trying to turn KSC into a multi-user spaceport, supporting both government and commercial operations. And I've got a very persistent team. They worked extremely hard. And through a number of agreements, we were able to make it happen. And this is the future. Commercial spaceflight, the administrator says it all the time. We want to establish a commercial environment in low Earth orbit so that we can focus on the hard job of exploring beyond our home planet, to establish that presence in our solar system beyond planet Earth, establish a sustained presence on the moon, get to Mars, establish a presence there. We can't do that if we're locked here in low Earth orbit. And commercial crew with both SpaceX and Boeing, that's the beginning of a whole new era of spaceflight.
All right, very good. Quick question. We've got, of course, a special guest coming back today. The President of the United States plans on being here. Jim, you took him around the first time around. How did that go? I think I saw a picture on Twitter. He signed some space hardware.
That's right. So he took a look at the Orion crew capsule. Of course, the Orion for Artemis 1 is ready to go. and he signed, a piece of hardware that will fly on the crew capsule for Artemis 2. So that's kind of, and not just him, but the First Lady and the Vice President and the Second Lady, they all signed it. So their names are going to fly around the moon on Artemis 2, which is exciting. But I just want to give Colonel Cabana a compliment here, because he did bring this spaceport through a very difficult time. And now it is a multi-use spaceport, and we do have commercial, and we have, in fact, even international launches here, and now we're going to have commercial crew launches. Bob has done a wonderful job transforming this spaceport. That's why we're doing commercial crew. NASA wants to be one customer of many customers. We want to have numerous providers that are competing on cost, innovation, safety, driving down costs, increasing access. But even better today, when I took this job just a few short years ago, our budget at NASA was around $19 billion. The budget request that President Trump gave us for next year is $25 billion. We are in a great position because the president is committed to space exploration. Of course, he's committed to the Space Force. We haven't had this much support for space since John F. Kennedy, and we've got bipartisan support. Everybody wants to see the Artemis program be successful. Everybody wants to see not just the next man, but the first woman on the moon, and that's what we're building here.
Yeah, it's key to it all is that bipartisan support, and of course, what the work that Bob's been doing here. You can see the commercial activity all around this place. We're going to get to some questions on social media real quick that our audience wants to find out. So the first question is from James on Twitter, and he asks, what is the hardest part of going to space? And we're going to have to give that question to Bob.
Well, Daryl, nothing's hard if you prepare for it. And what we are afraid of is stuff we don't have knowledge about. And that's what we do when we learn how to be astronauts. We train, okay? You spend a long time as an astronaut candidate learning. You spend a long time preparing for a mission. For an International Space Station mission, training around the world on all the different modules and everything, it's like 2.5 years of training before you get on orbit for that time to actually do your work. So I'd have to say the hardest part is the preparation for it. But you are so prepared when you go. You just have total confidence. You know that you are very well trained for what you're going to do. You have an outstanding team on the ground supporting you. And that is so important to have that ground support as you climb into that vehicle. You know that they've done their very best to ensure your safety and a successful mission. But after that, it's a piece of cake, except no simulator on Earth can prepare you for what those guys are going to feel. It's better than a cat shot off an aircraft carrier.
I believe it. Maybe one day I'll get to try. The commercialization effort means we want everybody to be able to fly into space. That's the goal.
That's a great point about preparation, because that's not the highly visible part. The launch is, and so it's good to know that all that preparation leads to that confidence. By the way, just an update operationally, they're getting ready to close the hatch door. You can see on your screen there, the workers there are getting ready to get that closed, and working on that right there with Doug Hurley and Bob Binken on the inside of Crew Dragon. Our next question is from Mathis on Twitter, and he asks, what kind of operations will the astronauts do between the liftoff and docking with the International Space Station? I know you pay a lot of attention, Jim, to the operations, especially of this mission.
You bet.
What do you know about that?
So there's a number of things. The first thing that they have to do is, of course, we've got a number of burns to get in phase with the International Space Station. We've got some boost burns as well. We're talking about operating the rocket engine to get in alignment with the space station. But I'll tell you, the biggest thing that we need the astronauts to do once they get on orbit and before they dock is rest. We need them to eat, we need them to rest, we need them to be prepared for that docking. Once they are in the range of the International Space Station, they're going to start maneuvering the spacecraft themselves. Not automatic, but they're going to do it themselves. They are in fact test pilots, and as test pilots they will test fly this vehicle to make sure that it operates as advertised. And of course then they will dock with the International Space Station. And a unique capability here is it's automatic rendezvous and automatic docking, and so we're going to be able to see that for the first time as well.
That's going to be exciting to see. Thank you for sharing that with us. Jim Bridenstine, Administrator of NASA, Bob Cabana, Director of the Kennedy Space Center, thank you both for joining us. And we're going to send it back to Marie in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Daryl and Mr. Bridenstine and Mr. Cabana for joining us. You can see some clouds starting to gather over Launch Complex 39A. We're keeping a close eye on weather. Again, 50% chance of launching today. We just got to see what the weather's going to do. A little bit ago, we heard the crew complete their comm checks live on the air. We saw their seats rotate. That helps get them into a little bit more comfortable position for the G-forces during launch. And more importantly, it helps them be in a better position to interact with the screens in front of them. They completed their suit leak checks. We saw during the interview just a few minutes ago the hatch begin to close, and so inside the white room there, the pad closeout team is in there still doing some work. That hatch closes, it's not as simple as just closing a car door. There's a process to seal it and check it and make sure that everything is sealed properly, right, Lauren?
Yeah, that's correct. If they haven't already started, one thing that will be coming up next is the leak check. What they'll do is they'll attach a piece of ground support equipment. They don't have it in their hands right now, so it looks like it hasn't started yet. There it is. You can see it there. The closeout member number 5, it's already attached to the side hatch mechanism. And what they'll do is they're essentially checking for the leak rate. And they'll hold pressure there for a few minutes and then track that change in pressure over time to make sure that it's within bounds, making sure that you don't have any issues with those O-rings there that are holding that pressure. And so once they complete that leak check, they will then do what is the called the installation of, or the final installation of the SPEP, or side pressure equalization plug. That's basically a plug that once the capsule splashes down, what you'll do is actually remove that, and what it does is equalizes pressure across the hatch. So once that thing is plugged in, you know that everything is super tight and that you shouldn't have any leaks on orbit.
One of the other things that I think is pretty cool about Dragon, you can kind of see them on the edges there are some of the windows. And I know that Dragon started out as cargo. It was Cargo Dragon. You have your cargo version, and before you moved on to the Crew Dragon version, but you even had windows on the cargo version. Can you explain kind of why that was?
Yeah, the very first Cargo Dragon that we ever launched had a window over the hatch, over the side hatch, and the reason we did that is we always envisioned Dragon to ultimately be a crewed vehicle. So even in the beginning, for the very first vehicle we ever made, which didn't even really carry much cargo, we put that window there, and it to us symbolizes what Dragon's purpose has been all along. Taking those steps, starting off with the CRS program and resupplying the space station with experiments and food and crew provisions for the astronauts on board, to now putting our own putting NASA's astronauts in our own vehicle. It's that natural progression to what we were aiming for the whole time.
Mm-hmm. And Leland, what's your take on the touchscreen technology? We saw a little bit about that. Obviously, this is a very different kind of look than what we saw during the Space Shuttle.
It's the future. I mean, we had our LCD displays, and we had lots of buttons to press, and valves and switches. And I think this new technology will allow us to get through procedures much more much faster, because we had paper flight data file that we're having to turn to different pages and get to things. And I think this will make it much more efficient to go through your malfunctions and your procedures with the touchscreens. And I think having the gloves, being able to touch the screens and work within the gloves, everything's kind of sleek and efficient. There's not a lot of wires and things hanging off, and their knee boards, you can see their knee boards on their left knees, and so that's for some extra little notes and things.
The hatch is closed now.
There's some commentary.
We are ready for the post-ingress briefing when you are ready to copy.
And we just heard confirmation on the loops that the hatch is closed, so that is a little bit ahead of schedule.
We are motivated to go today.
We're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, on the weather, we still have some rain showers moving through the area, but we do have a reasonable opportunity today, so we are proceeding into the count. We are going to take a look at both pad and ascent track weather at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, and the next decision point will be prior to prop load.
Okay, we copy.
And on the vehicle health front, both F9 and Dragon health remains nominal with no items of note.
So we just heard the weather is still iffy.
Good news. Thank you.
The weather is still iffy.
This concludes the post-ingress brief. Report when ready for comm checks with Falcon 9 operators.
We are ready for the F9 operators.
Copy. Expect that shortly.
So when we hear that chatter pick back up, we're going to quiet right down so that you can listen into that along with us. But we just heard them discussing the weather briefly, still keeping an eye on that. But the next decision point is going to be before prop load. So we're going to press forward for now and then reevaluate before they start fueling the rocket. But in the meantime, it sounds like Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon are healthy. So the vehicle's in good shape, right? It sounds like kind of a little bit of a repeat from Wednesday that we're just keeping an eye on the weather at this point.
You can see on their left legs, well, in that previous image.
Dragon SpaceX comm checks with F9. You can expect it in about 1 to 2 minutes.
Dragon's ready.
All right, on their left legs there, they have these satchels that are strapped to their legs. Inside are some crew provisions, including these tablets that you see that they have displayed there.
You say, Lauren, those are tablets versus just kneeboards that you can write on?
Or the tablets are inside.
Oh, they're inside.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so when would they pull those tablets out to use them?
During the mission,
Okay.
while on orbit.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's coming, if the background noise is coming through over the air, but we hear the rain really picking up outside the studio here. So I'm kind of wondering if Bob and Doug are hearing the sounds of the rain clouds opening up over the pad. Looks like it's still kind of patchy out there. But again, we were following some thunderstorms that look like they may be making their way over here. It kind of looks like it's raining from that view. It's a little bit hard to tell through the haze.
All right, launch is now just over 2 hours away. Tahira, you are there with the social teams. Now that the hatch is closed and the rain's picking up and all kinds of exciting things are going on right now as we count down and get into the last 2 hours of the count, I bet things are getting pretty interesting on social media.
Hey, Lauren. I mean, yes, they are. So many different things are going on right now, and I think people online are just wondering what's going to happen with today's mission. I have TweetDeck open right now, and it is just scrolling with the conversation of people around the nation talking about today's launch attempt. We also just checked viewership, and we are now up to 1.4 million people watching this live broadcast, so really hope things look good with weather. And on that note, let's take a look at some of the things being said on Twitter right now. So it looks like, we just have some more future astronauts. I really love seeing the young generation just getting mobilized, getting excited about today's mission. Looks like we've also got some Godspeed and safe travels for both astronauts today. Really do wish them the best of luck on the second attempt. Hope it happens. Some throwback photos, all from people visiting NASA's centers, and also just let's do this. I love this can-do attitude, and I just love seeing that people are still keeping the energy alive for today's launch. So there were obviously some disappointing reactions to Wednesday's scrub, but let's take a look at how people are getting excited for today's attempt. Let's roll.
Ready for takeoff.
Ready to launch America.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ready for liftoff? Okay.
2 infinity and beyond! station.
I mean, how fun is that video? I think I will definitely have to attempt the worm after this, but just really glad to see everyone in good spirits leading into today's second launch attempt, and I really hope everybody will have something to smile about. And with that, let's head back to Lauren. Lauren.
Thanks, Tahira. So it looks like people are pretty stoked about today's attempt. Please continue to join the conversation by using the hashtag LaunchAmerica across all the social media channels.
Yeah, I really love seeing the little kids get excited. I know my 3-year-old is super excited. She's got an astronaut sleeping bag and
Really?
she loves to climb in it. Yeah, it's the body of the bag is a spacesuit, and then the head is empty where the pillow is. So when she gets inside, it looks like she's got a spacesuit on. So she loves it.
That's the inspiration for that next generation of explorers. They're going to take Doug and Bob's place one day. And I think we have some people out there that are so interested in our conversation about the worm and the meatball that they've created something called the worm ball.
What?
Yeah, I was checking my email during that because I emailed you guys the worm ball, and I was like, what is this? I'm having a hard time seeing it, but what is the worm ball?
So it's a NASA meatball, which is, what it should be.
Yes.
Okay, look at it. There it is.
All right, thank you. I need a visual.
So they took the angular NASA logo and put in the worm inside of the meatball. Can you live with that, Lauren?
You know what? That's a beautiful compromise. I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's a nice marriage of the two.
Oh, I love you, man.
Yeah, truth. And there is another live look at Launch Complex 39A, and we have had the opportunity to share with you a lot about the SpaceX Crew Dragon sitting on top of Falcon 9, a lot about the crew themselves, and the significance of today as the official return, we hope, of human launch capability to American shores. But we would be remiss if we did not explain why this pad 39A is hallowed ground.
We're go, same tide, we're go. Altitude, velocity, light.
Many of NASA's storied missions began their daring journey from the exact same spot on Earth. Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. This massive structure of steel and concrete has cradled rockets and guided each on their fiery ascent to space for over 50 years. There can be no launch without a launch pad, and this hallowed ground has a history greater than any other. Having evolved and been reshaped for each new era of spaceflight, it's alive with a heartbeat as strong as the first. Launchpad 39A came to life under the direction of project engineer Harry May as NASA ramped up its efforts to achieve an unprecedented calling.
Why some say the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain?
In 1962, Earth-moving machines sculpted its massive pyramid base to a height of 40 feet. Then, concrete was poured to hold it in place. To launch the world's first moon rocket, engineers cut a flame trench nearly the length of 2 football fields down the middle of the mound. It was then lined with heat-resistant bricks to deflect 7.5 million pounds of earth-rattling thrust, first felt on Apollo 8. Less than a year later, Apollo 11 launched from Pad 39A. And hundreds of millions of people around the world watched as it landed on the moon 3 days later. Nearly a decade after this Apollo era, 39A again took center stage with a new, one-of-a-kind spacecraft, the Space Shuttle. Millions of pounds of additional steel for surface structures transformed the look, but not the purpose: human spaceflight. In all, 82 space shuttles blasted off from 39A until the very last.
Start. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All 3 engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. The final liftoff of Atlantis on the shoulders of the space shuttle. America will continue the dream.
of Atlantis.
With the fleet retired, demolition crews removed the shuttle-era hardware to clear the way for NASA's monumental decision to lease this historic launch site to the private company SpaceX. Today, its sleek and modern design supports a family of rockets that has advanced the commercial age of American spaceflight. Now, 50 years after it first sent humans to the moon, this historic spaceport stands ready for the next wave of human exploration.
And we're looking live again at pad 39A. We're looking at the pad closeout team. You can identify them by their numbers there. And we heard confirmation of the hatch being closed just a few minutes ago. So again, things a little bit ahead of schedule. And when I say ahead of schedule, I don't mean the launch time is changing. I just mean some of the specific milestones in the timeline. Those times are a little bit flexible, but that launch window remains instantaneous at 3:22 this afternoon. And Leland, you know, we just saw a piece about the history of pad 39A.
All stations, Chief Engineer, on countdown 1 for comm check with the crew.
We're going to pause for that comm check.
Falcon 9, guidance, navigation, and control.
Dragon GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
GNC Dragon, we have you loud and clear.
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the propulsion engineer.
Dragon, prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Prop Dragon, loud and clear.
Prop loud and clear, stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics Dragon, loud and clear.
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Ground segment Dragon, loud and clear.
Ground segment loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control Dragon, loud and clear.
Launch control loud and clear, stand by for comm check by the chief engineer. Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1, comm check.
Chief engineer Dragon, we've got you loud and clear, Bala.
Chief engineer, loud and clear. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineering comm check.
And we just saw a thumbs up from Doug Hurley. We listened to a series of comms checks there, and so everything.
Chief engineer on Dragon to ground.
Loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Loud and clear. Well, good luck, and let's see if the rain clears up.
That sentiment is shared by all here.
Do it.
Copy that.
So Bob and Doug, along with the launch teams and all of the rest of America, hoping the rain clears up here. But as far as comms checks go, everything sounded pretty normal, pretty nominal there. So we're just waiting on the weather to clear up. But again, there's a live look at Launch Complex 39A, the site of 82 space shuttle missions where they began, and of course Apollo, the first mission to the moon, Apollo 11 lifted off from 39A. And Leland, you were just 5 years old when that happened. Take us back there.
Marie and Lauren, I was 5, and I was the antenna engineer during the broadcast. I was the kid standing behind the black and white Sylvania television holding the rabbit ears, and my dad said, move to the left, move to the right. And I was trying to look around the television to see what was going on, but they said, no, don't move, stay there. So I never actually saw the actual landing on the moon, Neil and Buzz walking on the moon. And the next day, all my friends in my community were like, yeah, you want to be an astronaut? We just had this momentous thing. I said, no. I didn't see it. I want to be Arthur Ashe, because Arthur Ashe trained 5 blocks down the street from where I grew up. And my dad talked about his excellence, his perseverance, his athleticism. And so it wasn't until I got to NASA, working as an engineer at NASA Langley, that a friend of mine said, you'd be a great astronaut. And I just laughed at him. And I didn't fill the application out, but another friend of mine got in, Charlie Camarda. And I said, if he can become an astronaut, I can become one. So I applied the next year and I got in the 1998 class. And I think about this, again, storied legacy, Pad 39A. I was there in 2008 and 2009, Space Shuttle Atlantis, the last one that came in with Doug and the rest of the crew. And it's just an amazing time to see this new era with Lauren, with your SpaceX Crew Dragon about to take off.
I'd never heard that story.
I've got a million stories. A million stories.
Wow. It's so cool that, you do have a lot of these kids that are watching today who have never seen a flight, a human space flight from KSC before. And this is their first time. And I'm trying to remember back, I grew up in the shuttle era. And I grew up in Los Angeles, and I remember sometimes when the shuttle would land at Edwards Air Force Base, you'd hear those sonic booms. You hear the double sonic booms in school, and we all just knew, oh, that's the space shuttle. It was just a thing. We just knew about that. And it did make me sad that there's an entire generation of kids who didn't grow up with that experience. And I'm just so proud that, today, hopefully, we get to provide that for kids and hopefully have more and more of these launches to the point where it becomes routine, hopefully never boring, but routine.
And there's talent in every zip code, so you have to make sure that every kid has the opportunity to do these types of things. If they believe in themselves, and we give them the right tools that they can use to be in STEM fields. And, we have a very diverse group of people up here working together to get Bob and Doug off safely. And I think more people that see this type of diversity will have a chance to say, I can do that too.
Yes. Absolutely. And, we have a lot of kids watching today, and we have an opportunity to hear from another really awesome role model, especially for the little girls in the audience. So we want to throw it over to Gary in Houston to talk to a very special astronaut standing by there. Hi, Gary.
Hi, Marie. I have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the space station, Christina Cook. Christina, thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you today.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
You're right. So much history indeed, and it's just been great to watch it all unfold. I think for me, the most exciting thing is how NASA is not only innovating in what we do, exploring the universe, pushing the boundaries, getting knowledge on the space station, bringing it back to Earth for benefits here, but in how we do it. We're innovating in the implementation of those goals and of our mission. And what that means is that bringing in the private sector, bringing in a commercial space economy for low Earth orbit means space is going to be more accessible and more innovative. And it's just an awesome new era of history to be able to witness.
You hold the record for the longest single stay by a female astronaut in space. What's it like living aboard for so long?
Well, it is truly a privilege every single day. I have to say it's a beautiful thing to look down on the Earth and to be able to kind of contribute to a space program that you yourself have held in such high regard your entire life. I would say that the biggest challenge going into sort of those longer times is remaining vigilant. The engineers make it so easy to live on board the space station. Sometimes you forget you're actually surrounded by such a hostile environment. So remaining vigilant both day to day to have that appreciation that you wake up with every day, and then also being vigilant, knowing that things could take a turn for the worse at any time, and you have to be ready to react to that. So it's a great privilege, but it also comes with great responsibility.
You came to NASA after the days of the shuttle program, and you flew on the Russian Soyuz. What does it mean to have this private capability to fly astronauts to the station?
Well, I think it's just a great innovation in terms of our partnerships. You know, when we started out, it was individual countries pursuing the space exploration. We brought in the international aspect of it, and now we're really folding in that commercial aspect, bringing the innovation of all of our American industrial power and recognizing that the more partnerships we have, the more accessible, the more innovative space exploration can be. So it's an awesome time, and it brings with it so much more capability into the program as well. So it's not only how we're doing it, but it's what it brings.
We're looking forward to having this transportation from private companies. How does it help you do your job in space?
You know, I think one concept that we have in NASA for safety and to mitigate risk is called dissimilar redundancy. And here now we're bringing up a whole second way of getting crew to the International Space Station and getting cargo, last-minute cargo. So we're increasing how much science we can do on board the space station by twofold. We're increasing how we can, you know, our options for getting items up, stowage items, supplies, provisions, science experiments. So we're really just banking on the extra redundancy to make the program that much more robust.
We're watching Bob and Doug go through the final phases of preparing for this launch. What's going through your mind so close to liftoff?
Oh, it is such a great day indeed. You know, it's interesting because I think it's not so much what is going through your mind, but what's not going through your mind. You know, you're not thinking about all the things could go wrong. You're thinking about enabling success by doing what you've been trained to do. One of the things we have is that on launch day, astronauts are sometimes the most calm people in the room. And I found that to be true on my launch day, too. I think it's kind of this career culmination of everything you've learned, everything you've dreamed of, and you know that it's coming together in that day and that you're going to finally do what you're prepared to do, execute the mission, and it just really brings a sense of calm and readiness.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook, always an honor to hear from you.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Well, once Bob and Doug arrive at the station, NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy will be ready to welcome them on board. So in anticipation of their launch, he had this message for them.
Hello, everyone. I'm astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63 on board the International Space Station, flying 250 miles above the Earth. Like you, I'm excited about today's launch and the possibilities it will bring to America and to the world. But also, I'm very excited that two close friends will be arriving and joining the crew. I had the privilege of flying with Doug Hurley on both of our first shuttle missions back in 2009. Together, we came to the International Space Station and helped construct the amazing facility that it is today. Although this will be my first mission with Bob, it was my honor to follow him as the chief of the office when he left back in 2015 to begin training for this amazing mission. Personally, I've been very fortunate to fly in two different spacecraft. Launching from America on the shuttle, and most recently launching from Kazakhstan in the Soyuz. But I can't tell you how exciting it is to know that we're once again launching Americans from the coast of Florida. And finally, here's a story I'd like to share with you. Back in 1981, John Young and Bob Crippen launched on Space Shuttle Columbia, the very first space shuttle flight, marking the last time we flew Americans on a brand new vehicle.
434, Roger.
With them, they flew an American flag, representing America's technical prowess.
Roger, roll with Landon.
30 years later, that same flag was flown to the International Space Station. This flag remains here today, waiting for Bob and Doug. Our flag means so many things to our country, and this small piece of America represents what we'll be able to achieve together. We'll never stop exploring. And so Bob and Doug can take this very special flag home to Earth, where it awaits its next journey to the cosmos. In a few years, the First Orion crew will take this flag with it around the moon. All of this starts today. I'll be watching outside the window, along with everyone else in America and around the world. I can't wait to look out the window and see my friends on close approach. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and go Bob and Doug. I'll see you soon.
And there again is a live look at Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are T-minus 1 hour, 41 minutes, 58 seconds and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket carrying Crew Dragon with astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley strapped inside. We can see some raindrops on the screen there. It looks like rain coming down at the pad, but we're still monitoring weather, and it sounds like there's going to be another decision point before they start fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, which is scheduled to happen at about T-minus 35 minutes. So we just heard a little bit about where they're headed. If the weather cooperates today, to the International Space Station. Leland, you've been there twice, and I know just from what you've told us, it's this Leviathan in space and the site of so much important work and partnerships happening.
Right. Chris Cassidy is up there floating in the Columbus laboratory that I installed, or our team of us installed on STS-122. And I think about, using this robotic arm that was made in Canada. The European Space Agency built the Columbus laboratory, and my job was to use that arm and attach it to the International Space Station. And as it was getting closer and closer, the motion just stopped. And I'm like, what is going on? And there are 4 ready-to-latch indicators that have a very slight spring force that I was moving so slowly with the hand controller, the translational hand controller, that spring force stalled out the motion. And Peggy Whitson was behind me, and she said, Leland, there's some commentary. Weather update, I think.
Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, Doug. We're still waiting for a weather update expected at 18 Zulu. Therefore, the next assessment will be closer to the propellant load time. We are currently no-go on launch weather, but we are showing an expected clear of 1830 Zulu.
Okay, copy all. Thanks for the update.
So we just heard if they were to launch right now, the weather would be no-go. However, it sounds like there may be an opportunity if the weather clears, as it sounds like they expect it may. So again, we're gonna keep listening as we continue talking. If we start to hear any kind of chatter, especially if it's about the weather, we're gonna do our best to quiet down so that we don't step on that and everyone can hear it along with us. But Leland, you were just talking about the work on station and Peggy Whitson was getting ready to tell you something.
Well, so the Columbus laboratory is stalled out. It's about to be attached, and there were 10,000 people waiting. Their job security depended on me installing this thing properly.
Right.
And Peggy said, Leland, push just a little bit harder on the hand controller, and all 4 ready-to-latch indicators went green. And I was like, yes! And that was our primary mission objective. But that paled in comparison to what happened next. Peggy invited us over to dinner in the Russian segment, and we had this meal with people from all over the world, Russian, German, French, African American, Asian American. This diversity that we talked about earlier, were up there breaking bread at 17,500 miles per hour while listening to Sade's Smooth Operator. It blew my mind. It was Smooth Operator, right?
What an appropriate song for this job too, right?
Wow, does she know? She knows now.
Yeah. And Dan Tani actually changed the song from Smooth Operator to Arm Operator. So you see Arm Operator.
I love it. Love it. And Leland, you actually, we were in another taped segment when you got a text from Drew Foystel. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, Drew Foystel is a good friend, just sent me a text saying that the families say hello to all who are watching and thank the nation and the world for their support and interest. And Chris Ferguson just actually sent me a text. He was the commander on STS-135 and one of my classmates from the 1998 class, and he says, way to go, Godspeed on Crew Dragon.
That's awesome. It's great to hear those words of support. Thank you guys for watching and everybody following along at home. I mean, the COVID-19 situation has been just a tough time for people stuck inside, homeschooling their kids, still trying to do their jobs, and so it's really cool to be able to watch this happening. And we see the pad closeout team. It looks like they are getting ready, or they've left the white room and they've already come down the crew access arm, so they are getting ready to leave the pad now. And we are going to go now to the Operations and Support Building 2, where Daryl Nail is standing by with NASA's Chief of Staff to talk to us a little bit about some of NASA's ambitions beyond the International Space Station and its work with the Commercial Crew Program. Daryl?
Yeah, that's right. We're here in the mission briefing room at the top of Operations and Support Building here, where there's a lot of important people that are gathering to watch the launch here. And one of those people is not me, by the way. One of those people that is important is Gabe Sherman, NASA's Chief of Staff. We appreciate you being here.
Hey, thanks for having me, Daryl.
You got kind of the insight of what's coming down the pike here at NASA. So, of course, today is Commercial Crew, and we're focused on that, seeding the commercial market. But what's off in the horizon for NASA?
Well, I'll just tell you, it's an incredibly exciting time to be at NASA, and you know this. I mean, you're here every day. But whenever you think about what we're doing with Commercial Crew, in the horizon in July, we're launching Mars Perseverance, which is just going to be an incredible thing for us. You look at the end of this year, SLS, the largest rocket in the world, is going through testing right now, going through green run testing, and we're hoping maybe by the end of the year we could even get it right out here to the Cape, which would be just an incredible achievement for our team. So there is no shortage of things to be excited about at NASA right now.
And it feels like everything is really starting to happen here recently with everything that you just mentioned. And if we get that first Artemis launch, that could be right around the corner as well.
Oh man, we're looking at I think late 2021 is what we're looking for, and so you think about SLS potentially moving from the green run to the Cape. You've got Orion finishing up its last little bit of testing. It moved from Plumbrook earlier this year, our station up there in Ohio, down to KSC. So we're looking at checking it out throughout next year. And hopefully we'll have the first integrated flight of SLS and Orion at the end of 2021. And I'm telling you, that is going to be a moment.
That will be exciting.
Yeah.
And there will be a thunderous boom right here at the Kennedy Space Center. So with Mars as the end goal, how does all of this get to that end point?
You bet. No, and I think that's what's so important about the Artemis program, right? Our long-term vision is to get to Mars. But, when you think about Artemis, everything that we're doing at the moon is helping us learn, prove out capabilities and technologies, work through the right mission durations, understand how we utilize the resources of the moon potentially to go further onto Mars. So the technology, the science, the exploration, architecture that we're putting together, each and every piece of it is helping us learn a little bit more, prove out a little bit more so we can take that next giant leap to Mars. And so everything that we're doing at the moon helps prepare us to move on to Mars.
How about the activity in low Earth orbit, like Commercial Crew, which is happening today? How does that help us for missions to the moon?
Yeah, I think anytime you're launching humans, you're learning, right? And you're taking what you've learned and you're moving it forward to the next mission. But I think it's really about the business case. If you think about what Commercial Crew is, it's NASA moving from owning and operating hardware to buying a service, right? And if you remember just a few weeks ago, we awarded 3 contracts on the human landing system to commercial companies. And so we're hoping that we move to a day where we're actually buying a service to get our astronauts back and forth to the moon. So actually enabling the commercial market to go from low Earth orbit all the way out to lunar orbit. And so Commercial Crew is a great proving ground for that, helps us prove out that business case, build those partnerships, and then we get a feed forward to the moon. So it means a lot. This means a lot as we move out.
And it's really exciting when you talk about the Commercial Crew, the commercial aspect going to the moon, right, and those partners. They're going to be studying those landers to see if they are viable for NASA?
Yeah, working through a tremendous process with the commercial providers and NASA engineers, going through initial designs right now, looking at the capabilities that they've proposed, and then trying to make decisions on which landing system goes early in 2024, which landing systems are better prepared for sustainability out in the later 20s. And so that is going to be an ongoing process throughout this year and moving into next. So it's going to be really exciting to kind of see what comes out as, hey, this is the lander that's going to take the first woman and the next man to the moon in 2024.
Right, so different than the time of Apollo when we went to the moon, and that program ultimately came to an end. The idea here, though, is to try to create some sustainability. Talk about that.
Right, and sustainability, you can get to sustainability if you have reusability, right? And that's what we're seeing with Commercial Crew for sure. But whenever you think about our human landing system, you're looking at a system that we put out there at the moon once we get to sustainability, and it's going back and forth, taking multiple trips to the lunar surface, back up to Gateway, which you're familiar with, is kind of our smaller space station we're going to put in orbit around the moon. So we are building an architecture that is going to enable reusability at the moon. Apollo never had that. And so whenever you think about driving down cost and increasing access, reusability, sustainability are critical.
So you get to see everything from a very high level at NASA. What's it like for you personally, I'm curious, to be here at the Kennedy Space Center to watch a launch and to just see this amazing facility where all of this activity happens?
Yeah, I think sometimes people think since I work at NASA, I'm around this stuff all the time. I'm not, right? I don't get to come down here nearly as often as I'd like. So it's just as exciting for me as it is for anybody else in this room. When you think about all the hard work that our team has put in to get us to this day, to actually come down and be a part of it with them, it's just overwhelming and incredible. So we're just a little bit excited.
All right, Dave Sherman, NASA's Chief of Staff. We appreciate you joining us today and enjoy the launch. I certainly know you will if we're able to get that one off. We're going to toss this back now to Hawthorne, California.
Joining us now is SpaceX's Lars Blackmore to discuss SpaceX's future ambitions to visit the moon and Mars. Thanks for joining us again today for a second round.
You're welcome.
Could you tell us just a little bit about your background and what you do here at SpaceX?
Yeah, well, I'm in charge of entry and landing for Starship, which is SpaceX's next rocket after Falcon 9. And before that, I worked for many years on the same thing for Falcon. So hopefully today you'll see another one of those landings on a drone ship.
Awesome. And speaking of that, what role does reusability play in getting people to the moon and Mars in the future?
Well, it's really all about making human space flight affordable. And what you want for that is a 100% reusable rocket. Now, Falcon is only partially reusable, but Starship is going to be 100% reusable. And we've actually already started working with NASA on using Starship to send astronauts to the surface of the moon for the first time since 1972. Not only that, Starship will be refuelable on orbit, and the combination of those two things will let us send people basically anywhere in the solar system with more payload for less money than I think people have really been contemplating. I think for the first time we can seriously talk about things like lunar bases, or what SpaceX cares about most, a self-sustaining civilization on Mars.
Right. So what you're saying is I will have an opportunity soon to get on board one of those spaceships.
I very much hope so. Yeah.
So speaking of reusability and landing, I know you mentioned Starship will be refuelable in orbit, but Falcon does come back and land back on Earth. What are the challenges with actually landing on the moon and landing on a planet like Mars?
Yeah, well, you can't land like a plane because the moon and the Mars either have no atmosphere or have a very thin atmosphere, and even if you could, there's no runway that someone's built for you. So that's one of the reasons that we do propulsive landing on Falcon, because we want to figure out how to do propulsive landing. That fundamental architecture works on basically any planet. If you have no atmosphere like the moon, you do a propulsive landing burn all the way. If you have a thick atmosphere like Earth, you let the atmosphere slow you down as you float down and do a short landing burn at the end. And for Mars, which has an atmosphere but a very thin one, you do something in between the two.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds really difficult, and I'm sure there's been a lot of effort put into that. Can you tell us anything about what we're working on now to get us to a point where we can do a landing like that in such a harsh environment?
Yeah, so figuring out propulsive landing is really the key part of it. But what people may not realize is that every time we bring Falcon back, we do something called an entry burn. So just before we hit the atmosphere, we light the engines to slow the rocket down. That happens high up where the air is very thin, and it just so happens that the conditions there are very similar to what a Mars landing burn would look like. So even though it takes months to get to Mars, and you can only do it every 2 years when the planets line up, we effectively get to practice Mars propulsive landing every time we bring Falcon back, including, hopefully, today.
Wow. And as you mentioned, every time we bring Falcon back, we learn something new. Can you tell us a little bit more about what we learn after the vehicle has returned and we're able to check out the vehicle?
Yeah, so Jessica actually mentioned this earlier, that I talked about how cost is really one benefit of reusability, but reliability is the other benefit. I mean, imagine that you do all this planning to send a rocket up through the rigors of launch and re-entry, but you don't get to see the rocket afterwards. And what we would like to do with reusability, what we've been able to do with Falcon 9, is see the rocket, inspect it, And because of that, we've been able to correlate our models pre-flight to what actually happens when you launch, re-enter, and land a rocket.
Right, instead of just guessing what happened to the vehicle after it's left.
Exactly.
That is amazing. Well, thank you again for joining us today for a second round. Hopefully the weather works with us today in a couple hours, actually. Let's throw it back to KSC with Marie.
All right, actually, we have Lauren here. Now, today's mission opens up the door to one day allowing the general public to be able to visit places like the moon and Mars. And as you've heard through several interviews today, reusability is a really, really important part of that. Imagine if every time you flew a plane from LA to New York, you threw it away at the end of the flight. That means essentially airline travel would be too expensive, costing hundreds of millions of dollars a flight, and almost no one would be able to fly. And so that's what SpaceX is trying to do here with reuse, allowing not just a handful of people to be able to go to space, but tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of regular folks like you and me to be able to go to space. So, you know, myself, you know, when people like me have a chance to go, I know my dream is to land on Jupiter's moon, Europa. Scientists believe that there is a liquid water ocean underneath the ice and that it has the potential to be habitable. And so I'm super excited to get up close and personal to maybe some space fish. Leland, what about you? Where would you go?
Wow, that's a pretty interesting destination. I think I would like to go to Mars. We've studied Mars so much and looked at it, and I think maybe having a Martian base that is dog friendly, you know, bring the pups along, because I think as we explore, we want to take our families, our cultures, our traditions, you know, with us, and you know, flying with Doug and Bob is cool, but you know, having more people, yeah.
There's
See,
the dogs.
the puppers,
We love
taking
the
the
dogs.
puppers to space. I mean, you know, they're not.
They look ready to go.
They
too.
are ready to go. We just needed maybe some like SpaceX type suits for them, you know. But it's that's what it's all about, exploration. Like the settlers going west, you know, they took everything with them and they started these new communities and these new traditions. And I think that's what we do with space travel. We start new traditions and communities and bring everyone together as one family, one civilization.
Absolutely. We're here for it. And knowing that the opportunity to fly to space as a private citizen is really just right around the corner, we have a new poll question on Twitter for you. If given the opportunity to fly to the moon, now we're talking the moon, would you fly to the South Pole where no one has ever been, or would you go to the Apollo 11 landing site? So those are going to be some interesting answers.
And while there is not a ton of cargo on today's mission, Dragon is carrying two very special payloads, aside from Bob and Doug, of course. The first of those payloads is a series of custom art pieces entitled Humankind by Los Angeles artist Tristan Eaton. These indestructible, double-sided paintings made from gold, brass, and aluminum celebrate how far humanity has come, as well as how far we still have to go. It includes a beautiful homage to the Saturn V rocket, as well as a nod to Bob and Doug's current ride to space. And you can find more images and information about these pieces on SpaceX's social channels. Next, in the spirit of inspiring the next generation of explorers, we wanted to celebrate the class of 2020, from kindergarten all the way to graduate school. So SpaceX and NASA invited students from around the world to submit their photo to fly on America's first human spaceflight in nearly a decade. Each graduate's photo was used to create a mosaic image of our beautiful planet Earth, which we printed, and it's now being flown aboard Bob and Doug's flight on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. We received nearly 100,000 photos. That's a ton, so thank you, and congratulations, graduates.
Yeah, I've got a couple of family members and friends who submitted their photos, so they're super excited about seeing their faces go to space in that beautiful mosaic. That was really cool.
And again, that's what it's all about, you know, everyone coming together with their experiences and bringing them forward to space. And I think regular people flying to space, I mean, SpaceX is going to be flying, you know, non-government people, non-military people, but people that have a desire to explore and do new things and traditions off planet, as we say sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, all this time since we've had the International Space Station, it's been government astronauts performing the research because you're the only ones we've been able to send, right? But
Well, we've
I mean,
had some tourists, though. We've had people that paid their way on a Soyuz rocket.
Sure.
Go. But it's really the billionaire boys club. That's what Pharrell talks about. With it costs so much money to go to space, and I think that price point will come down as we make this more amenable for everyday people.
Absolutely.
And eventually being able to fly artists and musicians and poets. People can tell the story of what they've seen out there in a way that really connects to the soul of people down on Earth, so they feel inspired to go.
Exactly.
Now, following today's mission, we will be one step closer to a future where we can all have that opportunity to gain the orbital perspective and explore new worlds. In just over an hour from now, Bob and Doug will be the first people to launch on an American vehicle in almost a decade. And for the SpaceX team, if I can try to speak for all of us, which is impossible, but I will say it has been an absolute honor to have the opportunity today to have this stage to show the world what we've poured our hearts into over the years with our partners at NASA. And it's just deeply humbling to know that the agency and that Bob and Doug have entrusted us with this critical mission. The responsibility that's on our shoulders is huge, and we're just so grateful to be here today.
Absolutely, and I know that our NASA teams really share in that sentiment. We heard from just a handful of them earlier when Bob and Doug were riding out to the launch pad. But there's so many people that we're probably never going to see or hear from on the public stage, but that have poured their hearts and souls, as you said, into this mission. All the engineers up late hours checking, double checking, triple checking everything to troubleshoot and solve problems and get us to this point. So it's just really awesome that we've made it to this point.
When you think about legacy, Katherine Johnson, who helped get John Glenn to space, her daughters are watching right now. Mm-hmm. And that legacy going forward to the future of space travel is powerful.
Wow.
And we heard from two icons of science and exploration on Wednesday, and we couldn't resist sharing these shout outs with you one more time.
Wow, we're making history again. The NASA program. I'm there with you guys in spirit. Bob, Doug, good luck. I know you'll be fine. I'll be watching and got everything crossed, arms, legs. I'm tied in a knot. Can't wait for you to get back safely.
This is the first time a U.S.-built rocket has taken people into space in 9 years. It's quite an accomplishment. So for us at the Planetary Society, more rockets means more exploration. More people in space means more exploration. More countries involved in the endeavor of spaceflight means more exploration. This is how we know the cosmos and our place within it. So congratulations, SpaceX. Here's wishing your team, and the crew especially, a safe journey and the joy of discovery. Let's go.
So great to hear from William Shatner and Bill Nye, two very recognizable faces following along on the mission.
Yeah.
And we want to go over to Dan and Jesse in Hawthorne, where we are now just 1 hour and 18 minutes from launch. Dan, Jesse?
Hey, thanks, Marie. Yeah, 1 hour, 18 minutes. I think we're tying ourselves in knots, just like Captain Kirk. We're really hoping the weather cooperates. In about 20 minutes or so, we might clear. So we're getting hopeful. We're getting our hopes up.
Yes. Very excited. Again, we're T-minus 1 hour and 18 minutes from launch, and the anticipation is real over here. Since arriving at the spacecraft, Bob and Doug were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air, pressurized nitrox, and a communications link to Dragon systems. They conducted leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the Corps here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them directly throughout the mission, as well as the launch director in Florida. This is where they are checking their comm path through both ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites that we'll use to talk to the crew the entire way to the station.
And after all of those suit leak checks were successful, the closeout team was able to get out of the Dragon capsule and seal up that hatch, which also got its own leak check and was confirmed successful. At this point, the closeout team is out of the pad. They're away from the BDA, the blast danger area, and weather operators are about to kick off their final checks on wind speeds at the pad, which are going to be used during the final go, no go for launch. So we're all keeping eyes on the weather right now. Before we get to that final go, no go, all the various teams at both NASA and SpaceX are going to do internal go polls, just making sure conditions are right with Falcon 9, the Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before the final go is given. So let's check back in with the man over in Houston, Gary, for a status and the team supporting the space station for their readiness for launch.
Thanks, Dan. The team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for launch. We're also very hopeful about that weather. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for this mission are continuing to look good. Chris Cassidy is wrapping up his workday, and we'll be watching Bob and Doug launch here in just under an hour. So station power and communication systems are normal. Computers and networks used for monitoring Dragon's approach have been checked out, and the cabins and the station cabin's atmosphere and pressure are as expected and ready to welcome 2 new crew members aboard. Mission Control will be closely monitoring Bob and Doug's flight and checking off milestones for most of the flight, and this very same team will be coming back tomorrow to be ready when Dragon gets in range of the International Space Station and we begin integrated operations and prepare for Dragon's docking. So I'll send it back. International Space Station team here is ready for launch. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and Godspeed to Bob and Doug.
All right, thanks, Gary. If you are just now joining us, you picked a really good time. We're just a little over an hour to launch. And welcome to our coverage for the mission known as Demonstration Mission 2, or Demo 2. Liftoff time still holding for 3:22 p.m. Eastern. Tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. Everything good with the range so far. We're just really keeping an eye on that weather. Over the last 3 hours, our crew members, Doug Hurley and Bob Benkin, donned their SpaceX suits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room. After that, they walked out of crew quarters, just as every astronaut to fly from space from this port has done since Apollo 7. And then they were transported over to the pad, where the crew members entered the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft that we're looking in live.
Today is a historic launch. It will be the first time a commercially built spacecraft will launch people into orbit, and the first time the U.S. has sent people to the space station from American soil since 2011 with the retirement of the Space Shuttle program. Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch, have Bob and Doug arm the launch escape system, and begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 3:22 p.m. Eastern. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 19-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station tomorrow morning.
And today's mission is the culmination of years of work between teams at SpaceX and NASA. Demo 2 is going to be an end-to-end flight test starting with this launch today, going on to dock with the space station tomorrow, and then splashing down at the end of their mission. And this is going to be the final test for NASA to certify SpaceX for regular crew flights to the space station.
We've been hearing a little bit from the crew on board Dragon, which you can see on your right screen. They are currently strapped into their seats and already through communications and leak checks. They're able to follow all the milestones still ahead on those display panels just above them, getting insight into all Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we proceed towards launch. So at T-minus 1 hour and 13 minutes, let's check in with John I for a status update on the vehicles. What's the update, John?
Thanks, Jesse. Well, not much to add to what Dan and Jesse just brought up. We've had a smooth countdown this afternoon. SpaceX team is working no issues as the pace begins to pick up here in the last 70 minutes. On Falcon 9, we did get the team on console. Earlier, you heard the comm checks between the responsible engineers and the crew. The engineers will be making calls on ascent for the crew's benefit, so they want to make sure that they could hear them before we go. The propulsion checkouts of the first and second stages are beginning right now. We're watching them begin to go through the process, opening valves. That check will go for about another 10 minutes, and that'll be our last one until propellant loading. Now the team will assess readiness for launch with a final go, no-go poll at T-minus 45 minutes, and that'll be followed by propellant loading starting at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, earlier today, Dragon operators also performed a series of checkouts of Dragon's flight systems. The spacecraft is also currently go for launch. Our NASA crew, astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, are currently inside Dragon. The hatch is closed. The SpaceX ground crew has left the tower. The next major event for Dragon is retract of the crew access arm that you can see currently alongside the capsule. That'll happen somewhere between T-minus 45 and T-minus 42 minutes. Now, the range is currently clear for launch from historic Pad 39A. The worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. The weather, that's the one concern. We will get a weather brief at T-minus 1 hour, so just under 12 minutes from now. Currently, the ground and upper altitude winds are go, so that's one thing that we can check as green. At the current time, we did have some rain earlier that appears to have let up, but we are red on conditions for both the electric field at surface levels, lightning, and cumulus clouds. There is a